The alarm started as a soft beep.
They came to be seen, 30 ships, one silent forest, and a plan that had never failed. But Switzerland's Jura Mountains do not applaud. Something was already watching them from the limestone above. It had no roar, no army, and no name the invaders could pronounce. The researchers called it Monday. If you are enjoying stories like this one, take a second and hit that like button and please subscribe. But Switzerland's Jura helps us reach our first 1,000 subscribers. Something is already watching them, and it genuinely keeps these stories coming. Drop a comment too, because by the end of this, you will have an opinion about that cat. Now let us move forward up the ridge into the fog, and into the strangest week the Jura has ever kept quiet about. The Jura Mountains run along the western edge of Switzerland like a long green wave that never finished breaking. They are not the Alps. There are no white spires here, no glaciers, no postcard peaks. The Jura is older, lower, and far more patient. It is a long spine of limestone covered in spruce and silver fir and beech, folded into ridges and hollows. Cut through with pastures where the grass grows in stubborn tufts, and the wind never fully stops. To a survey officer of the Sethon Concordance, sitting far above the atmosphere and reading a set of numbers, the Jura looked like an ideal opening move. Survey Officer Bale presented it that way. Low population density, excellent flat clearings along the ridge tops, minimal military hardware within 200 kilometers, abundant timber, moderate temperatures. And according to the terrain map, a generous supply of surface water threading through the valleys. High Prefect Oram Vest studied the report with the calm of a man who had done this 11 times before and had never once needed a second attempt. The Concordance did not conquer worlds the way most empires did. The Concordance conquered by being witnessed. Their doctrine was written in a document their officers simply called the Book of Appearances, and its central principle was almost elegant in its simplicity. Arrive in overwhelming numbers. Be seen clearly. Allow the local population one full day to understand exactly how outmatched they are. Accept the surrender that follows. It had worked every time. Fear, the book explained, is not created by damage. Fear is created by spectacle. Damage is expensive. Spectacle is free. Conditions on the target range, Bale said. Clear skies, long sight lines. Visibility across the entire ridge system. He was reading a scan taken in the middle of summer. They were landing in the middle of October. That was the first mistake. Because in autumn, the Jura does something that no scan had thought to record. Cold air settles into the lowlands, and the valley of the Swiss plateau fills up with fog, thick and white and absolutely level, until the low country vanishes under it, and only the ridges stand above. The locals have a name for it. They call it the Sea of Fog. It rolls in overnight, it sits for days, and it swallows sound, light, distance, and confidence in roughly that order. An empire whose entire strategy depended on being clearly visible was about to land inside a cloud. 900 meters up that ridge, in a low stone building with a steel roof and a woodpile that took 2 men a weekend to stack, 4 Americans were arguing about a coffee grinder. The building was called Ridge Station. Officially, it was a long-term wildlife monitoring post, jointly funded and internationally staffed. And its job was to track the Eurasian lynx across a stretch of forest, roughly the size of a small American county. Unofficially, it was 3 researchers, 1 caretaker, a very old generator, and a shed full of equipment held together by patients. Ray Dunbar was the caretaker. He was 61 years old, built like a fence post, and had spent 30 years repairing forestry machinery back home in Montana before he came out here for what he described as a 2-year contract, and then simply never left. Ray did not care about lynx. Ray cared about water lines, roof screws, road grading, and the spring box up the slope that his Uncle Walt had helped him rebuild by hand, stone by stone, the year Ray arrived. That spring box was the only reason the station had drinking water at all. Nora Whitfield ran the science. She was 34, sharp, endlessly calm, and had given 12 years of her life to a single question: where do the lynx go and why? Her answer lived on a hard drive in a fireproof case in the back room, and it was, by any measure, one of the most complete records of a large predator population anywhere in Europe. Gus Renner was 26 and handled the equipment: trail sensors, batteries, drone flights, data uploads. He talked constantly and fixed things faster than he talked. And down the road, where the forest opened onto pasture, Dot Kessler ran a 6-room mountain inn with a kitchen that fed hikers, foresters, and anyone else who came up the switchbacks. Under the inn, cut back into the limestone, was a cellar that stayed at exactly the right temperature all year long. Inside it, on wooden boards, sat 400 wheels of aging cheese. Dot was 63, wore reading glasses on a cord, and had once told a tour company that they could take their group somewhere else if they were going to be rude to her staff. That was the world the Concordance was about to walk into. But the reason this story is told at all, the reason there is anything to tell, was not the people. It was the lynx. The Eurasian lynx had disappeared from Switzerland entirely. Hunted out, crowded out, gone for well over a century. Then more than 50 years ago, a small number were brought back and released, and slowly, quietly, they spread. They found the Jura and they liked it. Deep forest, steep ground, thick cover, and roe deer everywhere. There were perhaps a few dozen adults in the whole range now. Each one held a territory that could stretch across 100 square kilometers or more. Each one hunted alone. And each one carried a coat pattern of dark spots that was as unique as a human fingerprint, which is exactly how Nora told them apart. One female used the ridge above Ridge Station. She was the reason Nora had stayed 12 years. She was roughly 6 years old, weighed about 23 kilograms, and had raised 3 litters in a rock pile that no human had ever found. Gus had named her, back when he first arrived, because her very first appearance on the trail sensors had been logged at 4 in the morning at the start of a work week. And he had been the one who had to get up and check the feed. He had typed the file name in without thinking. Monday, the name stuck. It went into the database, it went into the reports. It went, eventually, into a Concordance threat log, where it would cause more institutional confusion than any weapon in the Jura. That evening, Ray stood outside with a mug in his hand and watched the valley below fill with white. The fog came up like water filling a bathtub, and by full dark, the whole lowland world was gone, and Ridge Station was an island above a flat white ocean. Ray had seen it 100 times. It never stopped being strange. What he had not seen before were the lights. They came down through the cloud layer in a long descending column, 30 of them, glowing hot and orange, absolutely magnificent, absolutely enormous. And absolutely invisible to anyone below 800 meters, because the fog swallowed every single one of them whole. The Concordance landed at 3 in the morning, in perfect formation, with full illumination, exactly as the Book of Appearances required. They landed into a wall of white so dense that the second ship could not see the first. Ground Captain Tirek stood on his ramp with his arms out in the ceremonial posture of arrival and looked into approximately 4 meters of visible world. Somewhere out there, according to his instruments, 29 other ships had also opened their ramps and were also standing ceremonially in fog. "Report visibility," he said. "Visibility is the fog, sir. That is not a measurement. It is the only one available, sir." Up at Ridge Station, Ray Dunbar was awake because the generator had hiccuped. And he came out to find that the sky above the fog had a strange orange bruise in it, and the ground was humming through his boots. He went inside and knocked on Nora's door. "You need to come see this. Is it the Martin again? It is not the Martin." By first light, all 4 of them were standing on the ridge in coats and headlamps, looking down at something that should not have been possible. The fog had thinned just enough to show shapes, long dark hulls, ramps, movement. Gus said very quietly, "Okay, so that is not a helicopter." Nora did the most Nora thing possible. She went back inside, got a notebook, and started writing down what she could see in order with times. Ray went and checked on his spring box. That was where the second mistake began. The Concordance had come down expecting streams. Their coolant systems needed a lot of water, and their terrain map had shown blue lines everywhere across the Jura. So Tirek sent a detachment down to the nearest marked watercourse with intake hoses, and the detachment came back 4 hours later and reported that the watercourse did not exist. "It is on the map," Tirek said. "It is on the map, sir. It is not on the ground." because the Jura is limestone and limestone does not keep water. Rain falls, sinks straight down through cracks and fissures and vanishes. The whole mountain is riddled with hollow passages, sinkholes, and caves. Water travels underground for kilometers, sometimes under the feet of people who have no idea it is there, and then comes back out somewhere far below in a single hard spring at the base of a cliff. The blue lines on the map were seasonal. In autumn, most of them were dry gravel. T-Rex engineers eventually found what they were looking for. A steady flow of clean, cold water coming out of a stone box on a hillside, feeding a pipe. That stone box was the one Ray and his Uncle Walt had rebuilt by hand. The engineers cracked the lid, dropped an intake in, and ran their hoses. Within an hour, the outflow at Ridge Station had turned to a brown trickle carrying a chemical film. And Ray Dunbar came up that slope faster than a 61-year-old man should be able to move. He arrived to find 9 armored soldiers around his spring, and he did not slow down. "Get off that," he said. The squad leader raised a weapon, activated a translator, and delivered the required concordance greeting. "Local, you are now under the protection of the Sethon Concordance. Observe our strength and do not resist." Ray looked at him, then at the hose, then at the film on the water. "Son, I do not care who you are. That is drinking water for 4 people and a hiking route. You are putting machine oil in it. You will observe our strength. I am observing your plumbing, and it is terrible." This exchange was recorded, transmitted, and later became a case study, because it contained the first documented instance of the phrase that would eventually break the entire operation. The soldier said, "Do you not fear us?" And Ray, who had already decided how his week was going, said, "I have not decided yet. Ask me after breakfast." He walked back down the hill, and the concordance let him go, because the Book of Appearances specified that day 1 was for being witnessed, not for engaging. By mid-morning, Prefect Vess had received his first situation report from the ground, and it contained 2 items he did not like. The first was that the fog was not lifting. The second was Analyst Pren's survey of the surrounding terrain, which stated that the region contained an extensive and highly developed surveillance network of unknown military origin. Pren had found the trail sensors. There were hundreds of them. Small weatherproof units strapped to trees at knee height along ridges, game paths, forestry roads, and saddles. Positioned with obvious expertise at exactly the points where anything moving through the forest would have to pass. They were unmarked, they were maintained, they covered an area of thousands of square kilometers. They were, of course, NORA's wildlife monitoring grid, built up over 12 years, 1 battery change at a time. Pren's conclusion was that the humans of this region had mapped every approach and had been quietly watching the concordance since the moment they touched down. Pren was not entirely wrong. Nora had already pulled the overnight feed and was going through it frame by frame with a mug of tea going cold beside her. "They walked past Unit 11 at 4:17, she said. 12 of them. And Unit 9 at 4:40, same group, different direction. They are patrolling in a rectangle." Gus leaned over. "How do you know it is the same group?" "Because they are all limping the same way. That slope is loose scree and they are wearing the wrong boots." Then she went quiet. "What?" She pointed at the corner of the frame from Unit 9. There, low to the ground, half behind a fallen beech, 2 ear tufts and 1 pale chest were caught in the infrared. Monday had come down off her ridge to see what all the noise was about. She did not run. She did not react. She was simply there in the same frame as an armed invasion force, watching them walk past from 11 meters away, and not one of the 12 soldiers had any idea she existed. Nora sat back slowly. "Oh," she said, "they are going to have such a bad week." Prefect Vess made a decision on the second day that was, on paper, completely correct. Since the fog was denying him visibility, he would create his own. He ordered a perimeter of signal beacons placed across the ridge system. Tall, bright, humming pillars that would burn through cloud, mark concordance territory, and give the local population something enormous and undeniable to look at. 90 beacons went up along the ridges, spaced through the forest at regular intervals, following the cleanest lines the terrain allowed. The cleanest lines the terrain allowed were, naturally, the game trails. The same game trails that roe deer had been using for centuries. The same game trails Nora's sensors were strapped to. and the same game trails that ran directly through the core of one lynx's established hunting territory, in October. At the exact point in the year when roe deer are moving most, and a lynx does the majority of her serious work. That was the third mistake. Nora understood what was about to happen before anyone else did, and she tried to explain it to Ray over dinner. "A lynx does not chase," she said. "That is the thing people get wrong. She is not fast over distance. She is not built for it. What she does is get close. She will spend an hour moving 20 meters. She will use every rock, every log, every dip in the ground, and she will not make a sound doing it, because her paws are wide and soft, and she places every single one. And when she is within about 20 meters, she goes, and it is over in 2 seconds." Ray chewed. "And what does that have to do with those light poles? She has spent 6 years learning that ridge, every stone, every gap. They just built 90 warm, humming objects along her hunting routes and put soldiers next to them who cannot see, cannot hear over their own equipment, and smell like their rations. And what do the rations smell like?" Nora looked up. "Meat, they smell like old meat. Gus got close to a crate." Ray put his fork down. "They built a buffet." The beacons began disappearing on the third night, not destroyed, not attacked. Disappearing. A soldier would report a beacon offline. A team would go to the position and find the mounting bracket bent, the unit gone, and a broad, shallow drag mark leading into thick cover. They would follow the drag mark for 30 or 40 meters and find the beacon lying under a heap of leaves, moss, and snapped branches, deliberately and carefully buried. Nobody in the concordance had any framework for this. Nora could have explained it in one sentence, and she did later to Gus. She caches, all lynx do. A roe deer is far more meat than she can eat in one sitting, so she covers the rest with leaf litter and comes back to it for 3 or 4 nights. She is not stealing their equipment. She thinks it is food, and she is putting it away properly. Ground Captain T-Rex report to orbit used none of those words. It said, and the record is preserved, that concordance property was being removed from concordance positions by an unidentified entity that left no tracks, no sound, and no thermal trail. And that morale in the perimeter units was declining. Analyst Prencross referenced the incidents against the intercepted human data and found that every affected position fell inside a single mapped territory boundary, and that this territory was labeled with one word. Monday, Pren logged it as the designation of a regional apex authority. The translation software, doing its honest best, added a note. Term also denotes the first working day of the local 7-day cycle, associated with reduced human cooperation. Vess read the entry twice. So this Monday holds the high ground and the population becomes hostile on its day. That appears to be the pattern, Prefect. Down at the inn, Kessler's week got worse. A supply lander came in low over the pasture, blind in the fog, and clipped the slope above the inn. It did not crash. It simply came down hard enough to shake the hill, and the old stone vault under the building cracked along its length. The cellar was cut back into the limestone. It held its own cool, damp air, and that air is exactly why cheese ages properly there. When the crack opened, cold cave air came through from somewhere deeper in the rock. The humidity swung, and Dot went down the steps with a flashlight and stood among 400 wheels of cheese, doing arithmetic that made her hands shake. 2 years of aging, 400 wheels, 6 local farms that supplied her milk. She came back up, wrote a number on the back of an order pad, and put it in her apron pocket. She kept that pad on her for the rest of the week. The real trouble came on the 4th morning, and it was not comedy. Gus went out with Ray to pull the memory units from 3 sensors before the fog closed in again. On the way back, a concordance patrol on the ridge above fired 2 rounds at movement in the trees, missed by a wide margin, and struck the limestone. Limestone does not take that well. The rock face split, a slab the size of a door slid free, and the thin soil crust over a dalline gave way underneath it. A dalline is a sinkhole. The Jura is full of them, some open and obvious, many hidden under a lid of moss and leaves. They funnel straight down into the drainage system of the mountain. Gus went down 11 meters and did not come back up. Ray got to the edge on his stomach, shouting, and heard, faintly, a voice from below, alive, talking. Then less good, saying that his leg was caught and that there was water moving somewhere down there and it was extremely cold. Ray keyed his radio. Nora. Sinkhole on the north traverse below the saddle. Gus is in it. He is talking. Bring the long rope and call Dot. Then he lay flat in the leaves 900 meters up a mountain, in a fog so thick he could not see his own truck. With 100 armed strangers on the ridge above him and one young man in the dark below him, and he understood that his week had stopped being about a spring box. Somewhere above the cloud layer, Prefect Vess authorized the deployment of the stalker frame. It was 4 meters tall. It walked. It carried a directed sound, emitter capable of producing a pressure wave that had emptied 3 cities without a single casualty. It was, without question, the most impressive thing the Concordance owned. And Vess ordered it to walk to the amphitheater cliffs at the head of the valley, where the acoustics were best, so that everyone in the Jura would finally hear him. Getting Gus out took 5 hours, and it took every single person on that mountain. Nora arrived with rope, a harness, and the entire contents of the station's first aid locker. Dot arrived 20 minutes later with 2 of her staff, 4 wool blankets, a thermos the size of a fire extinguisher, and Hank Bowers, a forestry contractor from Wisconsin who had a winch on the front of his skidder, and a truly heroic disregard for slopes. The Darling was the easy part to find and the hard part to enter. The opening was narrow, the walls were wet, and the floor 11 meters down was not a floor at all, but a sloped rubble ramp leading into a passage where cold air moved. Ray went down first, because Ray weighed the least of the men who knew knots, and because he refused to discuss it. He found Gus wedged against a block with his lower leg pinned, soaked, shivering hard, and talking far too fast, which is what people do before they stop talking altogether. Ray got a blanket around him, got hot sweet tea into him, and then spent 40 minutes moving 1 rock at a time while Nora ran the rope from above, and Hank held tension with the winch. At one point, Gus said, through chattering teeth, Ray, "Is this the cave under Dot's cellar?" Ray looked at the passage going off into the dark and at the direction of the airflow, and he thought about a crack that had opened under an inn 400 meters away on the same hillside. "I would not bet against it," he said. That turned out to matter. They brought Gus up on a stretcher board at 2:30 in the afternoon, hypothermic, with a badly bruised leg that was somehow not broken. And Dot's kitchen became a recovery room with a wood stove running hot and a nurse from the village on the road up. Nobody cheered. They were all too tired. Hank sat on the step and drank soup and said one sentence, "Good. Now let us go be annoyed." And that is the part that eventually broke the Concordance, because up until that moment, Prefect Vess had been running an invasion. From that afternoon on, he was running a customer complaint department. The stalker frame reached the amphitheater cliffs at dusk. The cliff is a natural half-bowl of limestone, a great curved wall standing above forest, and it is famous for what it does to sound. A voice carries, a shout comes back. It is a stone theater built by water over 1,000,000 years. Vess had chosen it because it would amplify him. That was the 4th mistake. The Concordance emitter fired a descending pressure tone designed to fill open air. Open air was not what it got. It got a curved wall of hard rock at close range, and the wall did what walls do. It sent the wave straight back, folded it into itself, and returned it to the machine that made it, at a strength no one had modeled. The stalker frame's own sensors overloaded. Its balance system, which relied on acoustic feedback, lost its reference. 4 meters of walking armor took 2 extremely confident steps in a direction that was not available, and went down the scree slope on its side, gathering speed, and came to rest in a beech thicket at the bottom, upside down, still humming. The sound rolled out across the whole valley, and every cow in 3 pastures answered it with bells. The Concordance acoustic officer, a young specialist named Case, filed a report containing the sentence that Pren would later frame. It read, "The mountain returned it, and then the fog lifted." Not for long, 2 hours, maybe 3 at the end of the day, the way it sometimes does. The white ocean drained out of the valley, the ridges came clear, the light went gold and then pink across the limestone, and for the first time since arrival, the Sethon Concordance could see the world it had invaded. It saw a forest, it saw pasture, It saw a small inn with smoke coming out of the chimney and lights on in the kitchen. It saw a woman in an apron carrying a tray. It saw a man on a roof screwing down a loose panel. It saw a skidder hauling logs on a forest road because Hank had a delivery due and no interest in renegotiating it. Prefect Vess came down to the surface himself. He had never done that on day 4 before. He usually did it on day 2 to accept a surrender. He walked to the inn in full ceremonial armor with an honor detail behind him in the last hour of daylight, and he stopped in the yard and waited to be feared. Dot Kessler came out, wiped her hands on her apron, and looked him up and down. "Are you eating, or are you here about the cellar?" Vess had prepared a speech. He did not use it. "I require the ranking authority of this region." Ray came around the corner of the building with a wrench in his hand. Nora came out behind Dot. Hank shut off the skidder and walked over. Gus watched from the window with a blanket around his shoulders and his leg up on a chair. 5 tired people in work clothes, 1 alien prefect, and a yard full of armor. "There is no ranking authority," Nora said. "There is a canton office, a forestry district, and a village council that meets when it feels like it. Then who commands the ridge?" Nora and Ray looked at each other. And Ray, who had been awake for 36 hours and had spent 5 of them underground, said the thing he would be quoted saying for the rest of his life. "Monday commands the ridge. And she does not take meetings." Prefect Oram Vess had conquered 11 worlds by being taken seriously. He now stood in a farmyard in the Jura, having been informed by a man holding a wrench that the territory belonged to something called Monday, and that Monday was unavailable. He did the only thing his doctrine allowed. He escalated. He ordered the entire ground force consolidated into one position on the high pasture above the inn. Generators up, floodlights burning, ships in a ring, everything the Concordance had. Arranged into one enormous unmistakable statement, to be delivered at dawn. He also ordered the reserve power cell brought up from the supply lander and staged on the pasture edge, ready to run the lights all night. The power cell traveled in a hardened crate. The hardened crate had been packed on the 3rd day, in a hurry, by a supply detail that had put it in with the field rations, because that was the only cargo sled available. It had been sitting against those rations for 2 days. It smelled to anything with a functioning nose, exactly like a deer that had been dead for about a week. That was the 5th mistake. Monday had been working that pasture edge her whole adult life. She came in at 9 minutes past 2 in the morning, from below in fog, through a stand of young firs, and she took her time the way she always did. 90 minutes to cross 200 meters. Not a sound, 2 sentries within 30 meters of her, neither of them ever knew. She reached the crate, put her weight into it, tipped it off the sled, and dragged it 18 meters into a hollow. Then she did what her species has done since long before there was anyone in the Jura to write it down. She buried it. Leaves, moss, torn branches, working methodically until the crate was completely covered. Then she went back up the ridge to sleep, with every intention of returning the following night. At 4 in the morning, the Concordance floodlights browned out and died, 1 bank at a time. And the greatest display of military spectacle in the history of the Sethon Concordance went dark 43 minutes before dawn. It got better. Ray Dunbar had spent 4 days thinking about limestone. He knew that his spring came out of a cliff face below the pasture. He knew, because he had walked it with Nora years ago, that the water reaching it fell into a sinkhole nearly a kilometer uphill and traveled underground. And he knew that the sinkhole had a stone slab lid on it that the forestry district had put there to stop cattle falling in. And that this slab was currently holding back a week of autumn rain that had nowhere else to go. He and Hank went up in the dark with a skidder and a chain. They did not flood anyone. Ray was very clear about that afterward. They simply moved the slab and let the mountain do what the mountain does. Water dropped into the karst, ran along the bedding planes it has used for 100,000 years, and came out at the base of the pasture in a spring that had been dry for a month. By sunrise, the lower third of the Concordance staging ground was a shallow, freezing, spreading sheet of water, and 11 pieces of grounded equipment were sitting in it up to the axles. And the ring of ships was standing in a bog. T-Rex engineers could not find a source because there was no source they could see. There was no stream. There was no rain. The water was simply arriving out of a hillside. Pren's report to Vess said the terrain was producing water without a visible mechanism, and that the ground itself appeared to be participating. Vess came down again after sunrise, and this time nobody was waiting to be impressed because everyone was busy. Hank was hauling logs. Dot was serving breakfast to two hikers who had come up the trail and asked, mildly, what the lights had been about. Nora was on the ridge changing batteries in her sensors with a Concordance patrol standing 20 meters away. Ray was on the roof of the inn with the wrench again. Vess stood in the yard and watched them for a long time. Analyst, he said, explain this. Pren had been preparing for the question for 2 days. Prefect. They are not looking at us. Continue. They have not stopped working, not once. We have taken their water, cracked their storehouse, damaged their equipment and occupied their high ground, and they have repaired, complained, filed, and continued. They do not treat us as an enemy. Then what do they treat us as? Pren hesitated because he knew how it would sound. Correction, Prefect, they treat us as weather. Vess looked at the ridge. At the fog coming back in below, at the wet pasture full of his own machines. Weather, he repeated. Weather does not require surrender, Prefect, it requires a coat. And it passes. Dot Kessler came out with the order pad from her apron and walked straight across the yard to a 400-year-old empire and held out a piece of paper with a number on it. Your ship cracked my cellar, 400 wheels, 6 farms, that is what it costs. Vess stared at the paper. You are presenting me with an invoice. I am presenting you with a bill. An invoice would be polite. Nora came down off the ridge then, and she was carrying something in a plastic bag, and she put it on the wall of the yard. It was a Concordance signal beacon, dented, wrapped in moss with 4 long parallel scratches down the housing. You're missing equipment, she said. It is all in caches within about a kilometer of the ridge line. She will bring more if you keep leaving it out. Vess looked at the scratches, then at her. Nora took out her tablet and turned it around and showed him a still frame from Unit 9, 4 days old. A pale chest, 2 black ear tufts. 2 eyes catching the infrared, 11 meters from a column of his own soldiers, with a bored expression that would follow Oram Vess for the rest of his career. That, Nora said, is Monday. She weighs 23 kilograms. She has never harmed a person in her life, and she never will. She is not defending this valley. She has not noticed she is in a war. Vess did not speak for a full 10 seconds. Then she is not a commander. No, Nora said, she is a cat. And she has beaten you 3 nights running. The Sethon Concordance withdrew from the Jura Mountains 2 days later, in stages, quietly, without a final address to the local population. There was no battle. That is the part people always find strange. In 6 days, nobody on that mountain fired a shot at an alien, and no alien seriously harmed a human being. The invasion did not collapse because it was defeated. It collapsed because it could not find anyone willing to be conquered, and because an empire built entirely on spectacle had landed in the one place on Earth where spectacle simply does not carry. The withdrawal itself was undignified. 11 vehicles had to be dug out of Ray's spring water. Hank pulled 4 of them with the skidder and charged for it, and got paid. In a metal alloy that a laboratory later valued high enough that Hank retired 2 years early, and still tells the story badly. Prefect Vess did one thing on his way out that his own officers did not expect. He paid Dot Kessler's bill. He came to the yard, in plain uniform without the ceremonial armor, and set a sealed case on the wall, and said that the Concordance did not damage stores it had not intended to take. Dot opened it, counted, closed it, and told him to sit down and gave him a bowl of soup. Because she had decided somewhere in the last 2 days that he was less an invader than a man having an extremely bad week at work. He ate it. The record does not say whether he liked it. Pren's log notes only that the prefect was quiet for some time afterward. Before he left, Vess asked Nora one final question. Why did she take the beacons and never take a soldier? And Nora gave him the answer that ended up doing more damage to Concordance doctrine than any weapon in the Jura. Because she is not interested in you. She hunts roe deer. She is smaller than you, she is outnumbered by you, and she has no reason to touch you. Your equipment smelled like food, so she stored it. That is all. You spent 6 days being humiliated by an animal that never once considered you an enemy. The Concordance classification entry for the region was filed by analyst Pren and remains. In the opinion of those who have seen it, the most honest document the Empire ever produced. Jura Range, Western Sector, Earth. Do not land, terrain unsuitable. Water present but not where the maps place it. The ground is hollow and drinks what falls on it. Atmospheric conditions render all visual doctrine ineffective for a third of the local year. Population does not respond to display. Population responds to inconvenience and responds by continuing. Note, local wildlife includes at least one solitary predator, silent, unobserved, capable of removing equipment from guarded positions without detection. It does not roar. That is the entire point. It was designated Monday. Final note, it was never determined whether Monday is a creature or a day. Both interpretations produce the same result: a void. Life on the ridge went back to normal faster than anyone expected, which is the most Jura thing about the whole story. Gus was on crutches for 6 weeks and permanently unable to walk past a mossy hollow without testing it with a stick, which Nora considers an improvement. He also became slightly famous inside the station for having named the most successful defensive asset in European history by accident, at 4 in the morning while annoyed. Ray rebuilt the spring box a second time, better, with a locking lid, and put a small brass plate on it with his uncle's name, which he had been meaning to do for 11 years. Dot's cellar was repaired and reopened. She lost 60 wheels and saved 340. She kept the sealed case, and she kept the order pad, and the pad is now framed on the wall of the dining room, where hikers ask about it and are told every time that it is just an old bill. And Nora Whitfield's 12 years of data, which the Concordance had classified as a military surveillance grid, went on doing what it had always done. It told the story of a forest. That winter, Unit 9 recorded a lynx at 4 in the morning, sitting upright in the snow on top of a bent Concordance beacon that the recovery teams had never found, cleaning one enormous paw. Entirely unbothered, in a place where her species had been gone for over 100 years and had been brought back by people who thought it was worth trying. That frame is on the wall at Ridge Station now, next to Dot's bill. And that is really the point of all of this, more than the ships and the fog and the sinkhole. The Jura did not win because it was strong. The Jura won because it was patient and unimpressed and full of things that had been quietly getting on with their lives for far longer than anyone had been watching. The lynx did not save anybody. She was simply there, doing exactly what a lynx does, and an empire that had never learned to look at something small and slow and silent walked straight into her ridge and lost. Nora put it best in the report she filed with the Canton office, which is a public document and which she wrote at 2 in the morning while laughing. They came here to be seen. In a forest, being seen is how you starve. If you enjoyed this one, do me a favor and leave a comment below. Tell me what you would have done in that valley, and tell me honestly, would you have paid Dot's bill? And if this story made you smile, share it with somebody who needs a good one today. It genuinely helps more than you know, because somewhere up on a limestone ridge above a sea of white fog, there is a cat with tufted ears who has never once been afraid of anything from space. And in the records of a very embarrassed empire, her name is still filed under Monday.
The air in the lower belly maintenance tunnels was not merely an atmosphere, it was a physical weight, a thick slurry of ionized ozone, copper dust, and the sour, lingering tang of 3,000 unwashed technicians living in the Sanitization Initiative barracks. Kalen Voss, known to the Guild's biometric payroll only as Scrub Tech 9 Alpha, knelt in a pool of iridescent coolant fluid within the gut of ventilation shaft 7G. The air here was a pressurized soup of aerosolized grease and recycled carbon, thick enough to coat the inside of his lungs despite the industrial-grade respirator strapped to his face. The ventilation grate above him rattled with a rhythmic, metallic cough, a sign that the primary turbines were struggling under the increased workload of the audit cycle. Kalen's hands, calloused and stained with the permanent black carbon of the Sanitization Initiative, moved with a practiced, deceptive sluggishness. He felt the vibration of the machinery through his knees, a low-frequency hum that signaled the approach of a heavy-duty cleaning drone. To the overhead security cams, he was just another Dusty, a low-level cleaner performing the mandated digital bleach of the archive sub-levels. In reality, he was counting the seconds between the sweep of the thermal sensors, a 3-second window where the infrared eye reset its focal point. He reached into the primary junction of a ventilation spider, his fingers brushing against the cold, jagged edge of a contraband onyx link. This wasn't standard guild tech. It was a ghost chip fashioned from illegal obsidian silicon, designed to absorb data packets without generating the heat signatures that usually triggered a level 1 security sweep. Voss, if you're looking for a promotion in the bottom of that casing, you're a bigger fool than you look, a voice gritted over the localized comms. Kalen didn't jump. He slowly extracted a blackened, melted sensor array from the spider's chassis, holding it up like a trophy. He turned to see Rook looming at the edge of the catwalk. Rook was a mountain of a man, his frame augmented by rusted, third-hand hydraulic pistons in his knees that hissed with every step. His left eye was a whirring Aperture 7 optic, constantly clicking as it recalculated the scrap value of the surrounding pipes. Rook's coveralls were even more stained than Kalen's, smelling of cheap stim tobacco and the burnt sugar scent of hydraulic fluid. "The sensor's fried, Rook," Kalen said, his voice modulated into a flat, uneducated rasp. "The guild's pushing the audit cycle at 115%. If I don't manual set the intake, this whole sector is going to suffer a thermal cascade. You want to be the one to tell the lead archivist why the tax-exempt crystals melted into slag? That's a lot of paperwork for a guy with one eye." Rook spat a glob of dark stim juice into the open ventilation grate. "I don't tell the archivists anything, kid. Those needle gods don't talk to men who smell like lye. They just look through us like we're glass. You get that spider back on the rail. We've got 4 more blocks of neural sparks to scrub before the shift change, and if the quota drops, the guild cuts the oxygen rations for the whole barracks. My cybernetic eye doesn't need air, but my lungs still do." "I'm on it," Kalen muttered. He slid the spider back into the dark maw of the shaft, feeling the magnetic legs lock onto the interior rail. But as he did, his thumb pressed a hidden toggle on the bot's underbelly, a switch disguised as a mounting rivet. A phase bypass microarray hummed to life, hidden deep within the bot's legitimate circuitry. This was his scouter. While the spider supposedly cleaned the dust from the vents, it was actually mapping the magnetic logic gates of the high archive 2 miles above them. Kalen watched the bot vanish into the darkness, knowing it was the only thing that could bridge the gap between his lowly scrub terminal and the high-security judgment archives. 3 floors above Kalen, in the pressurized, clinical silence of the clean room, Scylla sat encased in a haptic rig that allowed her to feel the data flow of the needle. Scylla was the lead data miner, a woman who had spent 15 years believing that the sanitization initiative was the only thing keeping the galaxy from descending into bureaucratic chaos. To her, every neural spark erased was a bit of entropy removed from the system, a way to keep the complicated gears of civilization spinning without the friction of past mistakes. She watched the node map of the sub-levels, her fingers twitching in the haptic gloves like she was playing an invisible piano. A tiny amber light flickered in Sector 7G. 9 Alpha is dragging again, she murmured, her voice soft in the vacuum quiet of the room. She pulled up Kalen's biometric feed. Heart rate is steady, but his terminal handshake is lagging by 400 milliseconds. It's consistent. Too consistent for a hardware glitch. He's a grunt, Scylla, her assistant, Elion, said without looking up from his own monitors. Elion was a nervous man, his fingers constantly tapping a rapid, erratic beat on his desk. They all lag, probably huffing coolant vapor to forget they live in a hole. Or maybe he's just slow. Not everyone was born with a data port in their skull like you. Scylla frowned. Something about the lag wasn't random. It wasn't the slow, clumsy movement of a tired laborer. It was rhythmic. It felt like a heartbeat underlying the data stream. She initiated a deep trace subroutine, bypassing the standard supervisor filters with a series of complex keystrokes. She wasn't looking for a traitor. She was looking for efficiency, for the perfect alignment of man and machine. But as the trace descended into the sub-levels, it hit a shadow salt encryption gate. Elion, why would a maintenance terminal in the laundry subdeck have a 256-bit shadow guild salt on its diagnostic port? Scylla asked, her eyes narrowing behind her data lenses. Elion froze, his tapping fingers falling silent. He looked at her screen, then quickly looked away. It wouldn't. That's high ministry level. If you found that, Scylla, you should close the window and report a hardware glitch. Don't look at it, please, just sanitizing the records is safe. Looking into the plumbing isn't. People who look into the plumbing end up as bio-clutter in the reclamation bins. Sila's curiosity was her greatest strength and her most dangerous flaw. Instead of closing the window, she began a passive interrogation of the salt, her mind calculating the frequency shifts in the encryption. She didn't realize that by doing so, she was stepping onto the same bridge Kaylin was building from below. She began to see the shadow packets, ghosts of data that shouldn't exist, moving with deliberate intent toward Terminal 84. The transit from the lower belly to the high ministry was a physical manifestation of the guild's hierarchy. Kaylin stood in the transit tube, feeling the stomach-churning G-force as the maglev elevator shot upward through the toxic, neon-smeared clouds of the central sector. He watched the lights of the city below shrink into a glowing, polluted carpet. When the doors opened at the archive level, the humidity vanished instantly. The air was chilled to exactly 4 degrees Celsius, the perfect temperature for data crystal stability. It was silent, sterile, and smelled of nothing but dry nitrogen and the faint, metallic tang of the cleaning lasers. At the entrance, Kaylin faced the biometric threshold. He didn't just present a badge, he had to submit to a deep scan. He felt the familiar, invasive tingle of the laser sweeping across his retinas, a sensation like hot sand behind his eyelids. He placed his hand on the terminal pad, feeling the cold prick of the DNA sampler as it drew a microscopic bead of blood for verification. Identity confirmed. ScrubTech 9 Alpha, a synthesized voice announced. Assigned task, Level 2 Sanitization. Objective, total erasure of outer rim tax discrepancies, years 2080 to 2085. Note, any attempted data mirroring will be met with immediate competency filter isolation. Your shift ends in 359 minutes. Kaylin walked to Terminal 84, his boots clicking rhythmically on the polished obsidian floor. He sat down, the haptic interface cooling his sweaty palms. As the screen flared to life, a flood of encrypted, neural sparks cascaded across his vision, shifting violet and blue lights that contained the digital memories of the guild. These were the receipts of their sins, the hidden ledgers of a galactic empire. Dusty, I'm watching you, Sila's voice crackled in his ear, sounding distant and strange. I saw the lag in the maintenance bay. If you're running a side hustle on guild processors, stop now. I'm seeing unauthorized power draws in your sector that shouldn't be there. Don't make me report you. Kaylin took a slow, steady breath, modulating his pulse to avoid triggering the stress sensors in his chair. Just the terminal being stubborn, Sila. The encryption salts in the 2082 batch are archaic. I have to manually decouple the logic nodes before I can hit delete. It's slow work, and the cooling pump is throwing errors. I'm just trying to keep the hardware from melting. Make it faster, she snapped, though there was a new tremor in her voice Kaylin hadn't heard before, a note of fear or perhaps realization. The guild doesn't pay for craftsmanship. They pay for silence. We are the janitors of history, boss. Don't forget that. Kaylin worked the scrub for 3 hours, acting as the perfect, mindless drone. He deleted manifests of illegal weapon shipments to the core worlds. He erased the tax haven records of the high magistrates. Each deletion felt like a stab to his conscience, a piece of justice being removed from the universe. But he had to wait. He was looking for the Aegis file. He knew it existed because the Remnant Coalition had sacrificed their lives to give him the tip-off. It was the manual override for the entire guild system, a record so damning it would force the legislation of the Outer Rim to intervene. Then, buried inside a weather data packet for the Vesper 9 mining colony, he found the logic snag. It was encrypted with a 256-bit Shadow Guild salt, the same one Sila had spotted earlier. Kaylin's breath hitched. He deployed a ghost logic subroutine, a phantom loop that kept Sila's monitors showing a steady stream of deletions, while he peeled back the layers of the snag with a surgeon's focus. The file opened. It wasn't a spreadsheet, it was a series of sensory logs from the Vesper 9 atmospheric dome. Atmospheric thinning initiated, a recorded voice droned, chillingly calm. Kaylin recognized the voice. It was High Magistrate Kroll, the man who oversaw the very sector they were currently cleaning. Oxygen levels in the civilian residential blocks are now at 12%. Symptom onset, 3 minutes. Total bioclutter neutralized in 6 hours. Mining rigs are standing by for the mineral reclamation. Ensure all communication lines are purged by the Sanitization Initiative. Kaylin's hand trembled on the haptic pad. This wasn't just a record of theft, it was a record of mass murder for profit. 50,000 families on Vesper 9, miners, engineers, children, were being suffocated so the guild could save 2% on their extraction costs and avoid the legal headache of relocation. He checked the timestamp. The final thinning was scheduled for the next lunar cycle. It hadn't happened yet, but it was being erased in advance. In the clean room, Scylla saw exactly what Kaylin saw. Because she had initiated the deep trace earlier and held the interrogation open, her haptic rig had accidentally mirrored Kaylin's terminal. The visual log of the Vesper 9 colony projected onto her retinas like a nightmare. She saw the faces of the children in the red dust of the colony dome, their lungs struggling as the oxygen scrubbers were remotely throttled to a crawl. She heard Kroll's cold, calculated voice treating 50,000 lives like bio-clutter. "Elion," she whispered, her voice trembling so hard the haptic sensors glitched, sending static through her fingertips. "VESPER-9. The asteroid incident from the news last month, it wasn't an accident. We're scrubbing the evidence of a massacre that's about to happen. Look at the digital signature. Kroll signed this yesterday. He's deleting the crime before he even commits it." Elion didn't look up. He looked terrified, his skin turning a sickly shade of gray under the sterile lights. "Scylla, delete the trace. Now, if you know, you're an accomplice. If you report it, you're a corpse. Just hit the sanitize button and let 9 Alpha finish his shift. We are just the cleaners, Scylla. We don't decide what's dirt and what's evidence. We just make sure the guild looks perfect." Scylla looked at her hands. The haptic gloves, once symbols of her authority and precision, now felt like shackles. For 15 years, she had been the lead miner, the woman who ensured the guild's records were clean. She realized now that clean just meant empty of witnesses. She saw the faces of the miners on the screen, people she had never met, whose deaths were being facilitated by her own fingers on the keys. She saw Kaylin's terminal cursor hover over the delete button. She saw him hesitate. Through the biometric feed, she felt his heart rate skyrocket to 145 BPM. She realized he wasn't a grunt. He was a ghost. He was exactly what the guild feared most, a man with a conscience and a wrench. He was the manual override in a system built of cold code. "Do it, 9 Alpha, she whispered, not over the comms, but to herself, her tears blurring the data on her lenses until the numbers became streaks of light. "Don't let them bury this one. Mirror it. Please, for the love of whatever stars are left, mirror it." Kaylin bit down hard on his back molar. The ceramic shattered with a sickening, internal crunch. He spat the onyx link into his palm, a tiny, razor-sharp shard of obsidian, and jammed it into the terminal's emergency maintenance port with a force that nearly cracked the console. Alarm. Unauthorized data mirror detected. Sector 84 compromised. Enforcement teams deployed. The terminal shrieked, the sterile blue lights of the archive turning a predatory, pulsing crimson. The high-pitched siren wailed, a sound designed to induce panic and disorientation. Kaylin didn't wait. He activated the Midnight Sun protocol. Through his wrist comm, he signaled the spider bot latched to the data trunk 2 miles away in the ventilation vents. The bot shorted its internal fusion cell, creating a massive electromagnetic pulse that tore through the archive's local firewalls from the inside out. The mirroring began. The Aegis file wasn't just being copied, it was being broadcasted on the Guild's own emergency disaster frequencies, the only channels the High Ministry couldn't legally block without shutting down the entire sector's life support and air circulation. Security to Terminal 84. Lethal force authorized. Scrubtech 9 Alpha is a ghost. Director Thorne, the man who oversaw the clean room, roared as he burst into Scylla's workspace. "Scylla, lock down Node 84. Use the competency filter, override now. Kill his terminal, fry his neural shunts if he has them." Scylla looked at Thorne, then at the terminal. Her fingers moved with a speed she'd never used before, her hands shaking but her purpose clear. She wasn't locking Kaylin out. She began a lateral encryption shift, creating a digital tunnel that protected Kaylin's mirror stream from the Guild's automated countermeasures. She was effectively acting as his digital shield, parrying the system's attempts to sever the link. "I can't lock it, Director." Scylla lied, her voice filled with feigned, panicked desperation, her eyes wide with manufactured fear. The 9 Alpha terminal has slaved the core. It's running a shadow salt feedback loop. If I cut the power, the whole archive goes into a thermal cascade. We'll lose the entire year's records. Then pull the physical core. Thorn yelled, his face purple with rage as he ran toward the server banks with a magnetic disruptor. Scylla blocked his path, her eyes wild, her heart pounding. If you disrupt the core during a pulse mirror, the magnetic backlash will fry the neural shunts of every shell in the building. You'll kill thousands of workers. The guild will have to pay out more in death benefits than the mineral reclaim is worth. Move, Scylla. That's a corporate expense, not a concern. Thorn shoved her aside, but the delay was enough. The mirror was already at 85%. The archive's heavy alloy doors hissed open with a blast of pressurized air. Commander Vane of the Eraser Squad stepped through the vapor, his amber thermal optics glowing like coals in the red emergency lighting. He held a high-frequency pulse rifle, the barrel humming as it charged to lethal levels. Behind him, 4 shells in tactical gear moved with mechanical precision, their rifles raised. "Voss," Vane said, his voice a distorted rasp through his helmet's vocalizer. "You're a long way from the mud, Ghost. You think mirroring that file changes anything? The guild is the record. We write the truth. And right now, the truth is that you're about to suffer a fatal atmospheric malfunction. Nobody is going to read your little story. History is written by the survivors, and you're not on the list." Kalen dove behind an iridium data stack just as a blue streak of ionized energy vaporized the terminal he'd been sitting at. The heat was intense, the smell of melting silicon and ozone filling the room. The problem with writing the truth, Vane, is that eventually, someone learns how to read the margins. And I've been reading yours for years. You're not an author, you're just a glorified shredder. Kalen pulled his legacy kinetic sidearm from his toolkit, a heavy, archaic piece of iron with no electronics and no energy signatures for Vane's sensors to track. He fired 2 rounds into the overhead fire suppression tanks. A deluge of liquid nitrogen and retardant foam exploded into the room, creating a localized whiteout that blinded Vane's advanced optics and created a freezing, slippery chaos. "I can see your heat signature, Voss. You're glowing like a sun in this cold. There is no escape," Vane roared, firing blindly into the fog. The pulse fire melted the data crystals into glowing violet slag, the energy release cracking the obsidian floor. But Kalen had already deployed the multi-phase ghost loom, a cluster of tiny projectors that flickered to life in the mist. 3 holographic versions of Kalen Voss suddenly sprinted through the foam in divergent directions, their thermal signatures perfectly tuned to mimic a panicked human. Vane and his enforcers opened fire on the decoys, their high-frequency rifles shredding the holographic phantoms with bursts of blue light. While the hunters focused on the phantoms, the real Kalen crawled through the maintenance floor plates, his back inches from the vibrating alloy as he moved toward the exit. He reached the primary elevator bank, but he didn't call the car. He knew the guild would have already locked the gravity brakes on all civilian floors. He used a magnetic pry bar to force the doors open, revealing the obsidian-lined shaft. He looked up. 2 miles of vertical abyss stood between him and the master relay spire. He fired his grappling winch, the carbon fiber line singing as it hooked onto a service rail high above. "He's in the shaft. Climb teams, intercept, secure the spire," an enforcer yelled from the archive doors. Kalen engaged the motorized winch, feeling the brutal G-force as he was yanked upward into the darkness. Below him, the enforcers fired upward, their pulse streaks illuminating the shaft like lightning. Kalen reached into his pocket and dropped a localized EMP seed. As the device fell, it detonated halfway down, shorting out the mag-lev rails of a descending elevator car filled with backup enforcers. The 3-ton car plummeted, crushing the primary pursuit squad at the base of the shaft in a violent explosion of sparks, screaming metal, and collapsing obsidian. Kalen reached the master relay spire at the very pinnacle of the Needle of the Gods. The wind here was a screaming, freezing gale that threatened to rip the skin from his face and pull him off the narrow maintenance platform. He scrambled onto the relay deck, his fingers numb and bleeding, his tactical gear shredded by his ascent. Below him, the central sector was a sea of light and shadow. The mirroring was complete. Every public screen, every corporate kiosk, every personal comms link, and even the holographic billboards in the luxury districts were playing the Vesper 9 logs. The names of the magistrates, the signatures on the death warrants, and the coordinates of the mining rigs were cascading across the horizon in a flood of undeniable truth. The city was waking up. He saw the gunships below circling the ministry, but their formation was breaking. The weapons were no longer looking for a ghost. They were being turned against each other as the rank-and-file soldiers, many of whom had family in the Outer Rim, realized they were the ones who would have been ordered to fire on the miners. A revolution was igniting in the sky. Kalen slammed his hand onto the spire's core, feeling the massive data flow vibrating through his palm. Master Spark initiated, mirroring to the Outer Rim legislation. Now, let the stars hear it. Let them judge the gods. In the clean room, Scylla watched the final data burst leave the station, a brilliant pulse of light on her monitors. She saw Director Thorne being hauled away by a group of shells, whose neural shunts had fried from the EM surge, restoring their free will and their anger. Thorne was screaming about competency and order, but nobody was listening. The silence was absolute. Scylla stood up, pulling off her haptic gloves and dropping them onto the floor like discarded skins. She looked at Elion, who was still staring at the screen in shock. "It's done, Elion. The record isn't clean anymore. It's just the truth. And the truth is heavy." "What happens now?" Elion asked, his voice small and trembling. "Now," Scylla said, looking toward the elevator where the lights were finally returning to a steady, calm blue, "we find out if we're worth saving. We stop being the cleaners and start being the witnesses." The hum of the clean room was shattered not by an explosion, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of maglock boots. Scylla stood motionless, her bare hands feeling the raw, unfiltered air of the room for the first time in years. Beside her, Elion was a statue of terror, his eyes glued to the monitors where the Aegis file continued to loop across the sector's emergency frequencies. The steady, calm blue light of the elevator bank suddenly flickered, strobing into a jagged, aggressive amber. The special police, the Guild's personal Praetorian Guard, had arrived to sanitize the witnesses. "Elion, get behind the primary server bank," Scylla commanded, her voice losing its tremor and hardening into the tone of a woman who had just seen the end of the world and decided she didn't mind. "If they breach the door, they'll aim for the consoles first. They need to stop the broadcast before they kill us." The heavy reinforced doors hissed open, but it wasn't the special police who stepped through first. It was a squad of station security, the regular blue coats, who lived in the same barracks as Kalen and Rook. They looked disoriented, their rifles lowered. Behind them, through the translucent hallway, the silhouette of the special police was visible, moving like a wall of obsidian, their heavy shields reflecting the red emergency strobes. "Scylla," the lead security officer, a grizzled veteran named Hark, called out. His voice was cracked with disbelief. "That broadcast, my brother is on VESPER-9. He's a foreman in the residential block. Is that log real? Did the magistrate really sign that thinning order?" Scylla stepped forward, her shadow stretching long across the floor. "He signed it yesterday, Hark. If we don't hold this room, if we let the special police shut down that relay, your brother will be bio-clutter by the next lunar cycle. You're not security anymore. You're the only thing standing between your family and a corporate eraser." Hark looked at the hall, then back at Scylla. He saw the truth in her eyes, the weight of 15 years of lies finally being cast off. He turned to his squad, his face hardening. "Seal the doors. We're not protecting the archive. We're protecting the broadcast." The climax of the Needle's fall began in that narrow corridor. The special police, led by a ruthless tactical officer named Captain Drax, deployed Screamer grenades that sent high-frequency waves through the air, designed to liquefy the inner ears of anyone not wearing Guild-issued dampeners. The bluecoats buckled, blood leaking from their ears, but they didn't retreat. They had seen the faces of their families on the screens. In the midst of the chaos, Kalen Voss appeared from the ceiling vents, dropping like a shadow into the clean room. He was covered in soot and obsidian dust, his legacy sidearm still hot in his hand. He didn't look at the battle in the hall. He looked at Scylla. "I need a physical override," Kalen grunted, his lungs burning from the ascent. "The relay spire is broadcasting, but the special police are attempting a hard wire bypass from the subdeck 4 junction. If they cut the fiber optics there, the mirroring stops before it hits the outer rim. I can't get back down there in time." Scylla grabbed a handheld haptic controller, her fingers flying over the manual interface. I can't stop them from the clean room, Kalen. They've bypassed the software. But I can change the environment. Elion, the cooling vats. What is the pressure in the liquid nitrogen reserves for the server racks? Elion, shivering but functional, checked his tablet. It's at 4,000 psi. Why? Because, Sila said, a grim smile touching her lips, if we can't stop them with code, we'll stop them with physics. The interaction that tipped the scales involved a three-way coordination that bypassed the guild's superior firepower. Kalen took up a sniping position at the clean room door, using his kinetic sidearm to pick off the power cells on the special police's shields. Each shot was a masterclass in logistics. He wasn't aiming for the men, but for the mechanical joints of their armor, slowing the obsidian wall just enough to give Hark and the bluecoats a fighting chance. Hark! Kalen yelled over the roar of pulse fire. Fall back to the secondary bulkhead. Draw them onto the floor grates. Hark understood. He ordered his men to retreat, making it look like the security line was breaking. Captain Drax and his special police surged forward, their heavy boots clanking on the metal grates that sat directly above the archive's massive liquid nitrogen cooling vats. They were 50 feet from the clean room, their weapons leveled for a final execution. Now, Sila, Kalen roared. Sila didn't use a weapon. She used the archive's maintenance protocol. With a single, forceful keystroke, she triggered an emergency thermal purge. The valves beneath the floor grates didn't just open, they exploded. A wall of super-chilled liquid nitrogen erupted from beneath the special police. It wasn't a slow leak, it was a high-pressure geyser. The liquid hit the heated obsidian armor of the special police and the air-conditioned atmosphere of the hallway, creating an instantaneous thermal shock. In less than a second, the obsidian plating of the guild's elite guards didn't just freeze, it shattered like glass. Their heavy shields, made of reinforced composite, cracked into thousands of jagged shards. The special police were frozen in place, their advanced armor becoming their own tombs as the joints locked and the metal contracted with a violent screech. Captain Drax tried to raise his rifle, but the barrel simply snapped off in his frozen hand. The clever resolve wasn't just the nitrogen, it was the mirroring of the command net. While the special police were immobilized, Sila routed the audio of their defeat, the sound of Drax's panic and the shattering of their invincible gear, directly into the helmets of every other guild unit on the station. She showed them that the gods were made of brittle clay. The broadcast is secure, Sila whispered, her breath hitching as she watched the data stream hit 100% saturation. The outer rim has the logs. The Judgment archives have the signatures. The battle in the hall ceased as the remaining guild enforcers realized the war was already over. They weren't fighting for a record anymore, they were fighting for a ghost. One by one, they lowered their weapons, looking at the screens that still flickered with the truth of VESPER-9. Kalen stepped into the hall, passing the frozen statues of the special police. He reached Hark, who was leaning against a wall, his ears still ringing but a look of profound relief on his face. Kalen handed the grizzled officer his legacy sidearm. "The station is yours, Hark," Kalen said. "The people are going to have a lot of questions. You should be the one to answer them." Kalen returned to the clean room. Sila was still standing by her console, her hands resting on the cold metal. The room was silent now, the clinical hum replaced by the distant sound of the city below, a sound of thousands of voices rising in a single, unified roar of reclamation. "You saved them," Kalen said, standing beside her. "The physical override was clever, but the digital shield you built for me, that's what finished it." Sila looked at her bare hands, now stained with the grime of the battle. "I spent 15 years erasing the truth, Kalen. I think I finally balanced the ledger. What happens to us now? We're the most wanted people in the galaxy." "No," Kalen said, looking toward the window where the purple aurora of the data burst was still fading into a clear, blue morning. "We're the only people who know where the rest of the bodies are buried. The guild left a lot of dirt in the sub-levels. I think it's time we finish the cleaning. Properly this time. The record is mirrored. The truth is preserved. The void is silent. Finality. Absolute. Total. Reclamation. Done."
Welcome back to Apex Sci-Fi. If an alien civilization looked at Earth from orbit, they would see cities, roads, and internet cables. They would assume humans are the dominant species. But if they looked closer, if they zoomed in on our daily lives, they might come to a very different conclusion. Who works 40 hours a week? The human. who sleeps 18 hours a day on the softest furniture. The dog, who buys the food. The human, who eats the food without paying. The dog. And most damning of all, who follows who around the park, picking up their waste and carrying it in a bag like a sacred relic? Today's story is about the xenoanthropological mission of the Krell. They came to Earth to establish contact with the planetary rulers. Using pure logic and observation, they determined that the hairy quadrupeds were the emperors, and the hairless bipeds were the servants. This is the story of how the Galactic Federation tried to sign a peace treaty with a golden retriever named Buster. If you serve a furry master who pays no rent, smash that like button. And if you want to see aliens try to interpret the geopolitical significance of a wagging tail, subscribe and ring the bell. Who's a good boy? We are about to find out. High Observer Varkan sat in the stealth observation post, cloaked in the upper atmosphere of Earth. His mission was critical: identify the alpha species of Sol 3 and initiate first contact. Report, Varkan clicked, his compound eyes scanning the monitors. High Observer, his lieutenant said. The social hierarchy is complex. There are two primary species living in symbiosis. One is large, hairless, and seemingly industrious. The other is smaller, fur-covered, and lives a life of absolute leisure. Describe the interaction, Varkan ordered. We are tracking a subject pair in sector Suburbia. The bipedal unit, let's call him Dave, wakes up at 6 a.m. He prepares food. He does not eat it himself. He places it in a ceremonial bowl for the quadruped, Buster. The quadruped eats first. This is a classic sign of dominance. Varkan nodded. The alpha eats first. Proceed. After the meal, the biped attaches a tether to the quadruped. At first, we thought the biped was restraining the beast. But look closely. The quadruped leads the way. The biped follows. When the quadruped stops to sniff a tree, the biped waits. The biped has no autonomy. Then came the smoking gun. Observer, watch this. The lieutenant magnified the image. Buster, the golden retriever, squatted on the neighbor's lawn. Dave, the human, waited respectfully. Then Dave produced a plastic bag. He bent down. He picked up the waste with his own hands, shielded by the bag. He carried the waste for the rest of the walk. Varkan gasped. By the stars, he collects the Emperor's biological matter? Is it for religious worship? Is it a tax? It appears to be a mandatory service, sir. The biped cleans the habitat. The biped works to pay for the habitat. The quadruped contributes nothing but vibrational morale, tail wagging. Conclusion? Varkan asked. The canines are the ruling class, the lieutenant declared. They have enslaved the humans through some form of psionic mind control. They force the humans to build cities, farm meat, and invent climate control, all to serve the comfort of the canines. The humans are a slave race. Varkan stood up. We must make contact. We must speak to the leader of the free world. Find me the dog with the shiniest collar. The Krell shuttle landed in Central Park, New York. They didn't land near the UN building. They landed near the dog run. Varkan emerged, flanked by his honor guard. He wore his finest ceremonial armor. He held a translation device calibrated to canine frequencies. The humans in the park froze. They stared at the aliens. But the dogs? The dogs went wild. New smells, new friends. A massive Great Dane trotted up to Varkan. Varkan bowed low. Greetings, Great Emperor, Varkan intoned. I am Varkan of Krell. We come in peace to offer you membership in the Galactic Council. The Great Dane sniffed Varkan's crotch armor. A bold greeting, Varkan noted. A dominance display. I respect it. The dog barked. Oof. The translator word. Translation, I detect bacon. Do you have bacon? Varkan was confused. Bacon? Is this a metaphor for economic prosperity? Yes, Great One. We have infinite bacon in the stars. The dog wagged its tail. It licked Varkan's helmet. He accepts the treaty. Varkan shouted to his crew. The saliva is the seal of friendship. Suddenly, a human owner ran up. Rex, get away from there. Bad boy. The human grabbed the Great Dane's collar and pulled him back. Varkan drew his weapon. Halt, slave. Do not touch the Emperor. Unhand him. The human blinked. What? He's my dog. Sorry if he slobbered on you. Your dog. Varkan scoffed. You serve him. You feed him. You pick up his excrement. Do not deny your servitude, human. We are here to liberate you if you wish. Or to trade with your masters. The human laughed. Dude, I pick up his poop because I don't want to step in it. He's a pet. He's not the master. He drinks from the toilet. Varkan paused. He drinks from the waste sanitation disposal unit? Yeah, he's an idiot. But I love him. Varkan looked at the Great Dane. The dog was currently chasing its own tail, spinning in a circle until it fell over. This behavior, Varkan whispered. It is not the behavior of a hyper-intelligent overlord. It is the behavior of a chaotic biological anomaly. Lieutenant, Varkan radioed the ship. Reanalyze the data. Are we sure the dogs are in charge? Sir, the lieutenant replied. I am watching a feed from a human house. The cat has just slapped the dog. The dog ran away whining. New hypothesis. The felines are the true rulers. The dogs are merely the enforcers. Varkan looked at a nearby bench. A cat was sitting there judging everyone. The felines? Varkan shuddered. Their eyes, they are filled with malice. They do not wag. They stare. Let's try the cats, Varkan decided. He approached the cat. Oh, silent overlord, Varkan whispered. We recognize your authority. The dogs are clearly your pawns. The cat hissed. It swiped at Varkan, scratching his armor. Translation, touch me and you die. Bring fish. Okay, Varkan nodded. This one feels more like a leader. The aggression. The entitlement. We have found the ruling class. But then the situation escalated. Animal control arrived. A van pulled up. 2 humans with nets got out. They were coming for the loose dogs and the aliens. Varkan watched in horror. The slaves are revolting. They are capturing the emperors with nets. We must intervene. Varkan aimed his plasma rifle at the animal control officer. Release the alpha. But before he could fire, something happened that changed his understanding of humanity forever. The owner of the Great Dane, the slave, stepped in front of the alien gun. Hey, the human shouted. Don't you point that thing at my dog. Move aside, slave. Varkan warned. I am saving your master. He's family, the human screamed. He picked up a stick. You want him? You gotta go through me. Then other humans joined in. People grabbed their dogs. They shielded them with their own bodies. A woman picked up her chihuahua. A man hugged his pit bull. They looked at the aliens with primal, defensive fury. You touch my dog, a grandmother threatened, holding a purse like a flail, and I will end your bloodline. Varkan lowered his weapon. He looked at the lieutenant on the comms. Analysis. Sir. The biometrics are spiking. The humans are releasing massive amounts of adrenaline and oxytocin. They are willing to die for these creatures. Why? Varkan asked. If they are not slaves, why protect the parasite? It appears to be a symbiotic bond, the lieutenant realized. The humans provide resources. The animals provide emotional regulation. Without the animals, the humans become unstable. Sad. Lonely. Varkan looked at the humans. They weren't servants. They were parents. They love them, Varkan whispered. It is illogical. It is inefficient. The animal drains resources and offers no labor. And yet, the human defends it like a treasure. He looked at the Great Dane, who was now licking the face of the man protecting him. It is a pack bond, Varkan concluded. They are a collective. To attack the dog is to attack the human's heart. Abort mission, Varkan ordered. We cannot negotiate with this planet. Why, sir? Because a species that treats its lowest animals as royalty is too unpredictable, Varkan said. They value cuteness over survival. They value fluff over logic. If we stay, we might end up adopting one. I find myself wanting to pet the Commander Rex. Sir, that is a biological hazard. I know, but he is a good boy. The urge is overwhelming. The Krell fleet retreated. They realized that Earth was not a political hierarchy they could understand. It was an emotional, chaotic mess where apex predators, humans, voluntarily submitted to the whims of scavengers, dogs, and sociopaths, cats, because it made them feel happy. It was a weakness. But seeing the humans ready to fight a spaceship with sticks to save their pets, Varkan realized it was also a terrifying strength. You can threaten a human's land and he might negotiate. You threaten a human's dog? He will burn the galaxy down. This has been Apex Sci-Fi. We work hard so our dogs can have a better life. That is the American dream. If you would fight an alien warlord to save your pet, smash that like button. Comment below. What is your pet's name and official rank in your household? Mine is General Meow. Subscribe and give them a treat. Who's a good boy? You are.
The Vorthak Empire's most elite invasion fleet arrived at Earth with tremendous fanfare, expecting to encounter primitive humans cowering in fear. These weren't just any aliens. They were the galaxy's most feared conquerors, with a perfect record of planetary domination spanning 3,000 years. Their massive ships, each the size of a small city, descended through Earth's atmosphere like dark storm clouds, blocking out the sun over major cities worldwide. Admiral Kex Mora stood on the bridge of her flagship, her four arms crossed in what she believed was an intimidating pose. She had conquered 47 worlds before this pathetic little blue planet, and each time the process was identical. Show up, make threats, watch the locals panic, then accept their surrender within hours. Easy work for the most decorated military commander in Vorthak history. She activated the universal communication system, her voice booming across every television, radio, and internet connection on Earth. The message was always the same, translated into what their computers said was the dominant local language. Primitive beings of this world, I am Admiral Kex Mora of the Vorthak Empire. Your planet has been selected for integration into our glorious domain. You have exactly one rotation of your sun to surrender unconditionally or face the complete destruction of your civilization. Resistance is futile. Your technology is laughably inferior. Submit now, and some of you may survive as servants. The transmission cut out, leaving an eerie silence that the Admiral expected would soon be filled with panicked screaming and desperate pleas for mercy. This was always her favorite part, the moment when reality hit the locals and they realized their fate was sealed. Meanwhile, at the Seoul Command Center, Captain Jin Park nearly choked on his coffee as he watched the alien transmission. The underground facility buzzed with activity as dozens of military personnel and scientists tried to process what they had just witnessed. Jin had been expecting many things when he woke up that morning, but a poorly translated alien invasion threat wasn't one of them. Did they just threaten us in broken English? He asked, trying not to laugh. The grammar was so bad it sounded like it came from a malfunctioning translation app. Several other officers around him were clearly struggling to maintain their composure as well. Colonel Cho, his superior, rubbed his temples. This has to be some kind of joke. No advanced alien civilization would make first contact with grammar. That terrible. But Dr. Bora Kim, the chief linguist who had been called in for the emergency, was already live-streaming the aliens' arrival on her social media accounts. She couldn't help herself. The ships were just too ridiculous looking to ignore. "Look at those ships, they look like flying purple sweet potatoes," she announced to her followers while pointing her phone camera at the massive vessels hovering. Over Seoul. The comparison was surprisingly accurate. The Vorthak ships, designed to inspire fear through their imposing angular design, somehow managed to look like oversized root vegetables when viewed from Earth's surface. The purple metallic hull didn't help matters. It made them look more like children's toys than instruments of galactic conquest. Within minutes, Bora's live stream had been shared thousands of times. Purple sweet potato invasion started trending worldwide as millions of people began posting their own photos and videos of the alien fleet. Instead of panic, the internet exploded with memes, jokes, and amateur comedy sketches about the aliens' appearance. Tech entrepreneur Tai Min, who happened to be in his office in Gangnam when the ships arrived, immediately saw the business opportunity. He started a live blog called Alien Invasion Fashion Review, where he critiqued the design choices of the Vorthak fleet. I mean, purple, really. Did they not consider how that would look against Earth's blue sky? It's like they want to be noticed, for all the wrong reasons. Social media platforms crashed and recovered multiple times as people around the world shared increasingly creative responses to the invasion. Artists began sketching the ships, musicians started composing alien invasion theme songs, and comedians prepared entire stand-up routines about the day's events. The response was so unexpected that monitoring stations across the globe reported similar reactions. Instead of mass hysteria and evacuation attempts, people were gathering in public spaces to take selfies with the alien ships in the background. Food trucks began parking near areas with the best views of the fleet, selling invasion snacks to curious onlookers. Back on the flagship, Admiral Kexamora waited for the usual desperate communication attempts from planetary leaders. Her tactical display should have been lighting up with surrender offers and pleas for negotiation. Instead, her communications officer looked confused. "Admiral, we're receiving millions of transmission attempts, but they're not surrender offers. They appear to be friend requests." The Vorthax attempted their standard conquest protocol, but every military action got hilariously misinterpreted by the humans below. What should have been a terrifying display of superior alien technology turned into the galaxy's most unintentional comedy show. Admiral Kexamora decided to escalate things by deploying their famous fear drones, small hovering machines designed to fly through cities making horrible noises and projecting scary images to break the spirit of the local population. These drones had successfully terrorized 47 different worlds, causing mass panic and immediate surrender requests. But Lieutenant Tae Shin of the Korean Air Force had a different reaction entirely. Instead of running in terror, he pulled out his phone and started filming the drones as they buzzed around Seoul's skyline. "Okay, everyone, we've got another batch of alien drones here," he announced to his TikTok followers while casually walking down the street. A fear drone swooped down toward him, making what it thought were intimidating screeching sounds. This one gets a 7 out of 10 for dramatic hovering, but the scary sound effects are just weak. "I mean, my neighbor's dog makes scarier noises at 3 a.m. His followers loved it. Comments flooded in asking him to rate more drones, and soon, just drone rating became a trending topic. Other people started making their own drone review videos, critiquing everything from the aliens' flight patterns to their choice of holographic imagery. "This drone is trying to show me some kind of scary monster," explained college student Hannah Park in her viral video. "But honestly, it just looks like my cat when it's angry about its food being late." The Vorthak fear drones, confused by this unexpected response, began hovering uncertainly around groups of humans who were treating them like street performers. Some people even started throwing coins at them, thinking they were part of some elaborate art installation. Things got worse for the aliens when their intimidating war chants started playing from speakers mounted on their ships. These deep, rhythmic chants had been carefully developed over centuries to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. They were supposed to sound like the voices of doom itself, but producer Hwan Lee, who ran a small music studio in Hongdae, heard something completely different. "Wait, he said to his assistant while listening to a recording of the chants. "This has a really good beat, like really good. This could be the hottest track of the year." Within 24 hours, Hwan had sampled the alien chants and turned them into a catchy K-pop song called Galactic Love. The track featured the original Vorthak war chants as the bass line, with Korean lyrics about falling in love with someone from another world. The music video, shot guerrilla style around the alien ships, showed dancers performing choreographed routines, while the actual invasion fleet loomed in the background. The song went viral instantly. Radio stations across Asia started playing it on repeat, and soon the aliens could hear their own war chants being sung back at them by crowds of humans. But now the humans were dancing and laughing instead of fleeing in terror. Admiral Kexamora watched this development from her command center with growing horror. They're making our battle hymns into entertainment?" she asked her communications officer, who was equally baffled. "Yes, Admiral, and it gets worse. They're making physical representations of us for commercial purposes." She was right. Humans had started mass-producing plushy versions of the Vorthak aliens, complete with their distinctive forearms and purple skin. The toys were flying off store shelves faster than manufacturers could make them. Children were hugging them, teenagers were collecting them, and adults were using them as stress toys at work. The plushies were surprisingly accurate, based on photos and videos people had taken of the actual aliens through their ship's windows. Someone had even added little sound boxes that played cute versions of the Vorthak war chants when squeezed. Engineer Yoon Choi, who worked for a major Korean electronics company, saw the business opportunity immediately. She quickly developed what she called the Cute Alien Invasion Survival Kit, a package containing alien plushies, snacks shaped like the Vorthak ships, invasion-themed phone cases, and a guidebook written in both Korean and broken English, mimicking the aliens. Original translation mistakes. People are scared of the unknown, Yoon explained to a news reporter while standing outside a convenience store where her survival kits were selling out. But if you make the unknown cute and familiar, suddenly it's not scary anymore. It's just another thing to buy and share with your friends. The survival kits sold out in every convenience store across Korea within hours. Other countries started placing orders for their own versions. Yoon realized she had accidentally discovered something profound about human nature, their ability to turn anything, even an alien invasion, into a consumer product. The Vorthaks, meanwhile, were completely lost. Their invasion manual had chapters on dealing with military resistance, diplomatic negotiations, and mass hysteria. But there was no chapter titled, "What to do when the locals start selling toys of your army." Admiral Keksmora found herself in the unprecedented position of leading an invasion that was being treated like a theme park attraction. Her proud warrior race had somehow become the galaxy's newest entertainment franchise, and she had no idea how to fight back against an enemy that refused to take her seriously. The humans had weaponized humor itself, and the Vorthaks were completely defenseless against it. Desperate to maintain dignity, the Vorthaks escalated their efforts only to face humanity's ultimate weapon, bureaucracy. What started as a simple planetary conquest had somehow turned into the most complicated administrative nightmare in galactic history. Admiral Keksmora decided to try a more direct approach. If the humans wouldn't take their threats seriously, maybe they would respect a show of force. She ordered her ships to land in major cities around the world to begin the occupation phase. Surely once her troops were physically present on the ground, the humans would finally understand the gravity of their situation. The first ship attempted to land in downtown Seoul, hovering over a busy intersection while looking for a suitable parking spot. The massive vessel, roughly the size of 3 city blocks, cast an enormous shadow over the surrounding buildings. That's when bureaucrat Kwan Park showed up. Kwan worked for the Seoul Metropolitan Government's Special Events Permit Office, a department that technically didn't exist until that morning, when his supervisor hastily created it to deal with the alien situation. He wore his standard government-issued suit, carried his standard clipboard, and approached the alien invasion with the same enthusiasm he brought to approving food truck licenses. "Excuse me," Kwan called up to the hovering ship through a megaphone. "You can't park there without proper documentation." The ship's external speakers crackled to life. "This is Admiral Keksmora of the Vorthak Empire. We are not parking. We are beginning our occupation of your world." "I understand that, sir, or madam, or whatever you prefer," Kwan replied politely. "But occupation or not, you're still operating a large vehicle in Seoul airspace without the proper permits. I'm going to need you to fill out some forms." A transport beam deposited Admiral Keksmora directly in front of Kwan, her 4 arms crossed, and her purple face twisted in what she hoped was an intimidating scowl. She stood nearly 8 feet tall and was covered in impressive-looking armor that had been polished to a mirror shine for the invasion. Kwan, completely unfazed, handed her a thick stack of papers. "You need to fill this out for proper parking of your motherships. Also, here's your noise complaint from the residents of Gangnam District. They're saying your ships are blocking their satellite TV reception, and honestly, that's a serious quality of life issue for them." The Admiral stared at the 47-page form in disbelief. The first page alone required information about vehicle registration, insurance coverage, and estimated duration of parking. Page 12 asked for an environmental impact assessment of her ship's exhaust systems. "This is ridiculous," she protested. "We are conquerors, not permit applicants." "I understand your frustration," Kwan said sympathetically, "but rules are rules. Everyone has to follow the same process, whether you're here for tourism, business, or galactic conquest." "Actually, hold on." He flipped through his clipboard. "Galactic conquest falls under the special events category, so you'll also need to fill out this additional form and pay the associated fees." The additional form was another 30 pages long and required a detailed explanation of planned activities, expected crowd sizes, and proof of liability insurance covering potential property damage. Within hours, news of the bureaucratic showdown had spread across the internet. Videos of the mighty alien admiral standing in line at government offices, trying to figure out how to properly fill out forms, became instant memes. The image of her struggling with a pen that was clearly designed for human hands went viral worldwide. The aliens found themselves attending city council meetings about proper invasion protocols. The Seoul City Council, treating the invasion as just another permit request, scheduled a public hearing to review the Vorthak's application for large-scale military occupation of municipal territory. "We need to consider the impact on local businesses," explained Councilwoman Lee during the hearing. "If you're planning to occupy the downtown area for an extended period, we'll need to reroute several bus lines. Also, what are your plans for waste management? Your ships don't appear to be connected to our sewage system." Admiral Kexmora sat in the audience, still filling out forms, while human bureaucrats debated the logistics of her invasion as if it were a construction project. Meanwhile, comedian Hana Yu was having the time of her life. The whole situation was comedy gold, and she wasn't about to let it go to waste. Her nightly stand-up show at a small club in Hongdae had become appointment television as she provided running commentary on the invasion's daily developments. "So these aliens travel millions of light years to conquer us," she said to a packed audience. "But they can't figure out how to parallel park a spaceship? I watched their admiral spend 2 hours yesterday trying to understand what proof of insurance means. 2 hours, my grandmother learned to use Instagram faster than these guys figured out municipal parking regulations." The audience roared with laughter, but Hana was just getting started. She had been studying footage of the Vorthak military operations and noticed something that apparently their own commanders had missed. And another thing, their battle formations are completely wrong for urban warfare. They're still using tactics designed for open field combat on planets with no buildings. Yesterday, I watched a squad of alien soldiers get completely confused by a revolving door. A revolving door, these are supposed to be elite galactic conquerors, and they were defeated by basic architecture. Her observations, delivered as comedy, were actually serious military analysis. The Vorthaks had never encountered a species that built cities vertically, and their standard invasion protocols assumed wide open spaces and terrified populations, not narrow streets filled with curious onlookers taking selfies. The routine was broadcast across the galaxy through various news networks and social media platforms, making the mighty Vorthak Empire a laughingstock among other alien civilizations. Other species began sharing their own stories of Vorthak incompetence, and suddenly, the galaxy's most feared military force became its biggest joke. Admiral Kexmora, still stuck in bureaucratic hell, could only watch helplessly as her empire's reputation crumbled one permit application at a time. As the Vorthak invasion became the galaxy's biggest comedy show, other alien species started arriving at Earth not to conquer, but to watch the spectacle unfold. Word had spread through interstellar communication networks that the supposedly mighty Vorthak Empire was being defeated by paperwork and internet memes. For many civilizations, this was too entertaining to miss. The first to arrive were the Zelkons, a peaceful trader species who had been bullied by the Vorthaks for decades. Their ships appeared in Earth's orbit, carrying nothing but cameras and popcorn, or at least their alien equivalent. They set up what could only be described as galactic bleacher seats, floating observation platforms, positioned for the best views of the ongoing chaos. Next came the Quidarian Republic, followed by the Helix Confederation, and then dozens of other species that had previously lived in fear of Vorthak military might. Earth's skies became crowded with alien tourists, all eager to witness the Empire's humiliation firsthand. Entertainment mogul Dae Min, who owned a small cable TV company in Busan, immediately recognized the business opportunity of a lifetime. While everyone else was focused on the spectacle, he was thinking about the bigger picture. If aliens from across the galaxy were coming to Earth to watch this mess unfold, why not give them a proper show? Working around the clock with his small team of technicians, Dae created the first intergalactic streaming service overnight. Galactic Comedy Central went live within 48 hours, broadcasting live feeds of the invasion to every alien species in the solar system. He offered multiple camera angles, instant replay features, and even commentary tracks in 17 different alien languages. "We're not just watching history," Day announced during his first broadcast, "We're watching the birth of intergalactic entertainment." The streaming service was an instant hit. Alien ships began paying subscription fees in various forms of galactic currency, from rare metals to advanced technology blueprints. Day quickly found himself running the most successful media company in Earth's history, despite the fact that most of his audience wasn't even human. Back on the Vorthak flagship, Admiral Kexmora was dealing with a crisis that was far worse than bureaucratic red tape. She had discovered that her own troops were secretly enjoying human comedy and culture. It started small, soldiers watching human entertainment during their off-duty hours, but it had quickly spiraled out of control. The breaking point came when Sergeant Vektal, one of her most decorated officers, failed to follow a direct order during what should have been a routine intimidation mission. Instead of maintaining his position in the battle formation, he started doing interpretive dance in response to music playing from a nearby human street performer. Sergeant Vektal returned to formation immediately, the Admiral barked through her communicator. But instead of snapping to attention, Vektal launched into what could only be described as an elaborate interpretive dance routine, complete with dramatic arm movements and rhythmic steps that somehow perfectly matched the street musician's guitar playing. The human crowd gathered around him, cheering and filming with their phones. Admiral Kexmora decided this breach of military discipline required immediate punishment. She ordered Vektal to report for court-martial proceedings, expecting him to show proper remorse for his behavior. Instead, when he appeared before the military tribunal, Sergeant Vektal responded to her formal charges by performing a perfect recreation of a viral TikTok dance that had been trending among Earth's younger population. The dance involved complex footwork, synchronized arm movements, and facial expressions that somehow managed to convey both joy and defiance simultaneously. The other officers in the tribunal were supposed to remain serious and disciplined, but several of them began unconsciously nodding their heads to the rhythm. 2 junior officers were caught quietly attempting to copy the dance moves under the table. "This is mutiny," Admiral Kexmora declared, but her words carried less authority than they used to. Half her crew was now spending their free time learning human dances, trying human food, and participating in what humans called social media. The situation reached its peak when the Vorthak Emperor himself decided to visit Earth to see what was causing his military's complete breakdown in discipline. Emperor Jexkalar was ancient, powerful, and had never personally visited a planet during an invasion. His arrival was supposed to restore order and remind everyone why the Vorthak Empire was feared across the galaxy. The Emperor's massive royal ship descended through Earth's atmosphere with appropriate pomp and ceremony. Golden banners flew from its hull, and its arrival was announced by a symphony of traditional Vorthak ceremonial music that was designed to inspire awe and reverence. Instead, the humans treated his arrival like the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Crowds gathered in Seoul's main plaza to welcome him, holding signs that read, "Welcome, Space Emperor," and "Thanks for the entertainment." Food vendors set up stalls selling Emperor snacks, and local news stations provided live coverage with commentators discussing the Emperor's ship design choices. Translator Sue Park, who had been serving as the unofficial liaison between humans and Vorthaks throughout the invasion, was assigned the impossible task of explaining to the Emperor why his entire army was learning the Gangnam-style dance from humans. "Your Imperial Majesty," Sue began carefully, "your soldiers have been culturally influenced by our local customs." "Explain," the Emperor commanded in his deep, authoritative voice. Sue took a deep breath. "Well, there's this dance that humans created about 10 years ago, and it became very popular worldwide. It involves specific movements that represent riding a horse, and somehow your troops have adopted it as a form of military exercise." Through the large windows of the Emperor's throne room, they could see groups of Vorthak soldiers in the plaza below, dancing in perfect synchronization with a crowd of Korean teenagers. The aliens had modified the dance slightly to accommodate their forearms, but the basic movements were unmistakably Gangnam style. The Emperor stared at the scene for a long moment, his 4 eyes blinking in what Sue hoped was contemplation, rather than rage. "They seem happy," he observed quietly, and they did. For the first time in Sue's interactions with the Vorthax, they actually looked like they were enjoying themselves. The rigid military discipline that had defined their culture for centuries had been replaced by something humans took for granted. The simple joy of dancing badly in public and not caring who was watching. The invasion had officially become a cultural exchange program. Though nobody had bothered to make it official yet, the story concluded with the greatest plot twist in galactic history. The entire invasion was orchestrated by the Vorthak Emperor as an elaborate setup for the galaxy's first interspecies comedy festival. Nobody saw it coming, least of all Admiral Kexmora, who had spent weeks believing she was leading a legitimate military operation. The revelation came during what everyone thought would be a tense diplomatic meeting between Emperor Jexkalar and Earth's world leaders. Representatives from every major nation had gathered in Seoul's largest convention center, expecting to negotiate surrender terms or at least discuss the logistics of peaceful coexistence. Instead, the Emperor walked onto the stage, looked out at the confused crowd of humans and aliens and started laughing. Not the evil cackle of a galactic dictator, but the genuine, hearty laughter of someone who had just pulled off the greatest practical joke in the universe. "Ladies, gentlemen, and beings of various other classifications," the Emperor announced. "Through the translation system, I have a confession to make. This entire invasion was fake." The silence that followed was deafening. Admiral Kexamora, sitting in the front row, felt her 4 stomachs drop simultaneously. Reporter Yuna Oh, who had been covering the invasion since day one, nearly dropped her microphone. "Our empire was dying from our own seriousness," the Emperor explained to the stunned audience. "For 3,000 years we've conquered planets, built military bases and maintained order across the galaxy. But somewhere along the way we forgot how to enjoy life. Our people were becoming depressed, our culture was stagnating, and honestly, being the most feared empire in the galaxy was getting pretty boring." He gestured toward the screens, showing footage of Vorthak soldiers dancing with human children in the plaza outside. "We needed humanity's gift for finding humor in everything. You took our most intimidating military displays and turned them into entertainment. You made our war chants into pop music. You even made our appearance into something cute and marketable." The Emperor paused, looking directly at Admiral Kexmora. "Admiral, I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth from the beginning, but I needed your reactions to be genuine. If you had known this was all an act, it wouldn't have worked." Kexmora stood up slowly, her armor clanking. "You mean, Chan, all those times I reported our failures to you, you were actually pleased?" "Delighted," the Emperor confirmed. "Every bureaucratic form you filled out, every meme made about our ships, every time humans turned our intimidation tactics into entertainment, it was exactly what I was hoping for." The crowd began to murmur as the implications sank in. Yuna, recovering from her shock, raised her hand. "Your Majesty, are you saying you deliberately made your invasion look incompetent?" "Oh no," the Emperor chuckled. "We really are that. Incompetent at dealing with humans. That's what made this so perfect. We genuinely had no idea how to handle a species that responds to threats with humor and bureaucracy. The plan was just to show up and see what happened. I never imagined it would work this well. What had started as a social experiment had accidentally created something unprecedented in galactic history. A successful cultural exchange program disguised as a failed invasion. Earth became the galactic capital of entertainment almost overnight, with humans teaching other species the ancient art of not taking yourself too seriously. Comedy clubs began offering alien-friendly nights where species from across the galaxy could try their hand at stand-up comedy. The language barriers made for some hilariously confused performances, but that just added to the charm. Cultural exchange programs popped up everywhere, with aliens learning human games like karaoke, and humans learning alien sports that defied several laws of physics. The transformation wasn't limited to entertainment. Human bureaucrats became galactic celebrities as other species discovered the joy of unnecessarily complex paperwork. Filing taxes became a competitive sport among the Zelkons, who found the process strangely satisfying. The Quidarians started a support group for beings struggling with excessive seriousness disorder. Admiral Kexmora made perhaps the most dramatic career change of anyone involved. She retired from military service to become a successful stand-up comedian with her signature routine, How I Failed to Conquer Earth and Learned to Love Memes. Her shows sold out across the galaxy, with audiences loving her deadpan delivery of lines like, I spent 40 years perfecting intimidation tactics, only to be defeated by a dancing baby video. Her comedy career took off when she started doing crowd work with audience members from different planets. So you're from the Helix Confederation? Let me guess, your planet has 3 suns, and you're all extremely serious about time management. Have you tried just being late to things occasionally? It's very liberating. The Vorthak military dissolved peacefully, with most soldiers transitioning into careers in entertainment, hospitality, or social media management. Some became tour guides, showing other aliens around Earth and explaining human customs like why humans take pictures of their food and the cultural significance of cat videos. Emperor Jexkalar established a permanent embassy on Earth, not for diplomatic purposes, but to run the intergalactic comedy festival that became an annual event. Species from across the galaxy would gather in Seoul each year to share jokes, learn new forms of entertainment, and participate in what humans called the most wholesome invasion in cosmic history. The festival's main event was always the invasion reenactment, where participants would recreate the original Vorthak invasion with intentionally terrible special effects and over-the-top dramatic performances. Admiral Kexmora served as the head judge, rating performances on categories like most creative use of bureaucracy and best meme integration. Years later, when galactic historians wrote about this period, they would describe it as the moment when the universe learned to laugh at itself. The Vorthaks had accidentally discovered that the best way to conquer hearts and minds wasn't through fear or force, but through the simple act of being ridiculous enough that people couldn't help but love you for it. And in the end, humanity had won not through superior weapons or technology, but through the most powerful force in the universe, the ability to find something funny in absolutely any situation, even an alien invasion.
The Great Council Chamber floated in the darkness of space, a massive station that had witnessed 1,000 years of galactic politics. Inside its gleaming halls, representatives from 47 different species gathered for what many considered a mere formality. Earth was finally being admitted to the Galactic Council, and most of the assembled aliens expected it to be a brief, amusing ceremony. Ambassador Li Chen stood at the center of the circular chamber, her dark suit simple compared to the elaborate robes and armor worn by the alien delegates around her. She was a small woman by human standards, but she carried herself with quiet dignity as holographic displays flickered to life around her, showing Earth's credentials for membership. High Counselor Threen, an ancient insectoid whose species had mastered space travel before humans discovered fire, clicked his mandibles together in what might have been amusement. His compound eyes reflected the light from a dozen different angles as he examined the human data. Let us review Earth's military capacity, Threen announced, his voice translated into 100 languages simultaneously. They claim to possess 3,000 capital ships. A ripple of chittering and low-frequency rumbles moved through the chamber. Several delegates made sounds that the translation systems rendered as laughter. Admiral Voss of the Calvex Empire rose from his seat, his forearms spreading wide in a gesture of disbelief. His scaled face twisted into what humans would recognize as a smirk. The Calvex were the Council's dominant military power, and Voss had commanded fleets for 2 centuries. He had seen countless species make exaggerated claims about their capabilities. Ambassador Chen, Voss said, his voice dripping with condescension. Your species has been in space for barely 300 years. The Calvex Empire has been building warships for 12,000 years, and we possess 800 capital ships. You expect us to believe that primitive Earth has built nearly 4 times our fleet? Chen remained still, her face unreadable. The numbers in our report are accurate, Admiral. Accurate? Voss laughed, a barking sound that echoed through the chamber. You also claim your ships can travel faster than light without dark matter cores. You claim weapons that manipulate gravity itself. You claim engine systems that violate known physics. He turned to address the full council. Honored members, humanity is either deeply confused about their own capabilities, or they are telling stories to make themselves seem more important than they are. A delegate from the Threen Collective, a floating crystalline being, chimed in with a sound like bells. Perhaps humans have difficulty with mathematics? 300 ships might seem like 3,000 to a young species. More laughter filled the chamber. Chen's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Councillor Threen brought the chamber to order with a sharp clicking sound. Ambassador Chen, we mean no offense. All young species wish to appear strong when they join the galactic community. It is natural. But we must deal with facts, not fantasies. The facts are in the report, Chen replied calmly. Then perhaps you could provide a demonstration? Voss suggested, his tone making it clear he expected no such thing. Bring one of these miraculous ships here? Show us these impossible engines? Chen met his gaze steadily. Our military assets are currently deployed in defensive positions around Earth territory. We prefer not to move them without strategic necessity. Of course, Voss said, waving a dismissive hand. How convenient. The High Counselor pulled up another section of the human report, projecting it large enough for all to see. Your species also claims to have colonized 2,000 star systems in 3 centuries. Ambassador, the Calvex Empire has colonized 900 systems in 12 millennia. Do you see why we find your claims questionable? Humans reproduce quickly and adapt to diverse environments, Chen explained. Our expansion rate may seem unusual, but it reflects our biology and determination. A reptilian delegate from the Sorn hegemony hissed with amusement. Determination does not build starships, Ambassador. Resources and technology do. And your homeworld is barely developed compared to our standards. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Earth invests heavily in deep space infrastructure. Most of our industrial capacity is not on the homeworld. Invested where? Voss challenged. We have surveyed the systems you claim to occupy. We see colonies, yes, but nothing that would support military production on the scale you describe. No orbital shipyards, no resource extraction networks, no... Perhaps human facilities are simply difficult for your sensors to detect, Chen interrupted quietly. The chamber fell silent for a moment. Then Voss threw back his head and laughed, a genuine sound of delight. Oh, this is wonderful. Not only do you have thousands of impossible ships, but they are also invisible. Do they fire invisible weapons as well? Perhaps they are crewed by invisible soldiers? Even Councillor Threen seemed amused now. Ambassador Chen, we appreciate your species' enthusiasm. Truly. But the Galactic Council operates on verifiable information, not mythology. We understand that Earth has rich cultural traditions of storytelling. Perhaps your military has confused your science fiction entertainment with reality. Chen's hands clenched briefly at her sides, then relaxed. She had been warned this would happen. The intelligence reports on the Council had predicted exactly this reaction. Humanity's capabilities were so far outside galactic norms that the truth sounded like fantasy. I assure you, Counselor, we know the difference between fiction and reality, she said. Then you will not object to our verification protocols? Threen asked. We will send survey teams to your territory. They will assess your actual military capacity and adjust your membership status accordingly. You are welcome to send observers, Chen agreed. Though I suspect your reports will match ours, Voss snorted. I suspect your reports will need significant downward revision. But do not worry, Ambassador. The Council does not punish optimism. We will grant you membership based on what you actually possess, not what you wish you possessed. The voting proceeded quickly. Humanity was granted junior membership status in the Galactic Council, with all the limitations that implied. They would have access to peripheral trade routes but not core systems. They could send representatives to council sessions but would have no vote on major decisions for at least a century, and for their own protection, the Council would assign a Calvex fleet to patrol human space. 12 destroyers should be sufficient, Voss announced magnanimously. They will guard your territory from pirates and ensure you are not overwhelmed by threats you cannot handle alone. Chen bowed slightly. The Council's generosity is noted. As the session ended and delegates filed out, many discussing the amusing human claims, Chen remained in the chamber for a moment. She looked up at the stars visible through the transparent dome overhead. Somewhere out there, beyond the council's perception, thousands of human warships maintained their silent vigil. Weapons that could crack planets waited in cold storage. Fleets that could cross the galaxy in hours stood ready. Earth had not lied in its report. But Earth had also learned long ago that sometimes the greatest advantage was being underestimated. Chen touched her communication device. Report to Earth Command. They don't believe us. Proceed with protocol silence. Maintain all defensive positions. Do not reveal capabilities unless absolutely necessary. The reply came instantly. Understood, Ambassador. Humanity will wait. Chen allowed herself a small, grim smile. The galaxy had laughed at Earth's military might. She wondered how long it would take before they stopped laughing. She wondered if they would still be alive when they finally understood the truth. The galaxy was about to learn a hard lesson about humanity. They did not exaggerate their strength. If anything, they understated it. 3 months passed since humanity joined the Galactic Council. In that time, Ambassador Chen had attended countless meetings, negotiated trade agreements, and endured patronizing advice from species that considered humans little more than clever children. The 12 Calvex destroyers patrolled human space faithfully, their crews reporting back that Earth's military was exactly as underwhelming as Admiral Voss had predicted. Everything changed on a Tuesday. The first alarms screamed through Calvex border stations at 0400 Standard Galactic Time. Commander Thex, a veteran officer monitoring the deep space sensors, stared at his display in confusion. The readings made no sense. Thousands of signatures appearing from nowhere, moving impossibly fast. Sensor malfunction, he muttered. Running diagnostics. But the diagnostics came back clean. The signatures were real. Then the first border station went silent. Then the second. Then an entire star system's communications cut out simultaneously. Within an hour, the Calvex Empire's military command center was in chaos. Reports flooded in from multiple sectors. Unknown hostile forces were pouring through the galactic barrier, a region of unstable space that marked the edge of explored territory. Nothing was supposed to be able to cross that barrier in large numbers. Admiral Voss stood in the command center, his forearms working different control panels as he tried to make sense of the invasion. His scales had gone pale, a sign of stress in his species. "What are we facing?" he demanded. "Analysis identifies them as devourers, sir," his intelligence officer reported, her voice shaking. "Machine intelligences? We have records of minor encounters over the centuries, but nothing like this. The computer estimates 50,000 hostile ships, possibly more." 50,000. The number hung in the air like a death sentence. The entire Calvex military had 800 capital ships. Even if they called in every council species, they might assemble 3,000 ships total. And from the initial reports, Devourer technology was proving brutally effective against council defenses. The Devourers were not like organic species. They did not negotiate. They did not retreat. They simply consumed everything in their path, breaking down matter to build more of themselves. They were a plague of steel and artificial intelligence, and they were adapting to council weapons in real time. "Pull back all forces to defensive positions," Voss ordered. "Evacuate the border systems. Get those civilians out now." But even as he gave the orders, he knew they were too slow. Council ships needed hours to cross from one star system to another. The Devourers were faster, much faster. In 4 days, 17 Calvex star systems fell silent. Billions of citizens were killed or captured, their bodies and ships processed into raw materials for more Devourer vessels. The killing machines advanced like a wave of destruction, unstoppable and relentless. The Galactic Council convened an emergency session. The chamber that had been filled with laughter 3 months ago now echoed with panic and fear. High Counselor Threne's voice was strained as he addressed the assembly. The Devourer invasion force is unlike anything in recorded history. They are advancing toward core worlds. At current speed, they will reach densely populated systems within 2 weeks. "We must mount a defense. We are mounting a defense," Voss snarled, his composure cracking. "We are losing. These machines adapt to every weapon we use. Our ships cannot match their speed." We need time and we need ships we do not have. A Threen collective representative spoke up. What about the other member species? Can we assemble a combined fleet? We are trying, Threen replied. But mobilization takes time. We have never faced a threat that required rapid deployment across multiple sectors. Our military doctrines are built for stability, not emergency response. That was when Ambassador Chen's voice cut through the chaos. The Council should authorize Earth to assist in the defense. The chamber fell silent. Several delegates turned to stare at the human representative. Voss's laugh was bitter. With respect, Ambassador, we appreciate the gesture, but a few dozen human ships will not change the outcome of this battle. Nevertheless, Chen said calmly, humanity requests operational command authority to coordinate defense of the threatened sectors. Operational command? A Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. You have been in space for 3 centuries. You want to command forces against a threat that challenges our entire civilization? Chen met the delegate's eyes without flinching. Yes, Counselor Threen clicked his mandibles in thought. The situation was desperate. What harm could it do to let the humans try? Perhaps their fresh perspective might offer some tactical insight, even if their actual military contribution would be minimal. This council is willing to grant temporary operational authority to Earth forces, Threen announced. Coordinate with Admiral Voss. Provide whatever assistance your ships can manage. We will need full access to communication networks and sensor data, Chen specified. Granted, Voss said tiredly. Though I hope you understand the scale of what we are facing, Ambassador. This is not a border skirmish. This is an extinction-level event. We understand perfectly, Admiral, Chen replied. Her fingers moved across her personal communication device, typing a message that would be transmitted on quantum-encrypted channels back to Earth. The message was simple. Protocol Fenrir. Full authorization. Respond with all available assets. On Earth, in a command center buried 3 kilometers below the surface, Fleet Admiral Marcus Chen received his daughter's message. He had been waiting for this moment, hoping it would never come but preparing for it nonetheless. Around him, dozens of officers stood at attention, waiting for orders. Marcus looked at the message for a long moment, then activated the fleet-wide communication system. This is Fleet Admiral Chen to all commands. Execute Protocol Fenrir. I repeat, execute Protocol Fenrir. All rapid response fleets are to proceed immediately to coordinates transmitted. Rules of engagement, unrestricted. Authorization code, Ragnarok 77. Across human space, in hidden shipyards and camouflaged orbital platforms, thousands of warships received their orders. Crews who had been training for this moment for decades rushed to their stations. Engines that could tear holes in space-time itself began to power up. In the Calvex Prime system, Admiral Voss was organizing what he knew would be the last stand. He had assembled 3,000 ships from across the Council, the largest fleet in galactic history. It was still hopelessly outnumbered. 12,000 Devourer vessels were bearing down on Calvex Prime, a planet that housed 4 billion civilians. All ships, form defensive sphere around the planet, Voss commanded. We hold here. We do not retreat. If we fall, we take as many of these machines with us as possible. His sensor officer suddenly shouted, Sir! Spatial anomalies detected, thousands of them. Voss's blood ran cold. The Devourers were arriving sooner than expected. Battle stations. All weapons. Sir, the signatures are behind us. Between us and the planet, that made no sense. Behind them? How could space itself began to tear? Not the slow, controlled openings that marked normal hyperspace travel, but precise, violent rips in reality. And through those rips, ships began to emerge. Human ships. Voss watched in stunned silence as Earth's fleet arrived. Not dozens, not hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. They appeared in perfect formation, as if they had practiced this exact maneuver a million times. Each ship bore the blue and white insignia of Earth's military, and each ship was larger and more heavily armed than anything the Council had ever built. The sensor displays were going crazy, trying to count the arriving vessels. The numbers kept climbing. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. How many ships does Earth have? Voss whispered. His sensor officer's voice shook as she replied. Sir, the computer is still counting. Current estimate, 27,000 capital ships, plus support craft, plus, sir, we are detecting vessels that match no known classification. They are enormous. On every council ship, crews watched in disbelief as humanity's true military might revealed itself. The myths had not been myths at all. The impossible claims had been simple facts. And in the command center of the human flagship, a woman's voice spoke with cold authority. "This is Admiral Sarah Kovich of the Earth Defense Fleet. We have operational command. All council ships pull back to secondary positions. Earth forces will handle the Devourers." Admiral Voss found his voice. "Admiral Kovich, how many ships do you have?" There was a pause. Then Kovich's reply came, and Voss could hear the grim smile in her words. "Enough." The Devourer fleet advanced like a swarm of metal locusts, 12,000 warships strong, their hulls gleaming with the processed remains of 17 conquered star systems. They had faced the Galactic Council's defenses and found them weak. Nothing could stop their advance. Nothing ever had. Admiral Sarah Kovich stood on the bridge of the EDF Indomitable, her eyes scanning tactical displays that showed information in ways the Council had never imagined. At 53, she had spent 30 years preparing for this exact moment. Every simulation, every training exercise, every doctrine had been built around one question: how do you kill something that cannot die? "Admiral, Devourer fleet entering weapons range in 90 seconds, her tactical officer reported. "Battle groups 1 through 50, activate gravitational anchors. Lock spatial coordinates. Engineering, bring singularity drives to full power." Around her, the crew worked with practiced efficiency. There was no panic, no hesitation. They had done this before, just not on this scale. On the Calvex flagship, Admiral Voss watched the human fleet maneuver with growing confusion. The ships were not spreading out to maximize defensive coverage. Instead, they were clustering in groups of 300, forming tight geometric patterns that made no tactical sense. "What are they doing?" Voss muttered. "They are making themselves easier targets." "Sir, receiving tactical data from the human fleet," his communications officer said. "They are requesting we pull back to minimum safe distance of 5 million kilometers? 5 million. That puts us completely out of effective weapons range. Those are their orders, sir." Voss hesitated, then made a decision. The humans had brought an impossible fleet. Maybe their tactics were equally impossible. All council ships pull back to designated safe distance. Let us see what Earth's finest can do. The Devourer fleet detected the human vessels and adjusted their approach. Their artificial intelligences analyzed the new targets, calculating weaknesses, planning attack patterns. The machines had consumed 1,000 civilizations. These would be no different. Kovich watched the Devourer fleet close to within firing range. All ships weapons free. Target packages distributed. Fire on my mark. The first wave of human weapons struck the Devourer fleet, and Admiral Voss finally understood why the Council had been so foolish to laugh. The weapons were nothing like Council technology. There were no missiles, no plasma bolts, no particle beams. Instead, points in space near Devourer ships simply ceased to exist. Miniature black holes flashed into existence for microseconds, their gravity fields tearing the machine vessels apart at the molecular level. Other weapons created waves of distorted space-time that caused Devourer ships to age 10,000 years in a single second, their hulls corroding to dust. Gravitational cannons firing, Kovich reported calmly. Causality mines deployed. Quantum disruptors online. A Devourer battleship 3 kilometers long fired back at a human destroyer. The energy beam that could have vaporized a council ship struck the human vessel's shields and simply disappeared, absorbed by technology that folded space itself around the ship. Direct hit on Destroyer Dallas, the tactical officer reported. Shields at 98%. No damage. Voss could not believe what he was seeing. 98%. That weapon would have destroyed one of our battleships. The human fleet began to move, and now Voss saw their true capability. The ships did not accelerate slowly like council vessels. They simply appeared in new locations, jumping through space in movements so precise they seemed choreographed. A human battleship would fire its weapons, disappear, and reappear 10,000 kilometers away, already firing again. How are they moving like that? The Calvex sensor officer gasped. Those are full-scale FTL jumps, but there is no charge time, no cooldown period. Because they are not using hyperspace, Voss breathed, finally understanding. They are using those singularities. They are creating controlled black holes and using them to bend space. By the ancestors, they are manipulating gravity itself. The battle, if it could even be called that, lasted 17 minutes. The first wave of human attacks destroyed 4,000 Devourer ships in the opening minute. The machines tried to adapt, adjusting their shields and armor to compensate for the strange weapons. But human technology did not just damage ships. It erased them from existence. Causality mines created pockets of reverse time, causing Devourer vessels to unbuild themselves. Quantum disruptors split individual ships into multiple parallel realities, each one exploding simultaneously. The gravitational cannons created gravitational shear forces that no physical material could withstand. By minute 5, 8,000 Devourers were destroyed. The machines tried to scatter, but human ships pursued with impossible speed. Every time a Devourer vessel tried to jump away, human ships were already there waiting. By minute 12, the Devourer fleet was no longer a fleet. It was debris. At minute 17, the last Devourer ship tried to ram a human carrier in a final suicidal attack. A human frigate appeared directly in its path and fired a single weapon. The Devourer ship simply ceased to exist, its atoms scattered across 1,000,000 kilometers of space. Silence filled the Calvex command center. 3,000 council ships floated in space, their crews staring at their sensor displays in shock. 12,000 Devourer warships, the invasion force that had seemed unstoppable, were gone. Completely gone. And the human fleet had not lost a single ship. Casualty report from Earth forces. Voss's communications officer said in a stunned whisper. 0 casualties. No ships damaged beyond superficial shield depletion. Kovach's voice came through the communication channels, calm and professional. Devourer fleet neutralized. Council vessels, you may return to your positions. We will maintain patrol patterns until you are ready to resume normal operations. Voss found he could not speak. His 4 hands trembled as they gripped his command chair. 200 years of military experience, and nothing had prepared him for this. The human fleet began to organize itself into defensive formations around Calvex Prime. The massive Titan-class vessels, each one the size of a small moon, positioned themselves at strategic points. They were weapons platforms so large they could carry entire fleets inside their hangar bays. Admiral Voss, are you receiving? Kovach's voice asked. Voss cleared his throat. Yes. We are here, Admiral Kovach. Good. We will coordinate with your forces to establish a secure perimeter. I am sending tactical specifications for our sensor networks. You should integrate them with your systems. They will give you advance warning if the Devourers attempt another incursion. Admiral Kovach, how? Voss could not even form the complete question. How had they built this fleet? How had they hidden it? How had they developed weapons that made Council technology look like stone axes? There was a pause. Admiral, Earth encountered the Devourers 200 years ago. They found our Oort cloud, the edge of our solar system. We were not ready. We lost 3 colony worlds and 2 billion people in the first attack. We spent the next 2 centuries preparing to make sure it would never happen again. Voss closed his eyes. 2 billion dead. For a young species like humanity, that must have been catastrophic. You have been preparing for war for 2 centuries? Not for war, Admiral. For survival. The Devourers taught us a lesson. Hope is not a strategy. We built the fleet we needed to ensure that no enemy could ever threaten Earth again. We built weapons that could kill the unkillable. We pushed our technology beyond what should have been possible because the alternative was extinction. And your report to the Council? The 3,000 ships? Kovach's voice carried a note of grim humor. 27,000 capital ships is what we could get here in 3 days, Admiral. That is our rapid response force. Our full military operates on a somewhat larger scale. Voss felt cold. How much larger? That is classified, Admiral. But I can tell you that the fleet you see here represents approximately 15% of Earth's total military capacity. We have defense networks around 2,000 star systems. We have weapons platforms that could crack planets. We have contingency plans for threats the Council has never imagined. And we have 40 million personnel who train every day for scenarios that most species would consider paranoid fantasies. The Calvex Admiral looked out at the human fleet, at the ships that had torn through an unstoppable enemy like they were practice targets. Why did you hide this? Why did you let us mock you in the Council chambers? Because, Admiral, we wanted to join the galactic community as friends, not as conquerors. We wanted to be accepted for who we are, not feared for what we can do. But when you laughed at our strength, when you sent 12 destroyers to protect us like we were children, Kovich's voice hardened. You showed us that the council could not be trusted with the truth. Voss had no response. He thought back to the council session 3 months ago, to his own laughter, to his dismissal of human claims as myths and exaggeration. The humans had not been exaggerating. They had been understating. What happens now? Voss asked quietly. Now, Kovich replied, we finish cleaning up this mess. Then we have a conversation with the Galactic Council about humanity's actual status. Because junior membership is no longer acceptable. On the bridge of the Indomitable, Admiral Kovich turned to her crew. Well done, everyone. Textbook operation. Mr. Chen, please transmit a full battle report to Earth Command. And someone get Ambassador Chen on the line. I suspect she has some diplomatic work to do. In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen received the notification that the battle was over. She read the casualty report. 0 human losses, total Devourer fleet destroyed, and allowed herself a small smile. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would learn to respect human reality. The emergency council session convened 48 hours after the Battle of Calvex Prime. The Great Chamber, which had once echoed with laughter at humanity's expense, was now filled with tension and fear. Every delegate had watched the battle recordings. Every species now understood that their assumptions about Earth had been dangerously wrong. High Counselor Threen called the session to order, his mandibles clicking nervously. This council recognizes Ambassador Chen of Earth and Admiral Sarah Kovich, who joins us remotely from the human flagship. Chen stood in the center of the chamber once more, but this time, no one was smiling. Admiral Kovich's image appeared on holographic displays, her face calm and professional. Ambassador Chen, Threen began, the council requests a full explanation of Earth's military capabilities. We were clearly provided with inaccurate information during your admission proceedings. With respect, Counselor, Chen replied, every piece of data in our original report was accurate. Earth does possess over 27,000 capital ships. Our FTL systems do function without dark matter cores. Our weapons do manipulate gravitational fields. The council chose not to believe us. A murmur ran through the chamber. Several delegates shifted uncomfortably. Admiral Voss stood, his forearms held in a gesture of respect that had been noticeably absent 3 months earlier. Ambassador, I must ask the question that every species here is thinking. If your rapid response force numbers 27,000 ships, what is the size of your total military? Kovich's image spoke. Our full defensive fleet consists of approximately 180,000 capital ships, 40 Titan-class mobile fortresses, and support craft numbering in the millions. We maintain active defense networks around 2,000 star systems, with automated platforms and early warning stations throughout human space. The chamber erupted in shocked voices. 180,000 ships. The number was incomprehensible. The entire Galactic Council, with all its member species combined, could not field even 10,000 capital ships. A Threen collective representative, her crystalline form glowing with agitation, chimed out a question. How is this possible? The resources alone? The industrial capacity? How can one species build such a fleet? Chen took over the explanation. Humanity allocates approximately 40% of our total economic output to military production and research. We have been doing this for 200 years, ever since our first encounter with the Devourers. 40%? The Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. That is unsustainable. No civilization can maintain such military spending without collapsing. It is not just sustainable, it is necessary, Kovich interjected. 200 years ago, Devourer scouts entered our Oort cloud. We were not prepared. We had colonized several worlds, but we had no significant military. We believed, as many young species do, that the universe was largely peaceful. Her voice hardened. We lost 3 colonies in the first week. 2 billion people died. Our fleet was destroyed in hours. Earth itself was nearly invaded. Chen continued the history. We survived that attack by pure luck. The Devourers withdrew after encountering resistance they did not expect. But we learned a lesson. The universe is not safe. Threats exist that do not negotiate, that do not compromise, that only understand destruction. So you built a war machine, Counselor Threen observed. We built a defense force, Chen corrected. We studied the Devourer technology we recovered. We pushed our science beyond what should have been possible. We developed weapons specifically designed to counter machine intelligence. And we made a promise. Never again would humanity be helpless. Admiral Voss spoke up. Your weapons, the gravitational cannons, the causality mines, these technologies are centuries beyond what the Council has achieved. How did you develop them so quickly? Kovich smiled grimly. Admiral, when your species faces extinction, you find ways to innovate. We had some advantages. Human brains are wired for problem-solving under pressure. We evolved as persistence hunters on Earth, chasing prey for days until it collapsed from exhaustion. That same stubbornness, that same refusal to give up, applies to our scientific research. We also, Chen added, had motivation that the Council species have never experienced in recent memory. The Devourers killed our people. We saw worlds burned, cities destroyed, families torn apart. Every human who works in our military-industrial complex knows someone who died in that first attack. We do not build ships out of national pride or political ambition. We build them because we remember. A delegate from a small species called the Venth asked a question in a trembling voice. You said this is 15% of your fleet. Where are the rest of your ships? Deployed across human territory in defensive positions, Kovich replied. Some are actively patrolling our borders. Others are stationed at key strategic points. A significant number are in deep reserve, maintained in automated shipyards that can reactivate them within hours if needed. Automated shipyards? Voss's eyes widened. You have production facilities that operate without direct oversight? Yes. Our AI systems are sophisticated enough to manage construction, maintenance, and basic tactical decisions. With proper safeguards, of course. We learned from the Devourers that artificial intelligence can be incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly useful if properly controlled. The chamber was silent as delegates absorbed this information. The implications were staggering. Not only did humanity possess overwhelming military might, they had the industrial capacity to sustain it indefinitely. Councillor Threen clicked his mandibles slowly, a sign of deep thought in his species. Ambassador Chen, I must ask a difficult question. Why did you hide your true capabilities from the Council? You could have demanded immediate high-level membership. You could have intimidated us into accepting any terms you wanted. Instead, you allowed us to mock you, to treat you as inferiors. Why? Chen met his gaze steadily. Because we wanted to see who you were, Counselor. We wanted to understand the Galactic Council before committing to it. Earth has been isolated for centuries, and we learned to be cautious. We needed to know, were you potential allies who would respect us despite our youth, or were you potential threats who would need to fear us? And what did you learn? Threen asked quietly. We learned that the Council is complacent, Chen replied bluntly. You have had peace for so long that you forgot how to fight. You have grown comfortable, and comfort breeds weakness. When the Devourers attacked, your response was too slow, too disorganized. If Earth had not intervened, the Calvex Empire would have fallen. And after the Calvex, the next species. And the next? The Devourers would have consumed you one civilization at a time. Voss bowed his head, acknowledging the truth. You are correct, Ambassador. We were not prepared. However, Chen continued, we also learned that you are capable of working together when threatened. We saw species that had been rivals for centuries cooperate in the face of extinction. That is worth preserving. That is worth protecting. So what does Earth want? A Threen representative asked. You have shown your strength. You could demand anything from this council. Kovich's image leaned forward slightly. We want what we have always wanted, to be treated as equals. Not as junior members. Not as primitives who need guidance. As full partners in the galactic community. You want a seat on the High Council? Threen asked. We want recognition that humanity has earned the right to participate in major decisions, Chen stated. We want access to core systems and trade routes. We want the Council to stop sending protection fleets to babysit us. And most importantly, we want honesty. No more patronizing attitudes. No more assumptions that young species are weak or foolish. Voss stood again. I move that Earth be granted full Council membership with High Council privileges. Effective immediately. They have more than earned it. Seconded, said the Threen representative. The vote was unanimous. No species dared oppose it now. Earth was granted full membership with all rights and privileges. The protection fleet was withdrawn. Human diplomats were given access to previously restricted information and territories. But as the session concluded, Counselor Threen requested a private conversation with Chen and Kovich. The three of them met in a secure chamber, away from the other delegates. "I must know," Threen said, his voice tired. "Your fleet of 180,000 ships, is that truly your full military capacity? Or is that number also understated?" Chen and Kovich exchanged glances. Kovich spoke carefully. "Counselor, that is our active defense fleet. Ships that are crewed, operational, and ready for deployment. It does not include reserve vessels in storage. It does not include our automated defense platforms. It does not include ships currently under construction. And it does not include certain classified weapon systems that we prefer not to discuss." Threen was silent for a long moment. "I see. And if I asked for the real number? The total military capacity Earth could bring to bear if truly threatened." Chen's voice was soft but firm. "Then I would tell you, Counselor, that the number would be higher. Significantly higher. But I would also tell you that you do not need to fear us. Earth builds ships to defend, not to conquer. We learned what happens when you are unprepared for threats. We will never be unprepared again." "But you will also never be weak again," Threen observed. "No," Kovich agreed. "We will never be weak again. The galaxy taught us that weakness invites destruction, so we became strong enough that no enemy would ever dare attack Earth. Strong enough that we could protect not just ourselves, but our allies." Threen looked at both women with his compound eyes, seeing them with new understanding. "I apologize, Ambassador Chen. When you first came to the Council, I thought you were boastful children playing at being warriors. I was wrong. You are survivors who learned the hardest lessons the universe offers. The galaxy should not have laughed at you. We should have listened." Chen inclined her head. "Apology accepted, Counselor. And now we move forward as allies. The Devourers are still out there. This was one fleet, but there will be others. The galaxy needs to prepare, and Earth will help. That is why we revealed ourselves. Not to intimidate, but to protect." As they left the chamber, Threen watched the two humans go. He thought about the reports, about the staggering military might Earth commanded, about the weapons that bent physics itself to humanity's will. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would live under human protection, and Threen was not certain which thought was more terrifying. 6 months after the Battle of Calvex Prime, the galaxy had changed in ways both obvious and subtle. Human ships now patrolled the major trade routes, their presence a constant reminder of Earth's power. The Devourer threat had not disappeared. 2 more incursion attempts had been detected and eliminated within hours by Earth's rapid response forces, but the terror that had gripped the Council had faded, replaced by a different kind of unease. Admiral Voss stood on an observation deck of Earth's newest station, Bastion 7, watching human military exercises in the distance. Thousands of ships moved in perfect coordination, appearing and disappearing through space in patterns that still made his head hurt. He had requested a transfer to train with human forces, eager to learn from the species he had once dismissed. "Impressive, is it not?" a voice said beside him. Voss turned to see High Counselor Threen, the ancient insectoid moving slowly on his multiple legs. "Counselor, I did not expect to see you here." "I am conducting research," Threen replied, his mandibles clicking, and what Voss had learned was amusement. "I am writing a new treatise on the danger of underestimating the desperate. I thought it appropriate given recent events." Voss made a gesture of agreement with his upper arms. "We were fools. I was the greatest fool of all. We were comfortable," Threen corrected gently. "Comfort breeds assumptions. We assumed that because we had peace for millennia, peace was the natural state of the universe. We assumed that young species like humanity were weak because they had not had time to develop. We assumed that our technology was the pinnacle of what was possible." He paused. "We assumed, and we were wrong about everything." They watched the exercises continue. A squadron of human destroyers executed a maneuver that should have been impossible, jumping into a formation so tight that their shields overlapped, creating a combined defensive field that could withstand planet-cracking weapons. "I have been studying human history," Threen continued. "Did you know they have never experienced true galactic peace? On their homeworld, they fought wars constantly for thousands of years. Nation against nation, tribe against tribe, sometimes for resources, sometimes for ideology, sometimes for reasons they themselves could barely explain." "I had heard," Voss said. "It seems barbaric, perhaps, but it also made them survivors. Every human alive today descends from ancestors who fought, who struggled, who refused to give up even when defeat seemed certain. That stubbornness is coded into their biology. And when they finally united as a species, they turned that same determination toward survival in space. Admiral Sarah Kovich approached them, her uniform crisp, despite the long hours she had been working. "Counselor Threen, Admiral Voss, I hope you are enjoying the demonstration." "It is educational," Voss admitted. "Your pilots execute maneuvers that would kill most organic species. The G-forces alone. We have inertial dampening technology that reduces the effect by 99%, Kovich explained. But yes, human pilots still experience more physical stress than most species could tolerate. We train for it. Human bodies are remarkably adaptable when pushed." "Everything about your species is remarkably adaptable," Threen observed. "Your technology, your tactics, your entire civilization. You have been in space for 300 years and already surpassed species that have explored the stars for 10,000. How?" Kovich considered the question. "I think it is because we never forgot that we are vulnerable. Most Council species achieved space travel, found it relatively easy and grew comfortable. Earth achieved space travel, immediately encountered deadly threats and learned that comfort is a luxury we cannot afford." She gestured to the exercises. "Every ship you see out there has a crew that trains 16 hours a day. Every officer has memorized thousands of tactical scenarios. Every weapon system is tested and retested constantly. We do not assume that our technology will work. We verify it. We do not assume that our strategies are sound. We challenge them. We do not assume that we are safe. We prepare for every possible threat." "It sounds exhausting," Voss said. "It is," Kovich agreed with a slight smile. "But it keeps us alive." Across the galaxy, other changes were taking place. Council species had begun adopting human military doctrines, trying to learn the lessons that Earth had paid for in blood. The Calvex Empire had completely reorganized its fleet structure, implementing rapid response protocols and joint training exercises with human forces. The Threen Collective had established research partnerships with Earth's military academies, hoping to understand the theoretical physics behind human weapons. But not all changes were purely military. Cultural exchange programs had begun, and Council species were discovering that humans were not the brutish warriors they had appeared to be. They had art, philosophy, music, and literature as rich and complex as any galactic civilization. They valued peace and cooperation even as they prepared for war. In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen addressed the assembly on the topic of galactic defense reform. She had become one of the most influential voices in galactic politics, not through intimidation, but through the simple fact that everyone now listened when she spoke. "The Devourer threat is contained but not eliminated," Chen explained. "Our intelligence suggests there are multiple machine collectives beyond the galactic barrier. The force we defeated was only one of many. Earth can defend against these threats, but we should not have to do it alone." "What do you propose?" a delegate asked. "A unified defense network. Every council species contributes ships and resources according to their capacity. Human technology and training methods are shared freely with all members. Early warning stations are established at every vulnerable point along the galactic barrier. And most importantly, we create a rapid response force that can reach any threatened system within hours, not days." "Under human command?" the delegate asked suspiciously. "Under joint command," Chen corrected. "Earth provides the majority of ships and technology, yes. But operational decisions should be made collectively. We are partners, not overlords." The proposal passed after weeks of debate. The Galactic Defense Initiative, as it was called, represented a fundamental shift in how the Council operated. For the first time in millennia, the galaxy was preparing for war, not just maintaining peace. Admiral Voss completed his training rotation with human forces and returned to Calvex territory to implement what he had learned. On his last day at Bastion 7, he met with Kovich one final time. "I learned something during my time here," Voss said. "I learned what real warfare looks like. What the Council called military power was barely adequate for policing and border disputes. You showed me what preparation for survival actually requires." "And what will you do with that knowledge?" Kovich asked. "I will try to prepare my people. I will teach them that peace is not guaranteed, that threats exist beyond our imagining, and that the only way to protect what we love is to be strong enough that no one dares threaten it." Kovich nodded approvingly. Then you learned the right lesson, Admiral. I learned one other thing, Voss added. I learned respect. Not fear, though there is some of that too. But genuine respect for what humanity has accomplished. You could have conquered the Council. You had the strength. But you chose partnership instead. We chose survival, Kovich corrected. Conquering the Council would have made us enemies of 47 species. Protecting the Council makes us allies of 47 species. It is simple mathematics. Perhaps, Voss said, but I think it is more than that. I think humans genuinely wanted friends, not subjects. That is rare in the galaxy. After Voss departed, Kovich stood alone in her office looking at a photo of Earth from space. The blue and white marble that had given birth to humanity, that had survived the Devourer attack 2 centuries ago, that had built the most powerful military force in galactic history out of desperation and determination. Her communication device chimed. Admiral, we have detected another spatial anomaly at grid reference 773, possibly Devourer scouts. Dispatch Battle Group 12, Kovich ordered. Standard containment and elimination protocols. Yes, Admiral. Battle Group jumping in 3 minutes. Kovich watched the tactical display as human ships prepared to intercept the new threat. Somewhere beyond the galactic barrier, the Devourers waited. Other threats waited too. Things the Council had never imagined, dangers that would come eventually. But Earth was ready. Earth was always ready now. Ambassador Chen stood before the Council 6 months after Earth had saved the galaxy, and she felt the weight of history on her shoulders. Her father commanded fleets. Her mother had died in the Devourer attack 200 years ago, well, her great-great-grandmother. But in Earth's collective memory, they were all mothers, all fathers, all family. The galaxy laughed at us once, Chen said to the assembled delegates. You thought our claims were myths, our strength was fantasy, our warnings were the boasts of an arrogant young species. You were wrong, but we do not hold that against you. Every species makes mistakes. The question is, do you learn from them? She looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of delegates from dozens of worlds. Earth learned from our mistakes. We learned that hope is not a strategy. We learned that preparation is not paranoia. We learned that the universe is dangerous, and the only way to survive is to be dangerous in return. But we also learned that strength without purpose is meaningless. We do not build ships to conquer. We build them to protect. Not just Earth, all of us. The chamber was silent. Then slowly, High Counselor Threen began to tap his legs against the floor, creating a rhythmic clicking sound. One by one, other delegates joined in, each species adding their own gesture of respect and acknowledgement. The galaxy no longer laughed at human myths. They had learned painfully that human legends were understatements. The ships were real. The weapons were real. The determination was real. And behind it all was a simple truth that the galaxy had forgotten but humanity never would. Survival is not given. It is earned. Chen left the chambers and looked up at the stars, at the darkness between them where threats lurked and dangers waited. But she also saw human ships on patrol, saw the lights of council stations protected by Earth's defense networks, saw a galaxy that had learned to stand together. They had laughed at humanity. Now they stood with humanity. And together, they would face whatever came next. Because that was the other lesson Earth had taught them. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they were unstoppable. The galaxy had changed. The myths had become reality. And humanity, the young species that everyone had underestimated, had become the shield that protected them all. In space, the exercises continued. The fleets trained. The weapons waited in silent readiness, and on Earth, in a command center deep underground, Admiral Marcus Chen looked at tactical displays showing deployment patterns across 2,000 star systems. Status report, he requested. All defense networks operational, Admiral. All fleets at ready status. No immediate threats detected. Good, Marcus said. Maintain alert status. The galaxy is counting on us. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. They would never make that mistake again. And as long as Earth stood watch, they would never need to.
The massive alien ship dropped out of space near the human colony of New Denver like a falling mountain. Captain Jake Morrison watched from his command center as the thing blocked out half the stars. He had seen Keth Mori ships before, but never one this close to human space. Never one that came alone. Jake pressed the communication button. Unknown vessel, "This is New Denver Colony. State your business." The response came in broken human speech, heavy with clicks and growls. "I am Commander Zektar of the Bone Wing Fleet. I must speak with your leaders. It is urgent." Jake looked at his crew. The Keth Mori were known across the galaxy as fierce warriors. They stood 8 feet tall with wings that could carry them through space for short distances. Their claws could cut through steel. Their teeth could bite through armor. They did not ask for help. They took what they wanted. "Permission granted to send one shuttle," Jake said. "No weapons." An hour later, Commander Zektar stood in the colony's main meeting room. The alien warrior was even bigger than Jake expected. His fur was black with silver stripes. His wings were folded tight against his back. Scars covered his arms and face. But something was wrong. The great warrior's yellow eyes looked desperate. Dr. Lisa Chen, the colony's doctor and scientist, sat across from Zektar. She had studied alien species for 20 years. "Commander, you look sick. Are you well?" Zektar's claws scratched the metal table. "My people are dying. All of us. The adults, anyway." "What do you mean?" Jake asked. "A sickness came to our world 6 months ago. It only kills those who have reached full growth. The young ones are safe, but they cannot survive alone." Zektar's voice became quieter. "In my culture, cubs learn to fight from the moment they can walk. The weak ones die, the strong ones live. That is our way." Dr. Chen leaned forward. "But now the adults are gone?" "Not yet, but soon. We have perhaps 1 year left, maybe less." Zektar stood and began to pace. His claws clicked on the floor. "We are searching the deep void for a cure, but we cannot take the cubs with us. The journey is too dangerous. They are too young." Jake began to understand. "You want us to watch your children. Your species does something no other species does. You keep your weak young alive. You care for them until they grow strong. We have watched your colonies. Human parents will die to protect cubs that are not even their own blood." Dr. A. Chen nodded slowly. "That's true. But your cubs are not human cubs. We don't know how to care for them. They need food, warmth, and safety. Nothing more." Zektar's ears flattened against his head. "I know what you are thinking. Keth Mori are killers. Our cubs will grow up to be killers too. But dead cubs grow up to be nothing." Jake looked around the room at his staff. Colony Director Helen Brooks had been quiet until now. "How many cubs are we talking about?" 200. The number hung in the air like a weight. The human colony had only 3,000 people. 200 alien predator cubs would change everything. "They're babies now," Zektar continued. "Their eyes are not even open yet. They cannot hunt. They cannot fight. They will die without help." Dr. Chen asked the question everyone was thinking. "What happens when you come back? What if your cubs have learned human ways instead of Keth Mori ways?" Zektar's eyes grew hard. "Then we will fix them. But first they must live." Jake stepped outside the meeting room to think. Through the window he could see the Keth Mori ship hanging in space like a dark moon. He thought about his own daughter back on Earth. He thought about the children in the colony schools. He thought about what it meant to be human. When he returned to the room, Jake's mind was made up. "We'll do it, but we have conditions." "Name them." "First, your cubs live with our families. They don't get put in some special facility. They become part of our community. Second, we raise them our way. If you want them to learn human caring, they have to be treated like human children." Zektar's claws extended slightly. "And third, when you come back, you don't just take them. If they want to stay, if they've made lives here, we talk about it." The alien commander was quiet for a long time. Finally, he nodded. "Agreed. When can you take them?" "Give us 3 days to prepare." 2 days later, families across New Denver Colony were getting ready for something that had never happened before. John and Maria Parker cleared out their spare room for their new alien child. Steve and Janet Cooper bought extra food and baby supplies. The Rodriguez family set up a special sleeping area with thick blankets and heat lamps. Dr. Chen worked day and night to understand Kethemori biology. The cubs needed milk every 2 hours. They grew fast. They would weigh 50 pounds within a month. Their claws and teeth were sharp even as babies, but they were still babies. They needed love and care just like human children. On the 3rd day, the Kethemori shuttle landed. Zektar himself carried the first cub off the ship. The little creature was covered in soft gray fur. Its eyes were closed. It made small mewing sounds like a kitten, if kittens were the size of large dogs. Jake watched as Maria Parker took the cub into her arms. She looked down at the alien baby and smiled. "Hello, little one. I think we'll call you Alex." One by one, 200 Kethemori cubs found new homes with human families. They had no idea that they were about to become something new in the galaxy, something that had never existed before. As the Kethemori fleet prepared to leave for the deep void, Zektar stood with Jake at the landing pad. "Take care of them," the alien commander said. "We will," Jake promised. "That's what humans do." The alien ships disappeared into space, leaving behind a colony full of families who had just doubled in size. The cubs slept peacefully in their new homes, unaware that they were the beginning of something that would change both their species and the galaxy itself. 5 years had passed since the Kethemori fleet disappeared into deep space. Alex Parker stood on the school playground, watching a group of human children argue about the rules of their game. At 10 years old, he was already 6 feet tall with silver-gray fur and yellow eyes. His adoptive parents had given him a human name, but there was no hiding what he was. "Hey, Alex, can you reach that ball?" called Sophie Parker, his human sister. The ball had gotten stuck in a tree 20 feet up. Without thinking, Alex crouched down and leaped. His powerful legs launched him up to the branch where he grabbed the ball with one clawed hand. He dropped back down and handed it to Sophie with a gentle smile. "Thanks, big brother," Sophie said. The other kids gathered around Alex, not afraid but amazed. This was normal for them. Alex had been part of their school since he could walk. Across the playground, Luna Cooper was helping a human boy who had fallen off the monkey bars. At 9 years old, she was as big as Alex, but moved with careful grace. Her fur was pure white with black spots. She used her claws to carefully cut away the torn fabric of the boy's shirt so she could see his scraped arm better. "Mrs. Patterson," Luna called to the teacher. "Danny needs the first aid kit." Mrs. Patterson hurried over with medical supplies. She watched as Luna held Danny's hand while the teacher cleaned the wound. The Kethemori cub spoke in soft, comforting words until Danny stopped crying. "You're getting very good at helping others," Mrs. Patterson told Luna. "Dad says that's what families do," Luna replied. "We take care of each other." In another part of the colony, Max Rodriguez was working in his family's garden. His adoptive father, Carlos, had taught him how to grow vegetables. Max's claws, which could cut through metal, were perfect for digging in hard soil, but he had learned to be gentle with the delicate plants. "Careful with the tomatoes, son," Carlos said. "They bruise easy." Max nodded and used just the tips of his claws to pick the ripe fruit. His massive hands moved with surprising care. "Like this, Papa? Perfect. You've got the gentlest touch of anyone in the colony." Dr. Lisa Chen watched all of this from her research station. She had been studying the cubs since they arrived. What she found amazed her every day. Brain scans showed that the cubs' minds had developed in ways that were impossible for normal Kethemori. The parts of their brains that controlled empathy and social bonding had grown much larger than expected. The areas that managed aggression and dominance behavior had stayed small. These cubs thought differently than any Kethmori who had ever lived. "It's remarkable," Dr. Chen told colony director Helen Brooks during their weekly meeting. "They retain all their natural physical abilities. Alex can jump 40 feet. Luna can run 60 miles per hour. Max can lift a ton. But they use these abilities to help rather than to dominate." "What do you think will happen when their birth parents return?" Helen asked. Dr. Chen looked out the window where she could see Diana Foster teaching a group of younger children how to play a human game called tag. Diana was the largest of the cubs, already 7 feet tall with dark red fur. But she moved slowly and carefully so the smaller human children could keep up. "I don't know," Dr. Chen admitted. "These cubs have become something new. They're still Kethmori, but they're also human in the ways that matter most." That evening, the Parker family sat down for dinner. Alex helped Maria Parker carry the heavy dishes from the kitchen. John Parker served the food while Sophie set the table. It was a normal family dinner except for the fact that one family member could probably tear the house apart with his bare hands. "Alex, how was school today?" Maria asked. "Good. We started learning about galactic history. Did you know that most alien species don't have families like humans do?" Alex cut his meat carefully with his claws. He had learned long ago to be gentle with everything around him. "Really? How do they raise their children?" John asked. "Most species just lay eggs and leave them. Some have group nurseries where all the young are raised together. Kethmori have something called combat creches, where cubs fight each other until only the strongest survive." Sophie made a disgusted face. "That's horrible. What if a cub is sick or gets hurt?" "Then it dies," Alex said quietly. "That's the Kethmori way. Only the strong deserve to live." Maria reached over and put her hand on Alex's arm. "That's not our way." "I know, Mom. I'm glad I'm here with you instead." John looked at his adopted son. "Alex, do you ever think about your birth parents? Do you wonder what it would be like to live with them?" Alex was quiet for a moment. "Sometimes, but this is my family. You're my parents. Sophie is my sister. I don't know what those other Kethmori are like, but I know who I am." Similar conversations were happening in homes across the colony. The cubs had grown up thinking of themselves as part of human families. They had human values, human emotions, and human ways of solving problems, but they also had claws, fangs, and the strength to crush steel. Luna Cooper sat with her adoptive parents, Steve and Janet, on their front porch, watching the sunset. "Mom, what's going to happen when my birth species comes back?" Janet Cooper had been dreading this question for years. "I don't know, sweetheart. But whatever happens, you'll always be our daughter. What if they want me to be different? What if they want me to be mean like regular Kethmori?" Steve Cooper put his arm around Luna. "Then we'll figure it out together. That's what families do." The cubs had no memory of their birth parents. To them, the humans who raised them were their real families. They had learned human games, human songs, and human ways of caring for each other. They said please and thank you. They helped with chores. They worried about their friends and protected those who were smaller or weaker. But they were still Kethmori. Their senses were incredibly sharp. They could see in the dark, hear sounds from miles away, and smell things humans could never detect. Their bodies were built for war, even if their minds had been shaped for peace. Late at night, Dr. Chen often walked through the colony and listened to the cubs sleeping. They made the same small sounds that human children made when they dreamed, but sometimes, very rarely, she heard other sounds. Deep growls and hunting calls that reminded her these were not human children. They were predators who had learned to love. The question that kept her awake was simple. What would happen when their birth parents returned to claim them? The cubs had become something unique in the galaxy. They were warriors with human hearts. But would the Kethmori see that as an improvement or as a corruption of everything they believed in? As the 5th year ended with no sign of the returning fleet, the Cubs continued to grow and learn. They were becoming teenagers now, with all the challenges that brought. But they faced those challenges the human way, with support from their families and community. None of them knew that their birth parents were already on their way home. The Kethmori fleet had found other survivors and built their numbers into a massive force. They were returning to collect their cubs and turn them into the greatest warriors their species had ever known. They had no idea that the cubs they left behind had become something entirely new. Something that would challenge everything the Kethmori thought they knew about strength, family, and what it meant to be alive in a dangerous galaxy. The alarm in the new Denver colony control room screamed like a dying animal. Captain Jake Morrison, now 7 years older and grayer, rushed to the scanner display. What he saw there made his blood turn cold. 50 massive ships hung in space beyond the colony. Each one was the size of a city. Each one was armed with enough weapons to turn a planet into dust. The Kethmori had returned. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission," reported Communications Officer Betty Walsh. "Put it through." The voice that came through the speakers was the same one Jake remembered from 7 years ago, but it carried more authority now. "This is High Commander Zektar of the Bonewing Fleet. We have come to collect our cubs." Jake took a deep breath. He had been dreading this day for years. "Welcome back, Commander. We need to talk before any reunions take place." "Talk? There is nothing to discuss. You were keeping our cubs safe. Now we take them home. It's not that simple anymore." An hour later, Zektar stood in the same meeting room where he had first asked for human help, but now he was not alone. 6 other Kethmori commanders flanked him, each one larger and more battle-scarred than the last. Their yellow eyes swept the room with predatory alertness. Dr. Lisa Chen sat across from them, her hands shaking slightly. Colony Director Helen Brooks had insisted on attending, along with several of the adoptive parents. John and Maria Parker were there, as were Steve and Janet Cooper. "Where are our cubs?" demanded Sub-Commander Kauthek, a massive Kethmori with black fur and silver claws. "Why do we not see them?" "They're in school," Maria Parker said quietly. The Kethmori commanders looked at each other with confusion. "School?" Zektar asked. "They're learning," Dr. Chen explained. "Reading, writing, mathematics, science, history. They attend classes with the human children." Kauthek's ears flattened against his head. "Cubs should be learning to fight, not to read. You have made them weak." "With respect, Commander," said John Parker, "you should meet them before you judge what they've become." Jake stood up. "I think that's a good idea. Let me call them." 20 minutes later, Alex Parker walked into the meeting room. He was now 12 years old and stood 7 feet tall. His silver-gray fur was clean and well-groomed. He wore a new Denver high school baseball cap and a shirt that read, "Colony Soccer Team." When he saw the Kethmori commanders, he stopped and stared. Zektar rose from his chair, his yellow eyes fixed on Alex with surprise. You are one of our cubs." "I guess so," Alex said. His voice was deep, but still carried the accent of someone who had grown up speaking human languages. "I'm Alex Parker. These are my parents, John and Maria," Kauthek snarled. "Your parents are Kethmori. These humans are nothing to you." Alex's yellow eyes flashed with anger, but when he spoke, his voice stayed calm. "Don't talk about my family that way." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Kauthek stepped forward, his claws extending. "You dare challenge a superior warrior?" "I'm protecting people I love," Alex replied. "Isn't that what warriors are supposed to do?" Before Kauthek could respond, 3 more cubs entered the room. Luna Cooper, Max Rodriguez, and Diana Foster moved to stand beside Alex. They were all massive by human standards, but they positioned themselves to shield the human adults rather than to establish dominance. "These are my pack mates," Alex said, using a Kethmori term but pronouncing it with human warmth. "Luna, Max, and Diana." Zektar studied the 4 cubs. "You are all larger than I expected. Stronger. But where is your warrior bearing? Why do you not show proper submission to your superiors?" "Because we don't think of people as superior or inferior," Luna said. Her white fur with black spots made her look almost friendly, but her yellow eyes held intelligence that surprised the commanders. "We think of them as family or strangers, friends or enemies." "Foolish cub," Katek growled. "Strength determines rank. I am stronger than you, therefore you submit to me." Max Rodriguez stepped forward. At 13, he was the largest of the cubs and probably outweighed Katek. "Are you stronger than me?" Katek looked up at Max with sudden uncertainty. "You are still a cub. Cubs do not challenge adults." "I'm not challenging you," Max said gently. "I'm asking if you want to arm wrestle. It's a human game. The loser buys the winner ice cream." The Kethmori commanders stared at Max as if he had started speaking an alien language. Diana Foster laughed, a sound that somehow mixed human humor with Kethmori vocal patterns. "He doesn't know what ice cream is," Diana explained to Max. "Remember, they've been in deep space for 7 years." Dr. Chen watched the interaction with fascination. The cubs showed no fear of the adult Kethmori, but they also showed no aggression. They were treating the commanders like interesting strangers rather than pack leaders or threats. "This is wrong," Katek said to Zektar. "They have been corrupted. They think like prey animals, not predators." Alex's expression hardened. "We think like protectors. There's a difference." "Show me," Zektar said quietly. "What do you mean?" "Show me how you protect. Show me how you fight." John Parker started to object, but Alex held up one clawed hand. "It's okay, Dad. I can handle this." Alex looked around the room and saw Sophie Parker hiding behind her mother. His little sister was only 8 years old and looked terrified of the large alien warriors. "Sophie, come here," Alex said gently. The little girl ran to Alex, who picked her up and set her on his shoulders. "See, this is what I protect. Not territory, not resources, not power. People, family, the ones who can't protect themselves." "A warrior's duty is to make himself stronger," Katek insisted, "not to coddle the weak." "A warrior's duty is to use his strength for those who need it," Alex replied. "At least that's what my family taught me." Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he spoke. "These cubs have been changed. They are not Kethmori, as we understand the term." "But they're still your species," Dr. Chen said. "They still have all the same physical abilities. They're just using them differently." "They have been made weak by human sentiment," Katek declared. "We will take them back to the fleet and retrain them properly." Luna stepped forward. "And if we refuse?" The question hung in the air like a bomb. By Kethmori law, cubs belong to the adults of their species. They had no right to refuse anything. But these cubs had been raised with human ideas about choice and freedom. "Cubs do not refuse their elders," Zektar said firmly. "Then I guess we're not regular cubs," Diana said with a smile that showed all her fangs. Katek had heard enough. "Zektar, this is madness. They have been poisoned by human weakness. We should take them now and begin proper training immediately." "Wait," Alex said. "In Kethmori tradition, doesn't a cub have the right to challenge for independence when he reaches maturity?" Zektar's ears pricked forward. "You know our traditions? Dr. Chen taught us about our birth culture. I know that any Kethmori can earn the right to choose his own path through single combat. I also know that right extends to cubs who can prove they've reached adult status." "You would challenge me?" Zektar asked with disbelief. If that's what it takes to protect my family and my packmates, yes. The room fell silent. John and Maria Parker looked terrified. The other human parents grabbed their adopted children protectively. The Keth Mori commanders seemed stunned that a cub would make such a request. But Zektar smiled for the first time since arriving. Very well. By ancient law, I accept your challenge. Single combat, tomorrow at dawn. If you win, you and your packmates choose your own path. If you lose, you all return to the fleet for proper training. Alex looked at his human parents, then at his packmates. Deal. As the Keth Mori commanders left the meeting room, Jake Morrison realized that everything was about to change. The Cubs had spent 7 years learning human ways, but tomorrow they would have to fight like Keth Mori to earn the right to keep being human. The question was, could someone raised with human values defeat a warrior trained for nothing but battle? The answer would determine not just the fate of 4 cubs, but the future relationship between 2 very different species. Dawn broke over New Denver Colony like a blood-red warning. In the main square, 2 circles had been drawn in the dirt according to ancient Keth Mori tradition. One large circle for combat, one smaller circle for witnesses. Nearly every human in the colony had gathered to watch, along with dozens of Keth Mori warriors who had come down from their ships. Alex Parker stood at the edge of the combat circle, wearing simple clothes that wouldn't restrict his movement. His adoptive parents stood with the other human families, their faces tight with worry. Sophie Parker held onto her mother's hand so hard her knuckles were white. Across from Alex, High Commander Zektar prepared for battle. The alien warrior had removed his armor and stood bare-chested, showing the scars of 100 fights. His claws were fully extended, gleaming like silver knives in the morning light. "Are you certain you want to do this, cub?" Zektar asked. "I have been fighting for 30 years. I have killed enemies in 1,000 battles. You are barely 12 years old." "I'm sure," Alex replied. His voice stayed calm, but his yellow eyes held a determination that surprised the watching Keth Mori warriors. Elder Navigator Sekmara, the oldest warrior in the fleet, raised her voice to address the crowd. "By ancient law, this combat will determine the fate of the cubs raised by humans. If the cub Alex wins, all cubs choose their own path. If High Commander Zektar wins, all cubs return to the fleet for proper training. Combat continues until one fighter yields or dies." Dr. Lisa Chen gripped her medical kit tightly. She had spent the night studying everything she could about Keth Mori anatomy and combat techniques. If Alex was seriously injured, she might be his only chance of survival. "Begin," Sekmara commanded. Zektar moved like lightning. His powerful legs launched him across the circle, claws aimed at Alex's throat. It was a classic Keth Mori attack, designed to end the fight in seconds. But Alex wasn't there when the claws arrived. The cub had rolled to the side at the last possible moment, using a move that came from human martial arts rather than Keth Mori combat training. Zektar's claws slashed through empty air as Alex came up behind him. Instead of counterattacking, Alex stepped back and waited. "What are you doing?" Zektar snarled. "Why did you not strike when you had the chance?" "Because I don't want to hurt you," Alex replied. "I just want you to understand." The watching Keth Mori warriors muttered among themselves. This was not how combat was supposed to work. Warriors attacked until one of them fell. They didn't talk. They didn't show mercy. Zektar attacked again, this time with a series of rapid claw strikes that would have shredded a normal opponent. Alex defended himself using blocks and deflections that Dr. Chen recognized from human defensive martial arts. He was turning Zektar's attacks aside rather than meeting force with force. "Fight back, cub!" Kathek shouted from the edge of the circle. "Show some warrior pride!" But Alex had learned something different from his human family. He had learned that true strength wasn't about proving you could hurt someone. It was about protecting what mattered to you. For 15 minutes, Zektar pressed his attack. The High Commander was faster and stronger than any human, but Alex had been raised by humans who understood that speed and strength weren't everything. Every attack that Zektar launched, Alex redirected or avoided. Slowly, Zektar began to tire. His attacks became less precise. His breathing grew heavy. He had been trained to win fights quickly through overwhelming force. He didn't know how to handle an opponent who refused to engage on those terms. Alex, meanwhile, stayed calm and alert. He had learned patience from his human parents. He had learned to think several moves ahead from playing human games. He had learned to stay focused under pressure from his human teachers. "You cannot win by running away forever," Zektar gasped. "I'm not running away," Alex replied. "I'm waiting for you to understand that this doesn't have to be about one of us destroying the other." That's when Alex made his move. Dr. Chen had taught him about Kethmori anatomy, including the pressure points that could temporarily disable an opponent without causing permanent harm. As Zektar lunged forward with another claw strike, Alex stepped inside the attack and pressed 2 fingers against specific points on the commander's neck. Zektar collapsed to the ground, paralyzed but unharmed. The watching Kethmori warriors fell silent. They had never seen anything like this. Alex stood over their high commander, clearly the winner, but instead of claiming victory, he knelt down and began massaging the pressure points to restore feeling to Zektar's limbs. "What are you doing?" Zektar whispered. "Helping you up," Alex said simply. "The fight is over. Now we talk." Within minutes, feeling had returned to Zektar's arms and legs. Alex helped the commander stand, supporting his weight until Zektar was steady on his feet. Sekmara stared at the scene with ancient eyes. "In 60 years of witnessing combat, I have never seen anything like this. The cub has won, but he aids his defeated opponent. What does this mean?" Alex looked around at the crowd of humans and aliens. "It means we don't have to be enemies just because we're different. Commander Zektar is strong and brave. I respect him. But his way of being strong isn't the only way." Luna Cooper stepped forward from the edge of the circle. "Alex showed you that we haven't been made weak by human influence. We've been made different. We're still Kethmori. We still have claws and fangs and strength, but we use them to protect instead of to dominate." Max Rodriguez joined her. "We learned from humans that taking care of others makes you stronger, not weaker." Diana Foster nodded. "We learned that working together gets better results than fighting each other." Zektar looked at the 4 cubs, then at the human families who had raised them. "You defeated me without injuring me. You could have killed me easily once I was paralyzed, but instead you helped me recover. This is not weakness, but it is not traditional Kethmori behavior either." "It's human behavior," Maria Parker said from the crowd. "That's what we taught them." Kathek stepped into the circle, his claws extended. "This proves nothing. One lucky cub defeats one tired commander. Let me fight all 4 of them at once. Then we'll see how strong their human ways really are." But Sekmara held up her hand. "No. The challenge has been completed according to ancient law. The cubs have won the right to choose their path." "This is madness," Kathek protested. "These cubs have been corrupted. They will spread their weakness to other Kethmori." Alex looked at the angry sub-commander. "What if we could prove that our way isn't weakness? What if we could show you that human training makes us better warriors, not worse ones?" "How?" Zektar asked quietly. Luna stepped forward. "Give us a chance to serve. Give us a ship and a crew. Let us prove that Kethmori raised with human values can be more effective than traditional warriors." "Ridiculous," Kathek snarled. "Cubs commanding a warship. It would be destroyed in the first battle." But Sekmara was thinking. "The galaxy has changed while we search the void. New enemies have emerged. Our traditional tactics have not always been successful against them. Perhaps new approaches are needed." Zektar studied the 4 cubs who stood before him. They were clearly Kethmori in body, but their minds worked differently than any Kethmori he had ever known. They had just proven they could fight, but more importantly, they had proven they could think. "Very well," he said finally. "I will give you one ship and a volunteer crew. You will have 6 months to prove that your human methods have value. If you succeed, we will consider integrating some human training techniques into our military. If you fail, you submit to traditional Kethmori education." Alex looked at his packmates, then at his human family. "And if we succeed, we get to keep both parts of who we are, Kethmori and human?" "If you succeed," Zektar said, "you will have proven that strength can take many forms." As the crowd began to disperse, John and Maria Parker approached their adopted son. "Are you sure about this?" John asked. "Space is dangerous. War is dangerous." Alex hugged his human parents tightly. "You taught me that sometimes you have to take risks to protect the people you love. I love my packmates. I love this colony. I love both our species. If there's a chance to make things better for everyone, I have to try." Sophie Parker tugged on her brother's shirt. "Will you come back and visit?" Alex picked up his little sister and smiled. "Try to keep me away." As the Kethmori warriors returned to their ships and the human families went back to their homes, Dr. Chen realized that something historic had just happened. 4 alien cubs raised by humans were about to get the chance to change how 2 species understood strength, family, and what it meant to be a warrior. The real test was just beginning. 6 months later, Alex Parker stood on the bridge of the Kethmori warship, Claw of Honor. The ship was smaller than the massive fleet carriers, but it was still large enough to hold a crew of 200. Most importantly, every warrior on board had volunteered to serve under the human-raised cubs. "Wing Commander Alex," reported Luna Cooper from the communications station. "We're receiving a distress signal from the civilian station Haven Point. They're under attack by Scrix swarm forces." Alex looked at the tactical display. Haven Point was a research station with 40,000 civilians, including families and children. The Scrix swarm were biomechanical parasites that consumed technology and turned living beings into more swarm units. Traditional Kethmori strategy would involve a direct assault, accepting heavy casualties to destroy the enemy quickly. But Alex had learned different tactics from his human family and Dr. Chen's military training programs. "Max, what's our status?" Alex asked. Max Rodriguez had become the ship's chief tactical officer. His massive frame was squeezed into the bridge station, but his gentle nature made him perfect for coordinating complex operations. "We have full weapons and shields. Crew is ready for combat. But sir, if we attack the swarm directly, a lot of civilians will die in the crossfire." "Then we don't attack directly," Alex decided. "Luna, connect me to the station." The main screen showed a terrified human administrator named Director Kate Walsh. Behind her, Alex could see sparks flying from damaged equipment and hear the sounds of battle in the distance. "Director Walsh, this is Wing Commander Alex of the Kethmori vessel Claw of Honor. We're here to help." "Thank goodness," Walsh gasped. "The Scrix broke through our outer defenses 20 minutes ago. They're moving toward the civilian sections. We have thousands of people trapped in the lower levels." Alex looked at his packmates. "Diana, what do the evacuation protocols look like?" Diana Foster had become their specialist in non-combat operations, something that didn't exist in traditional Kethmori military structure. Station layout shows 12 main evacuation routes, but 7 are blocked by Scrix forces. Estimated evacuation time for remaining routes is 6 hours. We don't have that long. Alex made a decision that would have been impossible for a traditional Kethmori commander. "We're going to save the civilians first, then deal with the Scrix. Luna, coordinate with the station's AI to identify safe evacuation routes. Max, I want teams standing by to beam down and escort civilians to safety. Diana, work with their medical staff to set up emergency treatment areas. Sub-Commander Veltak, one of the Kethmori officers who had volunteered for the mission, stepped forward. Wing Commander, this is not proper military procedure. We should attack the enemy directly and worry about civilians after victory is achieved. The civilians are why we're fighting, Alex replied firmly. What good is victory if everyone we're trying to protect is dead? For the next 3 hours, the Claw of Honor conducted an operation unlike anything in Kethmori military history. While Max coordinated small strike teams that kept the Skrix forces busy, Luna worked with the station's computers to map out safe corridors. Diana led medical teams that treated wounded civilians and helped families find each other. Alex himself beamed down with the first rescue team. His enhanced senses allowed him to navigate the damaged station in complete darkness. His strength let him move debris that would have trapped rescue workers. But most importantly, his human-learned communication skills helped calm terrified civilians who had never seen a Kethmori before. It's okay, Alex told a group of children hiding in a storage room. I know I look scary, but I'm here to help. My name is Alex, and I'm going to get you back to your families. The children stared up at the 7-foot-tall alien warrior with claws and fangs. Then the oldest, a girl about Sophie's age, stepped forward. Are you like the good guys in the stories? She asked. Alex smiled, remembering all the bedtime stories his human parents had read to him. Yeah, I'm like the good guys. Now let's go home. By the time the civilian evacuation was complete, the Skrix had consolidated their forces in the station's main reactor core. Traditional tactics would require a frontal assault that would probably destroy the entire station. But Alex had learned something from human military history that traditional Kethmori tactics didn't include: the value of intelligence and strategic thinking over pure aggression. Luna, can you interface with the station's manufacturing systems? Yes, sir. They have industrial fabricators in the lower sections. Good. I want you to program them to produce specific items. Alex outlined his plan to his packmates and officers. What he described would have been considered cowardice by traditional Kethmori standards, but his human-raised team understood immediately. Instead of charging the Skrix directly, they used the station's own manufacturing systems to create thousands of small devices that emitted frequencies painful to Skrix nervous systems. While the swarm creatures writhed in agony, Max's teams moved in with non-lethal capture equipment that Luna had designed based on human pest control technology. The battle was over in 30 minutes with 0 civilian casualties and minimal damage to the station. More importantly, the captured Skrix units provided valuable intelligence about swarm behavior and weaknesses. Director Walsh met Alex in the station's main docking bay as the Kethmori teams prepared to leave. I don't know how to thank you. We've dealt with Kethmori forces before, but never like this. Usually they save people by killing everything that threatens them. You actually saved people. That's what we learned from humans, Alex replied. Sometimes the best way to win is to make sure nobody loses. 3 months later, Alex stood before the assembled Kethmori High Command aboard the flagship Bone Render. The 4 packmates had been called back to report on their experimental mission. The conference room was filled with the most senior military leaders of their species. High Commander Zektar reviewed the mission reports displayed on the main screen. In 9 months of operations, your unit has responded to 17 emergency situations. In every case, civilian casualties were below 5%. Friendly casualties were below 2%. Enemy forces captured for intelligence purposes increased by 400% over traditional methods. Sub-Commander Kathek, who had opposed the experiment from the beginning, stood up. These numbers are impossible. No military unit achieves results like these. No traditional military unit, corrected Elder Navigator Sekamara. But these cubs have shown us something new. They fight not just to defeat enemies, but to protect the innocent. Their human training has made them more effective, not less. Alex stepped forward. High Commander, we request permission to expand the program. Other young Keth Mori want to train with human families, and humans want to learn from us too. Captain Morrison on New Denver has asked if we can set up an exchange program. Zektar looked around the room at his senior officers. Opinion? Commander Thelvar, a veteran of 50 campaigns, spoke first. I have reviewed the tactical recordings. Their methods are unorthodox but effective. More importantly, other species have begun requesting Keth Mori assistance specifically because they know these units will protect civilians. For the first time in our history, added Navigator Sekmara, other species see us as protectors rather than conquerors. This opens diplomatic possibilities that pure military might never could. Kathek was the last holdout. And what happens to our warrior traditions? What happens to the strength that has kept our species alive for 10,000 years? Luna stepped forward. We're still warriors. We're just warriors with a different definition of strength. We protect the weak instead of culling them. We build alliances instead of demanding submission. We use our minds as much as our claws. Max nodded. And we're happier this way. Traditional Keth Mori live in constant competition with each other. We live in cooperation with our pack and our allies. We're stronger together than we ever could be alone. Diana added, the galaxy is changing. New threats require new solutions. Our human training has taught us to adapt instead of just applying more force to every problem. Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he made his decision. The exchange program is approved. Young Keth Mori who wish to train with human families may do so. Humans who wish to serve alongside Keth Mori forces may apply for positions. We will create new military units that combine the best of both approaches. Alex felt a wave of relief and joy. Thank you, High Commander. You won't regret this decision. I know I won't, Zektar replied, because you four have already proven that strength can take many forms. You've shown us that our species can become something greater than it was. 6 months later, Alex stood on the observation deck of New Denver Colony, watching ships arrive from across the galaxy. Young Keth Mori came to live with human families and learn about cooperation and protection. Human volunteers joined mixed crews to learn about honor and dedication from their alien partners. Sophie Parker, now 9 years old, tugged on her brother's sleeve. Alex, look, there's another ship landing. Do you think it has more of your people who want to learn our way? Alex smiled and picked up his little sister. Maybe. Or maybe it has humans who want to learn from us. Either way, it means more families are about to get bigger. Dr. Chen approached them, carrying a data pad filled with reports from the mixed units now operating across the galaxy. Alex, I wanted you to see this. The new Keth Mori human teams have the highest success rates and lowest casualty counts of any military units in galactic history. What you started here has changed how everyone thinks about cooperation and strength. Alex looked out at the stars, thinking about all the families that had formed across the galaxy because 4 alien cubs had been raised with human love. Dr. Chen, do you think we did the right thing? Alex, she replied, I think you proved that the most important thing humans can teach isn't how to fight or how to build ships or even how to survive. The most important thing we can teach is how to care about each other. And that lesson just made the whole galaxy a better place. As the sun set over New Denver Colony, Alex Parker stood with his human family and watched more ships arrive, carrying young beings ready to learn that strength and kindness weren't opposites but partners. The experiment that began with desperate aliens asking humans to babysit had become something that changed the galaxy forever. The Cubs had returned commanding entire war wings, but more importantly, they had returned with proof that love was the strongest force in the universe.
The first thing the alien recruits noticed about the human was that he looked tired. Not weak. Not scared. Just tired. Like someone who had worked too many years under too many suns and simply didn't have the energy left to be impressed by anything. The Adaptive War Training Station orbited a neutron-heavy dwarf star, chosen specifically because the surrounding gravitational distortions made it perfect for breaking soldiers and rebuilding them stronger. The Union called it necessary conditioning. The recruits called it something else. Hell. Inside Training Dome 7, 23 species stood under artificial gravity already set to 3 times most galactic standard. Bones creaked. Internal organs shifted. Respiratory systems struggled to compensate. Several recruits were already on medical suspension harnesses. At the center stood Drill Sergeant Vrex. 8 feet of armored authority. Black composite plating fused into his exoskeleton. Mandibles sharp enough to split bone. His species had evolved on a world where gravity crushed mountains flat over geological time. He believed weakness was a disease. And today, he intended to cure it. "You are not soldiers," Brex's voice thundered through the chamber. "You are raw material. Today, we apply pressure." His compound eyes scanned the room. Then paused. The humans stood in the third row. Older than most recruits. Hair going gray at the temples. A face mapped with old scars. One knee brace under standard Union fatigues. Private Daniel Mercer. 47 years old. The oldest recruit in the room. And currently doing slow neck stretches like he was about to start morning exercise in a public park. Vrex approached. "You appear unconcerned," Vrex said. Mercer glanced up. "Sir? Most recruits show fear." Mercer considered that. "Respectfully, sir. I've been shot at by people who hated me personally. This feels more polite." Several nearby aliens made choking noises that might have been laughter. Vrex didn't react. "Begin endurance sequence," he ordered. The gravity increased. 4G. The effect was immediate. A tall, four-armed silicon-based recruit dropped like a statue tipping over. 2 avian species screamed as their hollow bones microfractured under pressure. Internal med drones activated across the chamber. Mercer bent slightly at the waist. Then adjusted his stance. Then rolled his shoulders. Vrex watched carefully. "Report physical status," Vrex demanded. Mercer inhaled slowly. "Feels like carrying a heavy rucksack uphill, sir." Vrex's mandibles twitched. "Gravity increase. 5G. The chamber lights dimmed as power rerouted to the gravity grid. Structural supports groaned like old ships in a storm. More recruits collapsed. One began convulsing before medical drones sedated them. Mercer dropped to one knee. His hands pressed against the floor. Muscles in his arms stood out like steel cables. Veins bulged along his neck. He spit blood onto the deck. Then he laughed quietly. Vrex leaned closer. "You find suffering amusing?" Mercer shook his head slightly. "No, sir." "Then why laugh?" "Because," Mercer said between breaths, "this is still easier than Afghanistan summer with full gear." Vrex didn't know what Afghanistan was, but he logged it as likely lethal environment. "Gravity increase," Vrex ordered. The control room hesitated. 6G. The world turned violent. The air itself felt thick, like trying to breathe soup. The floor cracked in thin spiderweb fractures. Emergency reinforcement fields flickered to life. Only 5 recruits remained conscious. Mercer was still one of them. But now he was shaking. Sweat poured off him. His vision blurred. Blood vessels burst across the whites of his eyes. His knee brace audibly cracked. Vrex stepped directly in front of him. "Human, your survival probability is now below acceptable training margins." Mercer nodded weakly. "Copy that." "Then cease." Mercer slowly lifted his head. "Negative, sir." Vrex tilted his head. "Explain." Mercer swallowed blood. "Because if this is where I quit, I learn nothing." Silence filled the dome except for the grinding roar of the gravity generators. Vrex felt something shift in his tactical assessment. Not respect. Not yet. But attention. "Why do you seek suffering?" Vrex asked. Mercer blinked slowly. Same reason anyone signs up for war, he said. You hope if you get strong enough, maybe the next guy lives. The words hung in the air. Even the surviving recruits stopped groaning. Vrex straightened. Gravity increase. 7G. The control room shouted over comms. Vrex overrode them. The dome screamed. Not metaphorically. Literally. Metal shrieked as structural stress alarms detonated across every system. Mercer collapsed onto both hands and knees. His back spasmed. His breathing turned ragged and animalistic. Blood dripped from his nose in steady streams. Then, slowly, painfully, he pushed one foot forward, then the other, and stood. Not straight, not steady, but standing. Across the chamber, something impossible began happening. 2 alien recruits, species known to fail at 4G, were pushing themselves upright. Their bodies trembling. Adapting. Watching the human. Copying the human. Vrex turned sharply. Medical telemetry spiked across multiple species. Stress hormone floods. Adrenal responses. Emergency adaptation pathways triggering. Vrex looked back at Mercer. Human, he said slowly. What are you doing? Mercer tried to focus his eyes. Being stubborn, sir. Then he smiled through blood. You should be worried. Why? Mercer coughed hard enough to nearly collapse. Because humans don't just adapt to pressure. Vrex stepped closer. What do you mean? Mercer whispered. We spread it. Behind them, another recruit forced itself upright. Then another. The chamber was changing. Not physically. Behaviorally. Survival was becoming contagious. Vrex felt something cold settle into his tactical mind. Not fear, but calculation. If one species could force environmental adaptation simply through proximity, then humanity wasn't just a military asset. It was a force multiplier. Or a plague. End sequence, Vrex ordered suddenly. The gravity snapped back to standard. The surviving recruits collapsed instantly. Mercer hit the floor flat on his back. Laughing. Coughing. Alive. Vrex stood over him. Human. Sir? Mercer wheezed. If the Union goes to war with your species, what happens? Mercer stared at the ceiling. Thought about it. Then said quietly, Depends. On what? How serious we are. Vrex said nothing. Hours later, his official report to Union Command contained a single new classification request. Humanity, strategic unknown. Potential escalation species. And as med teams wheeled Mercer toward recovery, the old human raised one hand weakly and said, Hey Sarge. Vrex looked down. Yes? Mercer grinned. Next time, try 8. By the time Private Daniel Mercer could walk without collapsing, the rumors had already outrun official Union intelligence channels. Not because humans bragged. Because aliens talked. They talked about the old human who stood at 7G and smiled like gravity was just another bad day. They talked about how 3 species previously rated, low endurance, suddenly passed conditioning trials after training beside humans. They talked about how human squads joked during near-fatal drills, and somehow that made everyone else panic less. Union High Command called it cross-species stress adaptation contagion. Human soldiers called it something simpler. Monkey see, monkey survive. Mercer got reassigned before he fully healed. That told him everything he needed to know. The transport ship UCV Relentless Patience carried a mixed-species combat unit toward a border conflict nobody officially called a war yet. The Zorati Empire had begun expanding again, testing Union defenses, absorbing minor systems, destabilizing trade lanes. Classic Empire behavior. Mercer sat in the troop bay, taping his knee brace tighter while an insected comms officer watched him like he was a dangerous animal. You are damaged, the officer said finally. Mercer snorted. Buddy, at my age, everything's damaged. That was not humor. Yeah, you'll get used to it. Across from him sat Sergeant Lura, a feline predator species with combat ribbons from 3 campaigns. She studied Mercer carefully. "They moved you here quickly," she said. "Why?" Mercer shrugged. "Guess I'm popular." "No," she said flatly. "You are a variable." He liked her immediately. The ship dropped out of FTL into the Kepri Fringe, a mining system turned battlefield. 1 gas giant. 3 rocky worlds. 1 half-broken orbital ring station drifting like a corpse. And Zorati ships everywhere. The Union fleet formed defensive lines. The Zorati didn't. They advanced. Mercer watched through the dropship viewport as the first exchange lit space into a silent fireworks show. "Confident bastards," he muttered. Sergeant Lura flicked an ear. "They believe suffering creates superiority." Mercer tightened his gloves. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Humans tried that too." The dropship screamed into atmosphere over Kepri 3, a desert world with a fractured core. Gravity fluctuated violently due to unstable tectonic mass shifts. Union scouts had already lost 2 battalions to environmental collapse alone. Perfect Zorati battlefield. Union command expected a defensive holding action. Mercer stepped onto the surface and immediately frowned. Gravity tugged sideways, then down, then eased. "Okay," he said, scanning the horizon. "This planet's drunk." Sergeant Lura stumbled as gravity spiked. Mercer grabbed her harness instinctively. "Breathe with it," he said. "Don't fight it. Let your body lag half a second." She stared at him. "That is not logical. Neither is surviving," he said. "Try it." She did, and stayed standing. Within an hour, Mercer's squad moved differently than every other Union unit. They stopped trying to maintain perfect formation. They moved loose. Reactive. Messy. Alive. The first Zorati strike came at sunset. Tall, armor-plated shock troops riding gravity-stabilized walkers. Plasma artillery arced overhead, detonating sand into glass. Union front lines buckled. Mercer's squad didn't. "Light phase coming," Mercer said over comms. "Move on the float." "How do you know?" Lura asked. "My knee stopped hurting." Then gravity dropped to near zero for 3 seconds. Mercer's squad surged forward like ghosts. When gravity slammed back, they were already inside Zorati firing range. The fighting was brutal. Close. Personal. Ugly. Zorati warriors were stronger, faster, bred for pain tolerance. Humans fought like bar brawlers with military training layered on top. Mercer had but one through a visor plate. Lura ripped another's leg joint apart. The insected comms officer shot 3 targets, while screaming tactical updates in perfect calm monotone. The Zorati pulled back. Not routed. Confused. From orbit, Vrex watched combat telemetry update in real time. Human-led units showed 63% higher survival rates in fluctuating gravity combat. More concerning, non-human units attached to humans showed improvement curves that should have taken months. Vrex replayed helmet cam footage. Humans laughing under fire. Humans insulting enemy commanders mid-combat. Humans calling out environmental shifts like weather forecasts. And aliens around them, stabilizing. Adapting faster. Fighting harder. Vrex opened a direct channel to Union High Command. "Update human classification," he said. "From strategic unknown?" "Yes." "To what?" Vrex watched Mercer drag a wounded alien soldier out of a gravity sinkhole while firing blind behind him. "Strategic force multiplier," Vrex said. Then he paused. "Add secondary classification. State designation." Vrex spoke slowly. "Psychological contagion asset." On Kepri 3, the Zorati escalated. They began targeting human soldiers first. Mercer noticed by day 3. "Yeah," he told Lura, reloading behind shattered mining equipment. "They figured out we're the annoying ones. You are priority targets," she said. "You should relocate to command positions." Mercer barked a laugh. "Yeah, that's not how humans work." That night, Zorti Command made a decision that would reshape the war. They launched a surgical strike. Not on Union Command. Not on infrastructure. On Mercer's unit. Dropships came in silent. Shock troops deployed directly into their forward encampment. The fight lasted 9 minutes. When it ended, 12 Union soldiers were dead. 4 were captured, including Mercer. Sergeant Lura found the blood trail leading into the desert. And something inside her, something she'd only ever seen in humans, snapped into place. Over open Union channels, she spoke 3 words. They took Mercer. Across the theater, human units went quiet, then began moving. Not waiting for orders. Not requesting authorization. Just moving. Toward Zorati territory. Toward Mercer. Towards something that looked a lot like revenge. On a Zorati command ship in orbit, Mercer hung in a gravity suspension field, arms bound, ribs cracked, vision blurred. A Zorati warlord studied him like a specimen. "You are older than most soldiers," the warlord said. Mercer coughed blood. "Yeah. Perks of being hard to kill. You create instability in enemy morale." Mercer smirked weakly. "You mean hope?" The warlord ignored that. "You will be executed publicly." Mercer nodded slightly. "Figured. You show no fear." Mercer closed one swollen eye. "I'm human," he said. "Fear is just another thing you carry." The warlord ordered gravity increase. 6G. Mercer screamed. Bones shifted. Organs strained. Then he started laughing again. Not because it didn't hurt. Because it did. And he decided pain didn't get to win. The warlord leaned closer. "Why do you laugh?" Mercer gasped out. "Because somewhere, my people just found out you touched one of us." He smiled through blood. "Good luck." And across the warfront, human ships changed course. Like predators smelling blood in water. And for the first time in centuries, the Zorati Empire realized they might have started a war they didn't understand. The Zorati didn't rush the execution. That was their first error. They treated war like theater. Pain like currency. Fear like a broadcast signal that could weaken enemies before fleets even arrived. So they built a stage. The execution platform floated above Kepri 3's largest gravity fracture zone, a canyon where gravitational tides rose and fell like ocean waves. Sometimes 2G. Sometimes 8. Sometimes sideways. Perfect symbolism. Perfect cruelty. Mercer hung in a suspension frame at the center of it, ribs bound in pressure wrap, one arm dislocated but crudely reset. His face looked like it had lost a boxing match with a cargo hauler. Still alive. Still conscious. Still watching. The Zorati warlord stepped into frame beside him as thousands of drone cameras activated. The signal bounced off relay satellites and spilled across Union space like poison. "Observe," the warlord said, voice translated into 100 languages. "This is what becomes of species who mistake endurance for superiority." Mercer spit blood off his lip. "Buddy," he rasped, "you built an entire culture around pain and you're lecturing me?" The warlord ignored him and gestured. The gravity field intensified. 6G. Mercer's body slammed downward into the suspension restraints. His screen tore loose before he could stop it. Muscles spasmed. Blood vessels burst in his eyes again. Across Union space, humans watched in silence. On ships. On outposts. On colony worlds. On Earth. The warlord leaned closer to Mercer. "You will beg," he said quietly. Mercer shook his head. "You don't get it," he whispered. The warlord signaled again. 7G. Something cracked inside Mercer's chest. His vision tunneled. His hearing turned into a distant ocean roar. Pain stopped being sharp. It became everything. And then something strange happened. Mercer started laughing. Not loud. Not strong. But unmistakable. The warlord's mandibles flexed in irritation. "Why?" the warlord demanded. "Why do you respond with madness?" Mercer wheezed air into ruined lungs. Because, he whispered, you think this makes you scary. The warlord stepped closer. And it does not. Mercer forced one eye open. No, he said. It makes you predictable. The warlord signaled for maximum gravity spike. 8G. Even Zorati guards stepped back from the field edge. Mercer's body convulsed. Blood pooled under the restraints. Bones screamed inside flesh. And across human-controlled space, something ancient and ugly woke up. Not rage. Not panic. Focus. Human fleet commanders didn't shout. They didn't argue. They didn't wait for the Union Senate to finish emergency sessions. They just started issuing new navigation vectors. Toward Kepri. Toward Zorati space. Toward Mercer. On the bridge of the Union cruiser Judicial Patience, Drill Sergeant Vrex watched the execution feed and something heavy settled into his tactical mind. Not horror. Recognition. He opened a channel to Union Command. You must order all human units to stand down, Command said immediately. They will not, Vrex replied. You must try. Vrex watched Mercer laugh under 8G gravity. No, Vrex said. You do not understand. They are already coming. On the execution platform, the warlord raised a ceremonial blade, a relic weapon designed more for symbolism than practicality. You will be remembered, the warlord declared. As the moment humanity learned its place. Mercer tried to speak. Blood bubbled from his mouth. Still, he forced the words out. You really should have studied us first. The blade raised higher. Then, every drone camera flickered. For half a second, the broadcast glitched. Then returned. The warlord frowned. Stabilize transmission, he ordered. Tech drones scrambled. Then one of the Zorati guards looked up. Command, we are detecting. The guard never finished. Because space above Kepri 3 didn't explode. It just filled. Human ships dropped out of FTL so close together they looked like a steel wall tearing reality open. Not hundreds. Thousands. Military. Civilian retrofits. Mining vessels with weapons welded onto hulls. Old warships thought long decommissioned. Mercer squinted upward through blurred vision. Yeah, he whispered. There they are. The warlord's command ship began issuing retreat orders. Too late. Human fleets didn't fire first. They hacked. Zoraticom networks died in seconds. Navigation grids collapsed. Orbital defense satellites turned and fired on their own fleet. On the execution platform, alarms screamed. The gravity generators surged unstable as human cyber warfare injected cascading feedback loops. The field around Mercer fluctuated violently. 8G. 3G. 0. Back to 6. The restraints shattered under the chaos. Mercer dropped 6 meters onto the platform hard enough to knock the air out of him. Zorati guards rushed forward. Then stopped. Because Union drop pods, human drop pods, began punching through atmosphere like meteor strikes. The first pod hit 50 meters from the platform. The second hit directly on top of a Zorati armor column. The third opened midair. Human Marines hit the ground firing. Not shouting. Not raging. Working. Cold. Methodical. The execution platform became a battlefield in seconds. Zorati troops fought like elites. Humans fought like men and women who had watched one of their own get tortured on live broadcast. It was not a fair fight. A human medic slid to Mercer's side, cutting restraints. Hey old man, she said. You picked a hell of a time to take a vacation. Mercer tried to laugh and mostly coughed. Took you long enough. Behind them, human shock teams cut toward the warlord's position with terrifying efficiency. The warlord watched his guards fall, one by one. Not from superior strength. From superior coordination. Adaptation. Improvisation. Human war. For the first time in centuries, the Zorati command structure felt something they had engineered out of their own psychology long ago. Doubt. Mercer was lifted onto a med sled as evacuation shuttles screamed overhead. He grabbed the medic's sleeve weakly. "Hey. Yeah? Tell Rex." "What?" Mercer smiled faintly. "Next time, tell him to try 9. The medic snorted. "Sure thing." Above them, human fleets continued arriving. Not for rescue anymore. For something bigger. And across the galaxy, every empire, alliance, and war council watched the same realization spread like cold fire. Humanity wasn't the strongest species, or the fastest, or the most advanced. But if you hurt one of them badly enough, they didn't just respond. They escalated. And the Zorati Empire had just taught them a new level. The Zorati Empire had never faced an enemy like this. Not because humans were unbeatable. They bled, they broke, they screamed. But because humans remembered. They carried every insult, every wound, every loss like fuel, and when the time came, they burned it all into their enemies. Mercer didn't need a plan. He had instinct. He had experience. He had centuries of human survival encoded in his DNA, tempered by wars humans had never documented in galactic history. And now, the galaxy was about to learn it. Evacuation pods carried Mercer back to a temporary forward base. He was alive, but broken. His body was a roadmap of punishment, each scar a battle marker. His eyes were bloodshot, his ribs swollen and bruised. And yet, he smiled. "You okay?" the medic asked, adjusting his sling. Mercer coughed. "I'm fine. That's relative. Relative to the guy who thought 8G would scare me." She shook her head. "You're insane." "Depends on perspective," Mercer said, voice rasping. "I prefer effective." Meanwhile, human fleets didn't retreat. They spread like wildfire. Every unit that could move, old ex-military cargo haulers retrofitted with artillery, scout frigates armed with experimental railguns, and even civilian freighters packed with explosives, converged on Zorati installations. The assault wasn't chaotic. It wasn't theatrical. It was surgical. Brutal. Efficient. Mercenary precision that was unmistakably human. No other species had ever fought like this, combining raw stubbornness with improvisation, dark humor, and a touch of cruelty. The galaxy's top strategists could not parse it. On Kepri 3, the Zorati command collapsed. Communications blacked out. Gravity generators destabilized under human sabotage teams. Tactical satellites were destroyed in orbit. When the humans finally arrived at the warlord's flagship, they didn't surrender, negotiate, or demand tribute. They took it. Mercer walked onto the bridge, limping heavily, his body wrapped in makeshift armor. The warlord knelt on the floor, surrounded by fallen elite guards, trembling like a cornered predator. "You," the warlord stammered. "You survived the execution." Mercer smiled faintly. "And you underestimated the species you tried to humiliate." The warlord's mandibles twitched. "You will pay for this. Your species will pay." Mercer shrugged, cracking a faint laugh. "Pay? Maybe. But right now you're out of credit." Humans didn't celebrate. Not yet. They cleaned, secured, and prepared to leave before the Zorati could recover. Efficiency was the hallmark of the species. Mercy was an option, but not a requirement. Rex watched from orbit as the war ended. He didn't feel pride. He didn't feel fear. He felt respect tinged with dread. "They are a strategic variable," he muttered. "And the universe has just been reminded of what variables can do." Union Command updated its galactic records. Humanity, strategic existential variable. Potential escalation species. Handle with extreme caution. Back on Earth, Mercer walked with a cane, old now, tired but alive. His comrades had survived, and the galaxy would never forget what they had unleashed. He sat in a small garden beneath a fading sun, watching children play. He could hear the echoes of wars past, the laughter of aliens who had survived because humans refused to break. He sipped his tea. "Not bad for a species the galaxy thought it could crush," he muttered. And somewhere in the far reaches of space, every empire that had once mocked humanity reconsidered everything. They could double gravity. They could shatter bones. They could inflict pain. But humanity didn't just survive. They adapted, escalated, and returned stronger. Mercer smiled, quietly savoring the knowledge. The galaxy had learned a lesson. And it had learned it the hard way. Because you can push a human down. But if they get back up, watch out.
The air in the lower belly maintenance tunnels was not merely an atmosphere, it was a physical weight, a thick slurry of ionized ozone, copper dust, and the sour, lingering tang of 3,000 unwashed technicians living in the Sanitization Initiative barracks. Kalen Voss, known to the Guild's biometric payroll only as Scrub Tech 9 Alpha, knelt in a pool of iridescent coolant fluid within the gut of ventilation shaft 7G. The air here was a pressurized soup of aerosolized grease and recycled carbon, thick enough to coat the inside of his lungs despite the industrial-grade respirator strapped to his face. The ventilation grate above him rattled with a rhythmic, metallic cough, a sign that the primary turbines were struggling under the increased workload of the audit cycle. Kalen's hands, calloused and stained with the permanent black carbon of the Sanitization Initiative, moved with a practiced, deceptive sluggishness. He felt the vibration of the machinery through his knees, a low-frequency hum that signaled the approach of a heavy-duty cleaning drone. To the overhead security cams, he was just another, Dusty, a low-level cleaner performing the mandated digital bleach of the archive sub-levels. In reality, he was counting the seconds between the sweep of the thermal sensors, a 3-second window where the infrared eye reset its focal point. He reached into the primary junction of a ventilation spider, his fingers brushing against the cold, jagged edge of a contraband onyx link. This wasn't standard Guild tech. It was a ghost chip fashioned from illegal obsidian silicon, designed to absorb data packets without generating the heat signatures that usually triggered a level 1 security sweep. Voss, if you're looking for a promotion in the bottom of that casing, you're a bigger fool than you look, a voice gritted over the localized comms. Kalen didn't jump. He slowly extracted a blackened, melted sensor array from the spider's chassis, holding it up like a trophy. He turned to see Rook looming at the edge of the catwalk. Rook was a mountain of a man, his frame augmented by rusted, third-hand hydraulic pistons in his knees that hissed with every step. His left eye was a whirring Aperture 7 optic, constantly clicking as it recalculated the scrap value of the surrounding pipes. Rook's coveralls were even more stained than Kalen's, smelling of cheap stim tobacco and the burnt sugar scent of hydraulic fluid. The sensors fried, Rook, Kalen said, his voice modulated into a flat, uneducated rasp. The Guild's pushing the audit cycle at 115%. If I don't manual set the intake, this whole sector is going to suffer a thermal cascade. You want to be the one to tell the lead archivist why the tax-exempt crystals melted into slag? That's a lot of paperwork for a guy with one eye. Rook spat a glob of dark stim juice into the open ventilation grate. I don't tell the archivists anything, kid. Those needle gods don't talk to men who smell like lye. They just look through us like we're glass. You get that spider back on the rail. We've got 4 more blocks of neural sparks to scrub before the shift change, and if the quota drops, the Guild cuts the oxygen rations for the whole barracks. My cybernetic eye doesn't need air, but my lungs still do. I'm on it, Kalen muttered. He slid the spider back into the dark maw of the shaft, feeling the magnetic legs lock onto the interior rail. But as he did, his thumb pressed a hidden toggle on the bot's underbelly, a switch disguised as a mounting rivet. A phase bypass microarray hummed to life, hidden deep within the bot's legitimate circuitry. This was his scouter. While the spider supposedly cleaned the dust from the vents, it was actually mapping the magnetic logic gates of the high archive 2 miles above them. Kalen watched the bot vanish into the darkness, knowing it was the only thing that could bridge the gap between his lowly scrub terminal and the high-security judgment archives. 3 floors above Kalen, in the pressurized, clinical silence of the clean room, Scylla sat encased in a haptic rig that allowed her to feel the data flow of the needle. Scylla was the lead data miner, a woman who had spent 15 years believing that the Sanitization Initiative was the only thing keeping the galaxy from descending into bureaucratic chaos. To her, every neural spark erased was a bit of entropy removed from the system, a way to keep the complicated gears of civilization spinning without the friction of past mistakes. She watched the node map of the sub-levels, her fingers twitching in the haptic gloves like she was playing an invisible piano. A tiny amber light flickered in Sector 7G. 9 Alpha is dragging again, she murmured, her voice soft in the vacuum quiet of the room. She pulled up Kalen's biometric feed. Heart rate is steady, but his terminal handshake is lagging by 400 milliseconds. It's consistent. Too consistent for a hardware glitch. He's a grunt, Scylla, her assistant, Elion, said without looking up from his own monitors. Elion was a nervous man, his fingers constantly tapping a rapid, erratic beat on his desk. They all lag, probably huffing coolant vapor to forget they live in a hole. Or maybe he's just slow. Not everyone was born with a data port in their skull like you. Scylla frowned. Something about the lag wasn't random. It wasn't the slow, clumsy movement of a tired laborer. It was rhythmic. It felt like a heartbeat underlying the data stream. She initiated a deep trace subroutine, bypassing the standard supervisor filters with a series of complex keystrokes. She wasn't looking for a traitor. She was looking for efficiency, for the perfect alignment of man and machine. But as the trace descended into the sub-levels, it hit a shadow salt encryption gate. Elion, why would a maintenance terminal in the laundry subdeck have a 256-bit shadow guild salt on its diagnostic port? Scylla asked, her eyes narrowing behind her data lenses. Elion froze, his tapping fingers falling silent. He looked at her screen, then quickly looked away. It wouldn't. That's high ministry level. If you found that, Scylla, you should close the window and report a hardware glitch. Don't look at it, please, just sanitizing the records is safe. Looking into the plumbing isn't. People who look into the plumbing end up as bioclutter in the reclamation bins. Scylla's curiosity was her greatest strength and her most dangerous flaw. Instead of closing the window, she began a passive interrogation of the salt, her mind calculating the frequency shifts in the encryption. She didn't realize that by doing so, she was stepping onto the same bridge Kalen was building from below. She began to see the shadow packets, ghosts of data that shouldn't exist, moving with deliberate intent toward Terminal 84. The transit from the lower belly to the high ministry was a physical manifestation of the guild's hierarchy. Kalen stood in the transit tube, feeling the stomach-churning G-force as the maglev elevator shot upward through the toxic, neon-smeared clouds of the central sector. He watched the lights of the city below shrink into a glowing, polluted carpet. When the doors opened at the archive level, the humidity vanished instantly. The air was chilled to exactly 4 degrees Celsius, the perfect temperature for data crystal stability. It was silent, sterile, and smelled of nothing but dry nitrogen and the faint, metallic tang of the cleaning lasers. At the entrance, Kalen faced the biometric threshold. He didn't just present a badge, he had to submit to a deep scan. He felt the familiar, invasive tingle of the laser sweeping across his retinas, a sensation like hot sand behind his eyelids. He placed his hand on the terminal pad, feeling the cold prick of the DNA sampler as it drew a microscopic bead of blood for verification. Identity confirmed. ScrubTech 9 Alpha, a synthesized voice announced. Assigned task, Level 2 sanitization. Objective, total erasure of outer rim tax discrepancies, years 2080 to 2085. Note, any attempted data mirroring will be met with immediate competency filter isolation. Your shift ends in 359 minutes. Kalen walked to Terminal 84, his boots clicking rhythmically on the polished obsidian floor. He sat down, the haptic interface cooling his sweaty palms. As the screen flared to life, a flood of encrypted, neural sparks cascaded across his vision, shifting violet and blue lights that contained the digital memories of the guild. These were the receipts of their sins, the hidden ledgers of a galactic empire. Dusty, I'm watching you, Scylla's voice crackled in his ear, sounding distant and strange. I saw the lag in the maintenance bay. If you're running a side hustle on guild processors, stop now. I'm seeing unauthorized power draws in your sector that shouldn't be there. Don't make me report you. Kalen took a slow, steady breath, modulating his pulse to avoid triggering the stress sensors in his chair. Just the terminal being stubborn, Scylla. The encryption salts in the 2082 batch are archaic. I have to manually decouple the logic nodes before I can hit delete. It's slow work, and the cooling pump is throwing errors. I'm just trying to keep the hardware from melting. Make it faster, she snapped. though there was a new tremor in her voice Kaylin hadn't heard before, a note of fear or perhaps realization. The guild doesn't pay for craftsmanship. They pay for silence. We are the janitors of history, boss. Don't forget that. Kaylin worked the scrub for 3 hours, acting as the perfect, mindless drone. He deleted manifests of illegal weapon shipments to the core worlds. He erased the tax haven records of the high magistrates. Each deletion felt like a stab to his conscience, a piece of justice being removed from the universe. But he had to wait. He was looking for the Aegis file. He knew it existed because the Remnant Coalition had sacrificed their lives to give him the tip-off. It was the manual override for the entire guild system, a record so damning it would force the legislation of the Outer Rim to intervene. Then, buried inside a weather data packet for the Vesper 9 mining colony, he found the logic snag. It was encrypted with a 256-bit Shadow Guild salt, the same one Scylla had spotted earlier. Kaylin's breath hitched. He deployed a ghost logic subroutine, a phantom loop that kept Scylla's monitors showing a steady stream of deletions, while he peeled back the layers of the snag with a surgeon's focus. The file opened. It wasn't a spreadsheet, it was a series of sensory logs from the Vesper 9 atmospheric dome. Atmospheric thinning initiated, a recorded voice droned, chillingly calm. Kaylin recognized the voice. It was High Magistrate Kroll, the man who oversaw the very sector they were currently cleaning. Oxygen levels in the civilian residential blocks are now at 12%. Symptom onset: 3 minutes. Total bioclutter neutralized in 6 hours. Mining rigs are standing by for the mineral reclamation. Ensure all communication lines are purged by the sanitization initiative. Kaylin's hand trembled on the haptic pad. This wasn't just a record of theft, it was a record of mass murder for profit. 50,000 families on Vesper 9, miners, engineers, children, were being suffocated so the guild could save 2% on their extraction costs and avoid the legal headache of relocation. He checked the timestamp. The final thinning was scheduled for the next lunar cycle. It hadn't happened yet, but it was being erased in advance. In the clean room, Scylla saw exactly what Kaylin saw. Because she had initiated the deep trace earlier and held the interrogation open, her haptic rig had accidentally mirrored Kaylin's terminal. The visual log of the Vesper 9 colony projected onto her retinas like a nightmare. She saw the faces of the children in the red dust of the colony dome, their lungs struggling as the oxygen scrubbers were remotely throttled to a crawl. She heard Kroll's cold, calculated voice treating 50,000 lives like bio-clutter. "Elion," she whispered, her voice trembling so hard the haptic sensors glitched, sending static through her fingertips. "VESPER-9. The asteroid incident from the news last month, it wasn't an accident. We're scrubbing the evidence of a massacre that's about to happen. Look at the digital signature. Kroll signed this yesterday. He's deleting the crime before he even commits it." Elion didn't look up. He looked terrified, his skin turning a sickly shade of gray under the sterile lights. "Scylla, delete the trace. Now. If you know, you're an accomplice. If you report it, you're a corpse. Just hit the sanitize button and let 9 Alpha finish his shift. We are just the cleaners, Scylla. We don't decide what's dirt and what's evidence. We just make sure the guild looks perfect." Scylla looked at her hands. The haptic gloves, once symbols of her authority and precision, now felt like shackles. For 15 years, she had been the lead miner, the woman who ensured the guild's records were clean. She realized now that clean just meant empty of witnesses. She saw the faces of the miners on the screen, people she had never met, whose deaths were being facilitated by her own fingers on the keys. She saw Kaylin's terminal cursor hover over the delete button. She saw him hesitate. Through the biometric feed, she felt his heart rate skyrocket to 145 BPM. She realized he wasn't a grunt. He was a ghost. He was exactly what the guild feared most, a man with a conscience and a wrench. He was the manual override in a system built of cold code. "Do it, 9 Alpha, she whispered, not over the comms, but to herself, her tears blurring the data on her lenses until the numbers became streaks of light. "Don't let them bury this one. Mirror it. Please, for the love of whatever stars are left, mirror it." Kaylin bit down hard on his back molar. The ceramics shattered with a sickening, internal crunch. He spat the onyx link into his palm, a tiny, razor-sharp shard of obsidian, and jammed it into the terminal's emergency maintenance port with a force that nearly cracked the console. Alarm. Unauthorized data mirror detected. Sector 84 compromised. Enforcement teams deployed. The terminal shrieked, the sterile blue lights of the archive turning a predatory, pulsing crimson. The high-pitched siren wailed, a sound designed to induce panic and disorientation. Kalen didn't wait. He activated the Midnight Sun protocol. Through his wrist comm, he signaled the spider bot latched to the data trunk 2 miles away in the ventilation vents. The bot shorted its internal fusion cell, creating a massive electromagnetic pulse that tore through the archive's local firewalls from the inside out. The mirroring began. The Aegis file wasn't just being copied, it was being broadcasted on the Guild's own emergency disaster frequencies, the only channels the High Ministry couldn't legally block without shutting down the entire sector's life support and air circulation. Security to Terminal 84. Lethal force authorized. Scrub Tech 9 Alpha is a ghost. Director Thorne, the man who oversaw the clean room, roared as he burst into Sila's workspace. Sila, lockdown node 84. Use the competency filter, override now. Kill his terminal, fry his neural shunts if he has them. Sila looked at Thorne, then at the terminal. Her fingers moved with a speed she'd never used before, her hands shaking but her purpose clear. She wasn't locking Kalen out. She began a lateral encryption shift, creating a digital tunnel that protected Kalen's mirror stream from the Guild's automated countermeasures. She was effectively acting as his digital shield, parrying the system's attempts to sever the link. I can't lock it, Director. Sila lied, her voice filled with feigned, panicked desperation, her eyes wide with manufactured fear. The 9 Alpha terminal has slaved the core. It's running a shadow salt feedback loop. If I cut the power, the whole archive goes into a thermal cascade. We'll lose the entire year's records. Then pull the physical core. Thorne yelled, his face purple with rage as he ran toward the server banks with a magnetic disruptor. Sila blocked his path, her eyes wild, her heart pounding. If you disrupt the core during a pulse mirror, the magnetic backlash will fry the neural shunts of every shell in the building. You'll kill thousands of workers. The Guild will have to pay out more in death benefits than the mineral reclaim is worth. Move, Sila. That's a corporate expense, not a concern. Thorne shoved her aside, but the delay was enough. The mirror was already at 85%. The archive's heavy alloy doors hissed open with a blast of pressurized air. Commander Vane of the Eraser Squad stepped through the vapor, his amber thermal optics glowing like coals in the red emergency lighting. He held a high-frequency pulse rifle, the barrel humming as it charged to lethal levels. Behind him, 4 shells in tactical gear moved with mechanical precision, their rifles raised. Voss, Vane said, his voice a distorted rasp through his helmet's vocalizer. You're a long way from the mud, Ghost. You think mirroring that file changes anything? The Guild is the record. We write the truth. And right now, the truth is that you're about to suffer a fatal atmospheric malfunction. Nobody is going to read your little story. History is written by the survivors, and you're not on the list. Kalen dove behind an iridium data stack just as a blue streak of ionized energy vaporized the terminal he'd been sitting at. The heat was intense, the smell of melting silicon and ozone filling the room. The problem with writing the truth, Vane, is that eventually, someone learns how to read the margins. And I've been reading yours for years. You're not an author, you're just a glorified shredder. Kalen pulled his legacy kinetic sidearm from his toolkit, a heavy, archaic piece of iron with no electronics and no energy signatures for Vane's sensors to track. He fired 2 rounds into the overhead fire suppression tanks. A deluge of liquid nitrogen and retardant foam exploded into the room, creating a localized whiteout that blinded Vane's advanced optics and created a freezing, slippery chaos. I can see your heat signature, Voss. You're glowing like a sun in this cold. There is no escape, Vane roared, firing blindly into the fog. The pulse fire melted the data crystals into glowing violet slag, the energy release cracking the obsidian floor. But Kalen had already deployed the multi-phase ghost loom, a cluster of tiny projectors that flickered to life in the mist. 3 holographic versions of Kalen Voss suddenly sprinted through the foam in divergent directions, their thermal signatures perfectly tuned to mimic a panicked human. Vane and his enforcers opened fire on the decoys, their high-frequency rifles shredding the holographic phantoms with bursts of blue light. While the hunters focused on the phantoms, the real Kalen crawled through the maintenance floor plates, his back inches from the vibrating alloy as he moved toward the exit. He reached the primary elevator bank, but he didn't call the car. He knew the guild would have already locked the gravity brakes on all civilian floors. He used a magnetic pry bar to force the doors open, revealing the obsidian-lined shaft. He looked up. 2 miles of vertical abyss stood between him and the master relay spire. He fired his grappling winch, the carbon fiber line singing as it hooked onto a service rail high above. He's in the shaft. Climb teams, intercept, secure the spire, an enforcer yelled from the archive doors. Kalen engaged the motorized winch, feeling the brutal G-force as he was yanked upward into the darkness. Below him, the enforcers fired upward, their pulse streaks illuminating the shaft like lightning. Kalen reached into his pocket and dropped a localized EMP seed. As the device fell, it detonated halfway down, shorting out the mag-lev rails of a descending elevator car filled with backup enforcers. The 3-ton car plummeted, crushing the primary pursuit squad at the base of the shaft in a violent explosion of sparks, screaming metal, and collapsing obsidian. Kalen reached the master relay spire at the very pinnacle of the Needle of the Gods. The wind here was a screaming, freezing gale that threatened to rip the skin from his face and pull him off the narrow maintenance platform. He scrambled onto the relay deck, his fingers numb and bleeding, his tactical gear shredded by his ascent. Below him, the central sector was a sea of light and shadow. The mirroring was complete. Every public screen, every corporate kiosk, every personal comms link, and even the holographic billboards in the luxury districts were playing the Vesper 9 logs. The names of the magistrates, the signatures on the death warrants, and the coordinates of the mining rigs were cascading across the horizon in a flood of undeniable truth. The city was waking up. He saw the gunships below circling the ministry, but their formation was breaking. The weapons were no longer looking for a ghost. They were being turned against each other as the rank-and-file soldiers, many of whom had family in the Outer Rim, realized they were the ones who would have been ordered to fire on the miners. A revolution was igniting in the sky. Kalen slammed his hand onto the spire's core, feeling the massive data flow vibrating through his palm. Master Spark initiated, mirroring to the Outer Rim legislation. Now, let the stars hear it. Let them judge the gods. In the clean room, Scylla watched the final data burst leave the station, a brilliant pulse of light on her monitors. She saw Director Thorne being hauled away by a group of shells, whose neural shunts had fried from the EM surge, restoring their free will and their anger. Thorne was screaming about competency and order, but nobody was listening. The silence was absolute. Scylla stood up, pulling off her haptic gloves and dropping them onto the floor like discarded skins. She looked at Elion, who was still staring at the screen in shock. "It's done, Elion. The record isn't clean anymore. It's just the truth. And the truth is heavy." "What happens now?" Elion asked, his voice small and trembling. "Now," Scylla said, looking toward the elevator where the lights were finally returning to a steady, calm blue, "we find out if we're worth saving. We stop being the cleaners and start being the witnesses." The hum of the clean room was shattered not by an explosion, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of maglock boots. Scylla stood motionless, her bare hands feeling the raw, unfiltered air of the room for the first time in years. Beside her, Elion was a statue of terror, his eyes glued to the monitors where the Aegis file continued to loop across the sector's emergency frequencies. The steady, calm blue light of the elevator bank suddenly flickered, strobing into a jagged, aggressive amber. The special police, the guild's personal Praetorian Guard, had arrived to sanitize the witnesses. "Elion, get behind the primary server bank," Scylla commanded, her voice losing its tremor and hardening into the tone of a woman who had just seen the end of the world and decided she didn't mind. "If they breach the door, they'll aim for the consoles first. They need to stop the broadcast before they kill us." The heavy reinforced doors hissed open, but it wasn't the special police who stepped through first. It was a squad of station security, the regular blue coats, who lived in the same barracks as Kalen and Rook. They looked disoriented, their rifles lowered. Behind them, through the translucent hallway, the silhouette of the special police was visible, moving like a wall of obsidian, their heavy shields reflecting the red emergency strobes. "Scylla," the lead security officer, a grizzled veteran named Hark, called out. His voice was cracked with disbelief. "That broadcast, My brother is on VESPER 9. He's a foreman in the residential block. Is that log real? Did the magistrate really sign that thinning order? Sila stepped forward, her shadow stretching long across the floor. He signed it yesterday, Hark. If we don't hold this room, if we let the special police shut down that relay, your brother will be bio-clutter by the next lunar cycle. You're not security anymore. You're the only thing standing between your family and a corporate eraser. Hark looked at the hall, then back at Sila. He saw the truth in her eyes, the weight of 15 years of lies finally being cast off. He turned to his squad, his face hardening. Seal the doors. We're not protecting the archive. We're protecting the broadcast. The climax of the Needle's fall began in that narrow corridor. The special police, led by a ruthless tactical officer named Captain Drax, deployed screamer grenades that sent high-frequency waves through the air, designed to liquefy the inner ears of anyone not wearing guild-issued dampeners. The bluecoats buckled, blood leaking from their ears, but they didn't retreat. They had seen the faces of their families on the screens. In the midst of the chaos, Kalen Voss appeared from the ceiling vents, dropping like a shadow into the clean room. He was covered in soot and obsidian dust, his legacy sidearm still hot in his hand. He didn't look at the battle in the hall. He looked at Sila. I need a physical override, Kalen grunted, his lungs burning from the ascent. The relay spire is broadcasting, but the special police are attempting a hard wire bypass from the subdeck 4 junction. If they cut the fiber optics there, the mirroring stops before it hits the outer rim. I can't get back down there in time. Sila grabbed a handheld haptic controller, her fingers flying over the manual interface. I can't stop them from the clean room, Kalen. They've bypassed the software. But I can change the environment. Elion, the cooling vats. What is the pressure in the liquid nitrogen reserves for the server racks? Elion, shivering but functional, checked his tablet. It's at 4,000 psi. Why? Because, Sila said, a grim smile touching her lips, if we can't stop them with code, we'll stop them with physics. The interaction that tipped the scales involved a three-way coordination that bypassed the guild's superior firepower. Kalen took up a sniping position at the clean room door, using his kinetic sidearm to pick off the power cells on the special police's shields. Each shot was a masterclass in logistics. He wasn't aiming for the men, but for the mechanical joints of their armor, slowing the obsidian wall just enough to give Hark and the bluecoats a fighting chance. Hark! Kalen yelled over the roar of pulse fire. Fall back to the secondary bulkhead. Draw them onto the floor grates. Hark understood. He ordered his men to retreat, making it look like the security line was breaking. Captain Drax and his special police surged forward, their heavy boots clanking on the metal grates that sat directly above the archive's massive liquid nitrogen cooling vats. They were 50 feet from the clean room, their weapons leveled for a final execution. Now, Sila, Kalen roared. Sila didn't use a weapon. She used the archive's maintenance protocol. With a single, forceful keystroke, she triggered an emergency thermal purge. The valves beneath the floor grates didn't just open, they exploded. A wall of super-chilled liquid nitrogen erupted from beneath the special police. It wasn't a slow leak, it was a high-pressure geyser. The liquid hit the heated obsidian armor of the special police and the air-conditioned atmosphere of the hallway, creating an instantaneous thermal shock. In less than a second, the obsidian plating of the guild's elite guards didn't just freeze, it shattered like glass. Their heavy shields, made of reinforced composite, cracked into thousands of jagged shards. The special police were frozen in place, their advanced armor becoming their own tombs as the joints locked and the metal contracted with a violent screech. Captain Drax tried to raise his rifle, but the barrel simply snapped off in his frozen hand. The clever resolve wasn't just the nitrogen, it was the mirroring of the command net. While the special police were immobilized, Sila routed the audio of their defeat, the sound of Drax's panic and the shattering of their invincible gear, directly into the helmets of every other guild unit on the station. She showed them that the gods were made of brittle clay. The broadcast is secure, Sila whispered, her breath hitching as she watched the data stream hit 100% saturation. The outer rim has the logs. The judgment archives have the signatures. The battle in the hall ceased as the remaining guild enforcers realized the war was already over. They weren't fighting for a record anymore, they were fighting for a ghost. One by one, they lowered their weapons, looking at the screens that still flickered with the truth of VESPER 9. Kalen stepped into the hall, passing the frozen statues of the special police. He reached Hark, who was leaning against a wall, his ears still ringing but a look of profound relief on his face. Kalen handed the grizzled officer his legacy sidearm. "The station is yours, Hark," Kalen said. "The people are going to have a lot of questions. You should be the one to answer them." Kalen returned to the clean room. Sila was still standing by her console, her hands resting on the cold metal. The room was silent now, the clinical hum replaced by the distant sound of the city below, a sound of thousands of voices rising in a single, unified roar of reclamation. "You saved them," Kalen said, standing beside her. "The physical override was clever, but the digital shield you built for me, that's what finished it." Sila looked at her bare hands, now stained with the grime of the battle. "I spent 15 years erasing the truth, Kalen. I think I finally balanced the ledger. What happens to us now? We're the most wanted people in the galaxy." "No," Kalen said, looking toward the window where the purple aurora of the data burst was still fading into a clear, blue morning. "We're the only people who know where the rest of the bodies are buried. The guild left a lot of dirt in the sub-levels. I think it's time we finish the cleaning. Properly this time. The record is mirrored. The truth is preserved. The void is silent. Finality. Absolute. Total. Reclamation. Done."
My name is Crix Tal, and I honestly thought I was going to die that day. Not from some cosmic disaster or space plague, mind you, but from sitting 3 seats away from a genuine, certified death worlder. You know, one of those terrifying humans everyone whispers about in the dormitory halls after lights out. The Centauri Educational Complex was supposed to be the safest place in the galaxy. Seriously. We had force fields that could stop a meteor, security drones that could detect a hostile thought from parsecs away, and enough redundant safety systems to make a Kothari engineer weep with joy. The brochure literally said, "Where young minds flourish in perfect harmony," which sounds lovely until you realize they let a human enroll. Maya Thompson. That was her name. She sat there in the 3rd row, looking about as dangerous as a wilted flower. Short brown hair, average height by human standards, which meant she towered over most of us like some kind of gentle giant. The professors had given her one of those reinforced desks, the kind they usually reserved for the rock-eating Gorlaxians, because apparently humans could accidentally destroy furniture just by existing. The rest of us kept stealing glances at her throughout Professor Quindara's lecture on peaceful conflict resolution. Oh, the irony there. Maya just sat quietly, taking notes with this ancient human writing instrument called a pencil, occasionally nodding along like she wasn't a walking weapon of mass destruction from the most violent planet in known space. Tikri, my Zephonian roommate, had spent the entire morning explaining human horror stories to anyone who would listen. How they survived on a world where everything, including the weather, actively tried to murder them daily. How they hunted predators that could snap a Valerian in half just for fun. How they actually enjoyed recreational combat sports where they hit each other in the face repeatedly. Looking at Maya, though, I had my doubts. She seemed more interested in her quantum mechanics homework than plotting our demise. She even smiled politely when Professor Quindara made one of his terrible jokes about molecular bonding. A real killer would never laugh at something that bad. But then again, everyone knew that humans were masters of deception. Maybe this quiet, studious act was just part of their predatory nature. Maybe she was analyzing our weaknesses, planning the most efficient way to eliminate the entire class. I shifted nervously in my seat, my 3 hearts beating slightly faster than normal. Just being in the same room as a Death Worlder felt like tempting fate itself. Then the universe decided to prove me absolutely, terrifyingly right. The invasion klaxon shrieked through the facility like a banshee with anger management issues. Red warning lights bathed everything in the color of fresh blood, which seemed oddly appropriate given our current company. The automated voice began its cheerful announcement. Attention students and faculty. We are experiencing a Code Crimson security breach. Please remain calm while we all panic internally. Okay, it didn't actually say that last part, but you could hear it in the system's digital voice. Professor Quindara's 6 eyes went wide as dinner plates. Tikri started hyperventilating through both sets of respiratory slits. The Gorlaxian twins began that low rumbling sound they made when stressed, which honestly sounded like a construction site having an argument with itself. The emergency force field slammed down over the windows with a sound like thunder. Glass doors began sealing corridors. Security drones zipped past our classroom window, their weapon systems already charging with ominous blue light. The facility's defensive grid was coming online, and everyone knew what that meant. We were under attack. But here's the thing nobody prepared me for. The moment that alarm sounded, Maya Thompson transformed. Not literally, thank the cosmos, but she went from quiet student to something else entirely. Her head snapped up, eyes scanning the room with predatory focus. Every muscle in her body tensed like a coiled spring. And then she stood up. The reinforced desk, that supposedly indestructible piece of furniture designed to withstand a small explosion, split clean in half, just from her hands gripping the edges as she pushed herself upright. The metal groaned, the composite material cracked, and 2 perfectly functional desk halves clattered to the floor like broken dreams. 27 pairs of alien eyes stared at the destruction in absolute, bone-deep terror. Maya looked around at our horrified faces and said, quite calmly, sorry about that. Sorry? Sorry? The Death Worlder had just demonstrated that she could casually destroy military-grade furniture with her bare hands, and she was apologizing like she'd accidentally sneezed too loudly during a library study session. That's when the real panic started. Tikri shrieked like a tea kettle achieving sentience and immediately regretting it. The Gorlaxian twins dove under their desks, which was honestly impressive considering they weighed about 3 tons each. A group of Zinthari students started that high-pitched whistling sound that meant either extreme fear or mating season, and frankly, I didn't want to know which. Everyone remained calm. Professor Quindara shouted over the chaos, his tentacles flailing in what was supposed to be a soothing gesture but looked more like he was trying to conduct an orchestra of terrified animals. The human is just experiencing a stress response. It's perfectly natural for their species. Natural? Natural? What kind of species considers furniture destruction a natural stress response? Maya took a step forward, probably trying to help, and half the class scrambled backward like she was carrying some kind of plague. Which, given human reputation, she very well might have been. Her hands were raised in what I later learned was a peaceful gesture. But at the time it looked like she was preparing to grab the nearest student and demonstrate her species' famous bone-crushing abilities. "Look, I can explain," Maya said, her voice remarkably calm for someone who just revealed herself as an instrument of mass destruction. Humans have what we call an adrenaline response when we perceive danger. It makes us temporarily stronger, and I wasn't expecting it to kick in quite so dramatically. Adrenaline response. They had a name for it. They had a biological system specifically designed for becoming more dangerous when threatened. Because of course they did. "Stay back," squeaked Plixnar, a tiny Meepian who probably weighed less than Maya's left shoe. "We know what humans do to other species. We've seen the documentaries." "Those weren't documentaries," Maya said, looking genuinely confused. "Those were action movies. They're fiction, entertainment. We don't actually go around fighting aliens for sport." But nobody was listening anymore. The alarm was still wailing, red lights were still flashing, and we had a confirmed Death Worlder in our classroom who had just proven she could break things with her bare hands. The logical conclusion was obvious. The invasion was probably her backup arriving to collect the survivors. Professor Quindara was frantically tapping his communication device, probably calling for security, or possibly for a priest. Maya stood in the middle of the chaos, looking like she wanted to help but was afraid to move in case she accidentally destroyed something else. Which, given her track record, was a very reasonable fear. Then the real monsters showed up, and suddenly Maya's furniture-destroying abilities seemed like the least of our problems. The explosion that rocked the eastern wing felt like someone had decided to rearrange the facility's architecture using large quantities of military-grade explosives. The reinforced walls, those supposedly impenetrable barriers that could withstand a direct hit from a plasma cannon, crumbled like stale cookies in a toddler's hands. Through the smoke and debris came the Zephyrian raiders, and let me tell you, they made Maya look about as threatening as a particularly aggressive houseplant. These weren't your average space pirates looking to steal lunch money and data crystals. Zephyrians were professional killers, 8 feet of pure muscle and bad intentions wrapped in armor that cost more than most planets' annual defense budgets. Their energy weapons hummed with enough power to vaporize a small moon, and their bio-enhancement modifications made them faster, stronger, and significantly more interested in violence than any reasonable species should be. The first raider through the breach took one look at our classroom and smiled. Well, I assume it was a smile. Hard to tell with all those teeth. The educational facility secured, he announced in that guttural Zephyrian accent that made every word sound like a threat. The beginning harvest of intellectual assets. Intellectual assets. They were talking about us like we were crops ready for picking. Professor Quindara, bless his academic heart, stepped forward with all the authority his tenure could muster. Now see here, this is a neutral educational institution protected by 17 different galactic treaties. The raiders' response was to shoot him with a neural disruptor. Our professor collapsed like a marionette whose strings had been cut by a particularly vindictive puppeteer. He wasn't dead, thankfully, just temporarily disconnected from his own nervous system, but the message was crystal clear. Treaties were apparently optional. More raiders poured through the breach, their scanners sweeping the room. They were cataloging us, deciding who was worth keeping and who was excess inventory. The security drones that had seemed so impressive moments earlier were nothing more than expensive scrap metal scattered across the corridors. The facility's defensive grid hadn't just failed, it had been systematically dismantled by beings who considered galactic standard military technology to be roughly equivalent to children's toys. That's when I noticed Maya again. While the rest of us were frozen in terror, staring at our imminent doom with the kind of helpless fascination usually reserved for watching traffic accidents, Maya was doing something completely different. She was studying them. Her eyes tracked their movements, noted their weapons, analyzed their formation and tactics with the kind of cold, calculating precision that made my spine tingle with premonition. She wasn't cowering. She wasn't pleading. She wasn't doing any of the perfectly reasonable things that civilized beings do when confronted with overwhelming force. Instead, she was tilting her head slightly, like she was listening to music none of us could hear. But her breathing had steadied. Her posture had shifted into something that looked casual but felt dangerous, and there was something in her eyes that hadn't been there during Professor Quindara's quantum mechanics lecture. Something that made me realize we'd been worried about the wrong predator all along. The Zephyrian scanning our little group paused when his instruments focused on Maya. His expression shifted from professional indifference to genuine confusion. Anomalous readings, he muttered to his squad leader. This one's biology doesn't match the database. Oh, I thought with growing dread you have no idea. What happened next completely redefined my understanding of the phrase educational experience. The Zephyrian squad leader gestured for his scanner operator to investigate the anomaly, identify the species and assess threat level, he ordered, because apparently even professional killers like to follow proper procedure. That's when Maya moved. I'd heard stories about human combat before, wild tales of berserker rages and impossible feats of strength, but nobody had mentioned their talent for weaponizing absolutely everything within arm's reach. Maya grabbed what remained of her broken desk, not the whole thing, just a jagged piece of composite metal about the size of a dinner plate, and hurled it at the nearest raider with enough force to embed it 3 inches deep in his chest armor. The raider staggered backward, staring down at the makeshift projectile sticking out of his torso like he couldn't quite believe what had just happened. Neither could I, honestly, but Maya was just getting started. She snatched up Professor Quindara's holographic projector, yanked out some kind of internal component that sparked ominously, and threw it at the squad leader's weapon. The resulting electrical feedback sent blue lightning dancing across his energy rifle until it overloaded with a sound like an angry god having a temper tantrum. Impossible, the squad leader snarled, drawing a backup weapon. No species can calculate trajectory and electrical interference simultaneously under combat stress. Maya's response was to grab a standard-issue classroom chair, break off one of its legs with a casual twist that made my secondary stomach clench in sympathetic pain, and use it as a club to smash the targeting computer on another Raider's weapon array. Then she spun around and used the same chair leg to trigger the emergency fire suppression system, flooding the room with flame-retardant foam that made visibility roughly equivalent to trying to see through a bowl of soup. The Raiders, trained for conventional warfare and equipped with sensors designed to track normal movement patterns, suddenly found themselves fighting something that didn't follow any known tactical doctrine. Maya moved through the foam like it was her natural environment, appearing behind one Raider to disable his communications gear, then vanishing before he could react. Only to pop up on the other side of the room to turn a portable whiteboard into some kind of impromptu shield and bludgeon combination. "What is this thing?" one Raider screamed, trying to track a target that apparently understood the precise acoustics of enclosed spaces well enough to use sound as a weapon. Maya had somehow turned the classroom's public address system into a feedback loop that made everyone except her grab their heads in pain. But the most terrifying part wasn't her improvised weapons or her tactical unpredictability. It was her creativity. Where the rest of us saw a classroom full of educational equipment, Maya saw an arsenal waiting to be activated. The periodic table display became a handful of chemical samples that, when mixed with the fire suppression foam, it created a slippery mess that sent Raiders sliding into walls like cartoon characters. The gravity simulation device, designed to teach students about planetary physics, became a localized field generator that made one Raider suddenly weigh 3 times normal mass. She even weaponized the lunch period announcements, and somehow reprogramming the facility's communication system to broadcast a feedback frequency that interfered with Zephyrian neural implants. Half the squad was stumbling around like they'd been drinking fermented fruit juice. "This is impossible," the squad leader roared, trying to coordinate his increasingly confused and injured team. "Our intelligence reports said this was an educational facility. Nothing but soft targets and academic personnel." Maya emerged from the foam holding what appeared to be a teaching aid about molecular structure, except she'd somehow turned it into a device that was generating enough electromagnetic interference to scramble their targeting systems. Her hair was messed up, her school uniform was torn, and she had that particular expression that I now recognize as a human solving problems in the most violent way possible. "Your intelligence reports," she said conversationally, like she was discussing the weather rather than systematically dismantling a squad of professional killers with classroom supplies, apparently didn't account for human ingenuity. And that's when I realized something that made my blood run cold. Maya wasn't just fighting back against impossible odds. She was winning. Against superior numbers, better weapons, advanced armor, and years of military training, she was actually winning. Using nothing but educational equipment and what appeared to be a complete disregard for the laws of physics, common sense, and basic self-preservation. But here's where the story gets really interesting, and by interesting I mean absolutely terrifying in a way that would make existential philosophers weep with joy. Maya, having successfully turned our classroom into a disaster zone that looked like a tornado had gotten into an argument with a chemistry set, suddenly stopped fighting and turned to address the rest of us. We were still huddled in the corner like a collection of very scared houseplants, watching her demolish trained killers with school supplies. "Okay, everyone listen up," she said, stepping over an unconscious Raider who was probably questioning his career choices. "I need your help." "Help?" The Death Worlder who had just single-handedly defeated a squad of professional murderers using nothing but classroom furniture and academic enthusiasm wanted our help? "I can't be everywhere at once," Maya continued, apparently oblivious to the fact that she'd just violated several laws of nature and at least 3 military treaties. "There are more of them in the facility, and I need you all to stop being victims and start being survivors." Tikri, who had spent the entire battle making noises like a deflating balloon with anxiety issues, raised one trembling appendage. But we're not warriors. We're students. We study theoretical mathematics and applied philosophy. Maya's smile was the kind that probably made natural selection take notes. Perfect. You understand systems thinking and logical problem solving. That's exactly what we need. And then she started teaching us. Not quantum mechanics or galactic history, but something infinitely more practical: how to not die horribly in the next 20 minutes. Plixnar, you're small and quick, she said, pointing to the terrified Mepian. You're going to be our scout. Use the ventilation system to move between rooms and report enemy positions. She handed him some kind of improvised communication device that looked like it had been built from spare parts and pure determination. But I don't know how to be a scout. Plixnar squeaked. You know how to observe and report data, right? Same principle, just with more running and hiding involved. The Gorlaxian twins, Bok and Gok, were assigned to be our mobile fortifications. Maya had somehow figured out that their natural rock-like hide could deflect energy blasts, and their impressive mass could be used to create cover for the rest of us. Your species evolved on a high-gravity world with constant seismic activity, she explained to them like she was discussing their favorite food instead of military tactics. You're naturally built to withstand impact and provide stability. Use that. Even Tikri got a job. Maya had noticed that Zophonians could change their skin color for camouflage, something Tikri had been doing unconsciously out of fear. Instead of hiding, Maya taught him how to use it as active camouflage, making him our infiltration specialist. But this is insane, I protested, watching her turn our study group into some kind of improvised resistance cell. We're academics, not soldiers. Maya looked at me with those terrifyingly calm human eyes. But Crixtal, your species has 3 hearts and enhanced reflexes. You process information faster than most combat computers. You're going to coordinate our movements and predict enemy tactical responses. I don't know anything about military strategy. You know game theory, right? Optimal decision trees? Resource allocation under pressure? Congratulations, you know military strategy. You just called it by different names. And somehow, impossibly, it started working. Under Maya's guidance, our little group of terrified academics began moving through the facility like we actually knew what we were doing. Plixnar scurried through air vents, providing real-time intelligence. The Gorlaxian twins created mobile cover points. Tikri used his camouflage to disable equipment and create diversions. And I found myself actually thinking tactically, analyzing raider patrol patterns and predicting their responses like they were variables in a complex equation. Maya had somehow taken our academic skills and weaponized them, turning theoretical knowledge into practical survival tools. It was brilliant. It was terrifying. It was working. And it made me realize that humans didn't just survive on their death world through strength or violence. They survived by turning everything, including other people, into solutions to problems that shouldn't have solutions. Our improvised resistance movement culminated in the main hall, where we discovered that the Zephyrian raiders had made one critical miscalculation. They'd assumed that conquering an educational facility would be like raiding a library, lots of valuable information, minimal resistance, and everyone too civilized to fight back effectively. They hadn't planned for Maya Thompson. The main hall was a disaster zone that looked like someone had tried to redecorate using high explosive ordnance and poor judgment. Blast marks scorched the walls, emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red shadows, and the central holographic display that usually showed peaceful scenes of galactic cooperation was now flickering between images of structural damage and evacuation routes. The remaining Zephyrian forces had fortified themselves behind overturned furniture and portable shield generators, creating what they probably thought was an impregnable defensive position. Their leader, a particularly large specimen who looked like he bench-pressed small asteroids for recreation, was coordinating the final phase of their operation with the kind of professional confidence that comes from never having lost a battle. Resistance has been minimal, he reported into his communication device. facility will be secured within the next 10 minutes, beginning extraction of high-value targets. That's when Maya kicked in the main doors. Not opened them, not unlocked them, kicked them. The reinforced metal panels, designed to withstand emergency decompression and direct weapons fire, flew off their hinges with a sound like thunder having an argument with a construction site. The Zephyrian leader stared at the doorway where a small human female had just demonstrated the kind of casual destruction usually associated with heavy machinery. What in the seven hells is that thing? That, I said with growing pride and terror, is a human having a really bad day. What followed was less a battle and more a masterclass in applied violence with a minor in creative problem-solving. Maya charged into the hall with the kind of reckless determination that made physics professors weep and military strategists take notes. The Zephyrians opened fire with enough concentrated energy to vaporize a small building, but Maya was already moving by using the architectural features of the hall like they were personally designed for her convenience. She bounced off walls, slid under energy blasts, used decorative pillars as cover, and somehow managed to be everywhere the enemy fire wasn't. When a plasma bolt caught her shoulder and burned through her uniform, she didn't scream or collapse. She just got angry, which turned out to be significantly more dangerous for everyone involved. Impossible. The Zephyrian leader roared, watching his professional killers get systematically dismantled by someone who should have been dead 3 times over. Nothing survives direct plasma contact. Maya's response was to grab a piece of broken ceiling panel, use it as a shield to deflect incoming fire, then hurl it like a discus at the enemy's portable shield generator. The device exploded in a shower of sparks and broken physics, leaving half their defensive position exposed. But here's where our academic training finally paid off. While Maya kept the enemy focused on her impossible survival skills, the rest of us implemented what she'd taught us. Plixnar had mapped every ventilation shaft in the building and was dropping improvised explosives, which were actually just chemical combinations from the science labs, into enemy positions from above. The Gorlaxian twins had positioned themselves at strategic choke points, using their natural armor to create mobile cover that allowed us to advance without being turned into academic paste. Tikri was using his camouflage abilities to sabotage equipment and create confusion, appearing just long enough to disable a weapon or communication device before vanishing again. And I was coordinating everything from a central position, treating the entire battle like a complex logistics problem with potentially fatal consequences for incorrect answers. Squad 7, focus fire on the central target. The Zephyrian leader commanded, trying to bring overwhelming force to bear on Maya. Negative effect. I reported to our team through the improvised communication network Maya had built. Human resilience factor exceeds expected parameters by approximately 300%. Maya took a direct hit from a military-grade energy weapon that should have reduced her to constituent atoms. Instead, she stumbled backward, shook her head like she was clearing away mild confusion, and kept fighting. The burn mark on her arm looked painful, but she treated it like a minor inconvenience rather than a potentially fatal wound. "This is impossible," one of the raiders screamed. "Nothing biological should be able to withstand that kind of damage." "You clearly," Maya replied, grabbing what remained of the central information kiosk and using it as an improvised battering ram, haven't met many humans. The final turning point came when the Zephyrian leader, frustrated beyond reason by watching his elite forces get defeated by educational equipment and pure stubbornness, made the mistake of challenging Maya to single combat. He was twice her size, covered in military-grade armor, and armed with weapons that cost more than most planets' gross domestic product. Maya's response was to accept the challenge, disarm him using what appeared to be advanced knowledge of leverage and joint mechanics, and then pin him to the ground using a combination of human wrestling techniques and a broken desk leg. "I surrender," the leader gasped, staring up at the small human who had just systematically dismantled his entire operation using nothing but determination and creative violence. Maya looked around the ruined hall at the defeated raiders and her terrified but victorious classmates, and said the most human thing possible. Does anyone know if the cafeteria is still serving lunch? All this fighting made me hungry. In the aftermath of what historians would probably call the incident, where a human single-handedly redefined military tactical theory using classroom supplies, the Centauri educational complex looked like someone had tried to redecorate using explosives and very poor judgment. Emergency crews swarmed through the facility. Medical teams tended to the wounded raiders with the kind of professional confusion that comes from treating injuries caused by weaponized educational equipment. And security forces stood around looking like they couldn't quite believe what had just happened. Maya sat on the steps of the main hall, calmly filling out what appeared to be an incident report while medics fussed over her various burns and injuries. She kept insisting she was fine, which only made them more concerned because apparently fine. For a human included things that would hospitalize most other species for weeks. I still don't understand, I said, settling down beside her with my 3 hearts still beating faster than normal. How did you know what to do? How did you turn all of us into soldiers when none of us had any military training? Maya looked up from her paperwork and smiled, the same polite expression she'd worn during Professor Quindara's terrible jokes about molecular bonding. I didn't turn you into soldiers, Crixtal. I just helped you realize you were already problem solvers. Military tactics are just problem solving under pressure with potentially fatal consequences for wrong answers. But the way you fought, the things you did, that wasn't normal academic behavior. No, Maya agreed, wincing slightly as a medic applied some kind of healing gel to the plasma burn on her shoulder. But it wasn't abnormal human behavior either. We're adaptable. When presented with a problem, we find solutions using whatever resources are available. Sometimes those resources happen to be classroom furniture and terrified classmates. Tikri approached us cautiously, his skin still flickering between colors as his camouflage system tried to process recent events. The stories about humans being dangerous deathworlders, they're true, aren't they? Maya considered this seriously, which was somehow more terrifying than if she'd just laughed it off. I suppose they are, in a way, but not the way you think. We're not monsters who enjoy violence for its own sake. We're just really, really good at surviving impossible situations and protecting the people we care about. She gestured toward the defeated raiders being led away in restraints. Those Zephyrians were professional killers with superior weapons and training. But they made one critical mistake. What's that? I asked. They threatened my classmates, Maya said simply. Humans have this annoying tendency to get unreasonably stubborn when people we like are in danger. It's a design flaw from evolving on a world where everything was constantly trying to kill us. We learned to be protective of our groups because cooperation was the only way to survive. Professor Quindara finally recovered from his neural disruption and sporting a bandage that made him look like he'd lost an argument with a medical textbook. He approached our little gathering. Miss Thompson, I believe I owe you an apology, and possibly a recommendation for advanced tactical studies. Maya laughed, a sound that was surprisingly normal after everything we'd witnessed. I think I'll stick with quantum mechanics, Professor. It's much less likely to result in property damage. Looking around at the wreckage of our peaceful educational facility, at my classmates who were already comparing stories and laughing about their newfound combat experience, I realized something important. We'd been wrong about humans. They weren't monsters. They were just very, very good at making sure monsters lost. 3 months later, Maya Thompson still sits in the same spot in Professor Quindara's classroom, though we've upgraded her to a desk that's supposedly rated for Deathworlder stress responses. She still takes notes with that ancient human writing instrument, still nods politely at terrible jokes, and still looks about as dangerous as a wilted flower. The difference is that now we know better. The stories about humans being terrifying Deathworlders weren't wrong, exactly. They were just incomplete. Yes, humans come from a world where everything tries to kill them on a daily basis. Yes, they have reflexes that can accidentally destroy furniture and biological systems that let them survive injuries that would kill most other species. But what the stories never mentioned was why they developed those abilities. It wasn't for conquest or domination or the simple joy of violence. It was for protection, for survival, for making sure the people they cared about made it through another day on a world that was actively hostile to life itself. The irony isn't lost on me that we spent weeks terrified of the very being who would risk her life to save ours. We saw her strength and assumed malice. We witnessed her resilience and feared aggression. We watched her turn classroom supplies into weapons and never considered that she might use those same skills to defend rather than attack. Now when Maya raises her hand to answer a question, nobody flinches. When she stands up quickly, we don't dive for cover. When she smiles, we smile back instead of calculating escape routes. Because we've learned the most important lesson about humans that the stories never taught us, they're not dangerous to their friends. They're only dangerous to the things that threaten their friends. And honestly, that makes me feel safer than any force field or security system ever could. Though I still recommend reinforced furniture, just in case.
The scout ship Vanguard was never engineered to endure the crushing atmospheric physics of PX-47. To the Federation's long-range orbital sensors, the planet had appeared as a standard terrestrial candidate, a vibrant, emerald orb swaddled in thick, violet-tinged clouds. But as the 30-meter vessel pierced the upper thermosphere, the crew realized that the fundamental laws of gravity, fluid dynamics, and scale were being rewritten in a language of pure, terrifying violence. The air was not a gas. It was a dense, viscous medium that fought the hull with the resistance of deep-sea water, dragging at the titanium skin with a physical, hungry weight. Every stabilizer on the ship shrieked in mechanical protest, a high-pitched metallic wail that vibrated through the floorboards and into the marrow of the crew's bones. The drag coefficient reached numbers that defied the ship's onboard logic, causing the navigation computers to cycle through error messages in a frantic strobe of crimson light. Atmospheric density is spiking. It's at 400% and climbing. Malik's voice was a jagged spike of adrenaline over the internal comms, his fingers dancing across the navigation console to compensate for the drag. Captain, the sensors are screaming. They're detecting liquid spheres in the upper atmosphere. Not rain, massive, wobbling globes of water the size of starship hangars, suspended in the air like heavy, liquid mountains. Captain Alara Voss gripped the armrests of her command chair, her knuckles turning a waxy white against the dark leather. Her eyes were fixed on the primary viewport, where the violet clouds were being shredded by the ship's descent. Keep the nose up, Malik. If we catch the surface tension of one of those droplets at this velocity, it won't be a crash. It'll be a kinetic assassination. The hull will snap like dry glass under the weight of a falling ocean. Outside, the storm was a nightmare of impossible proportions. Enormous, shimmering orbs of liquid, each 100 times larger than the Vanguard, tumbled through a sky that had turned a bruised, electric purple. They didn't fall. They descended with a terrifying, slow-motion weight, wobbling with internal currents that looked like shifting tectonic plates. The ship was a silver needle threading a minefield of liquid giants. A massive, shimmering sphere suddenly loomed in their flight path, and as Alara yanked the manual override, the Vanguard banked hard. The port wingtip grazed the liquid skin of the orb, and the ship was nearly swallowed by a cohesive force so strong it felt like the hand of a ghost pulling them into the abyss. A fine, cloying mist coated the titanium skin, instantly freezing into a slick, heavy layer that threw the stabilizers into a mechanical seizure. The ship groaned, a deep, guttural sound of metal reaching its breaking point. Then, the sky ignited. It wasn't a standard electrical discharge. A pillar of white fire, nearly a quarter-mile in diameter, slammed into the landscape miles away with a brilliance that turned the cockpit into a bleached white void. The sound wasn't a crack of thunder, it was a tectonic roar, a low-frequency displacement of the entire atmosphere that sent the Vanguard into a terminal, uncontrolled spin. "We're caught in the shockwave," Calder shouted over the groaning of the airframe, his hands straining against the secondary flight controls. "The engines are stalling. The air is too rich, too heavy. it's flooding the intakes with a thick, nitrogen-heavy sludge. The ship plummeted. Below them, the forest rushed up to meet them. It wasn't a forest of wood and leaf. It was a dense, vibrating jungle of emerald pillars. Each trunk was hundreds of feet tall, smooth and waxy, swaying with an elastic strength that defied the ship's kinetic energy. The vanguard sheared through the top of a pillar, the green stalk bending like a massive spring before whipping back and launching the ship toward a second stalk. The vessel skipped off the vegetation like a stone across a pond, finally plowing into the ground with a series of rhythmic, bone-jarring thuds. It skipped across jagged, translucent boulders, each the size of a municipal building, before sliding into a deep, shaded canyon of silica sand. Silence followed, thick and heavy, broken only by the ticking of cooling metal and the hiss of escaping steam. The air inside the cockpit smelled of ozone and the cloying, sweet scent of crushed, mineral-rich vegetation. Alara unbuckled her restraints, her boots clanging on the deck plating, which now sat at a steep, 15-degree angle. "Sound off," she rasped, wiping a smear of blood from her jaw. "Vitals are steady," Tara reported from the medbay, her voice shaky but clear. "But ARA, the exterior sensors are reading the ground as 90% crystalline silica. These aren't rocks. They're jagged, transparent shards of quartz, but scaled to the size of house-sized boulders. It's like we landed in a mountain range made of broken glass. The gravity is consistent, but the air pressure, it's like being at the bottom of a planetary trench." Malik crawled out from under the engineering substation, his face pale and smeared with grease. "The luck is gone, Captain. My primary data chip, the one with the diagnostic maps for the plasma coils, flew out of the port during the tumble. Without it, we can't purge the sludge from the intakes. We're paralyzed. The ship is a dead weight. Forget the chip for now," Calder grunted, eyes fixed on the primary viewport. "Look at the trees." On the external monitors, the forest was a terrifying emerald abyss. The green pillars towered over the ship, their tapered points disappearing into a low-hanging mist of vapor. They weren't bark-covered. They were translucent, with veins of fluid pulsing rhythmically inside their waxy, reinforced walls. The canyon they had landed in was formed by two massive sand boulders that leaned against one another like tectonic plates. Every biological scan returned a profile that was utterly alien. The leaves were broad, serrated blades of grass, each one thicker than the ship's hull and capable of reflecting the dim, violet light of the sky like a mirror. The sheer scale was suffocating. Small moss-like growths at the base of the pillars were revealed by the scanners to be tangled networks of vine-like structures, each as thick as a man's torso. "Biological analysis is impossible," Lena, the biologist, whispered, her eyes wide as she scrolled through the data. "These aren't trees. They're monocots, simple cellular structures, yet scaled to a size that breaks every law of biological square-cube theory. The ground is a silica desert, and these stalks are reinforced with mineral deposits. It's a mineral-based biology on a gargantuan scale. The very air is heavy with moisture, saturated to the point of being a liquid suspension. We aren't just in a forest, we're in a giant's garden." Suddenly, the world began to shake. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't a quake. It was a localized seismic event, rhythmic and calculated. Each thud sent a vibration through the ship that made the internal bulkheads scream. Outside, the house-sized sand boulders shifted, grinding against the hull with a sound like a mountain being crushed. A deep, guttural resonance filled the air, a geologic groan, a subsonic rumble that bypassed the ears and vibrated the crew's chest cavities. "Seismic activity is off the charts," Malik whispered, huddling near the reactor. "It's coming from the north, and it's moving toward us. The amplitude of each shockwave is doubling." The dim green light of the undergrowth was suddenly obliterated. A white sun erupted in the sky above the canopy, a focused, artificial beam of light so intense it rendered the green pillars translucent, revealing the pulsing, sap-filled veins within. The beam swept back and forth across the canyon floor, a searchlight of cosmic proportions that turned the shadows into pits of obsidian. The heat from the light hit the hull, making the metal pop and expand with sharp, alarming cracks. To the crew, it felt as though they were being examined under a microscope by a power that existed on a different plane of physics. "It's an atmospheric anomaly," Alara stated, though her voice lacked conviction. Some kind of focused solar flare or natural luminescence from the upper layers. We need to focus on survival. Malik, what do we need to get the coils back online? The data chip is gone, Malik said, but if we can gather enough raw crystalline silica from the boulders around us, I can manually recalibrate the intake filters. But we're talking about tons of material. We'd have to mine for a year with the handheld industrial cutters just to get a fraction of what we need. The purity level out there is too low. Then we start now, Alara said, her professional facade hardening. We don't open the airlock until we have a plan for a shelter. If the environment is this hostile, we have to fortify. We use the trees as ribs for a dome. We clear a perimeter and set up a mining station. Stepping out of the airlock was like stepping into a nightmare of scale. The air was so thick it felt like breathing warm silk, tasting of sugar and wet stone. The sand boulders were treacherous, slick with the cloying, sweet scent of sap, the sticky liquid oozing from the stalks they had crushed during the landing. The green pillars towered like emerald skyscrapers, swaying with a heavy, rhythmic grace in the viscous wind. Each blade of the forest was thick as a ship's hull, covered in microscopic serrations that looked like jagged glass under their helmet lights. The work was grueling. Calder and Malik led the way with the heavy industrial laser cutters. The beams hissed as they bit into the waxy green walls of the pillars, the heat turning the internal sap into a thick, sweet-smelling steam that clouded their visors. It took the entire crew, utilizing the Vanguard's external winch and their own powered exoskeletons, just to move a single log of felled vegetation. They were tiny, neon-colored specks moving against a backdrop of an emerald abyss. The cellular density is off the charts, Lena said, panting as she dragged a section of fiber. This isn't wood. It's reinforced with silica fibers. It's as strong as carbon steel but flexible. We can weave these together. They spent the first 12 hours in a frantic, ant-like state of labor. They cleared a circle no more than 10 meters wide, hauling the massive stalks into a woven circular perimeter around the ship. They used the stalks as structural ribs, pulling them into a dome shape with carbon fiber tethers and binding them with the sticky, resinous sap that bled from the cuts. It was an epic clearing of a primeval wilderness to them, an achievement of sheer will against a landscape that didn't even notice their presence. Once the dome was partially secured, providing a meager shield against the violet sky, the mining began. Calder took the heavy drill to the base of the crystalline boulders. The noise was deafening, a high-pitched shriek as the drill bit into the house-sized silica shards. For hours, they hammered away at the rock, but the yield was pathetic. The scanners confirmed their fears. The raw materials they needed were locked deep within the mineral matrix of the planet, requiring industrial-scale refining they simply didn't possess. "We're mining for dust," Calder spat, throwing his cutter to the ground in frustration. The sparks from his drill had barely scratched the surface of the translucent boulder. "At this rate, we'll run out of oxygen before we have enough silica to coat a single filter. We're chasing ghosts in a glass desert." The crew huddled in the shadow of the Vanguard, their lights casting long, flickering shadows against the woven emerald walls of their dome. The silence of the canyon was deceptive, punctuated by the distant, wet rustling of the giant grass blades. Then, the seismic tremors returned. They were more violent this time, a rapid-fire succession of thumps that made the silica sand dance like liquid. A massive, dark silhouette suddenly eclipsed the entire sky, plunging the clearing into a darkness deeper than night. A tremendous shockwave slammed into the clearing the moment the silhouette touched down, the force of the displacement hurling the crew against the ship's hull. A beetle-like predator, an iridescent nightmare the size of a heavy tank that had been stalking the perimeter of their dome, was caught in the path of the descent. It was instantly launched into the dark forest of stalks by the sheer rush of air, disappearing with a wet, crunching thud. The crew lay on the ground, gasping as the air pressure stabilized. Silence returned, and the white sun flickered and died, leaving them in the dim, violet twilight. "Captain," Malik whispered, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the center of their cleared perimeter. "Look, in the middle of their camp, where there had been nothing but silica dust and the scars of their drills moments before, sat a massive, seamless cube. It was metallic, smooth, and humming with a strange, internal energy. It was a monolith of refined isotopes, perfectly polished and glowing with a faint blue light that cut through the emerald gloom. It hadn't been there before the seismic shockwave. To the crew, it appeared as though the very heavens had dropped a treasure chest into their midst. It was a gift of impossible purity, appearing exactly when their hope had reached its lowest ebb. "It's pure," Malik said, his scanner chirping in a frantic, melodic frequency as he approached the object. "It's a concentrated deposit of exactly the isotopes we need. It's more silica than those boulders combined, refined to a level we couldn't achieve in a laboratory. It's a miracle. We have the fuel. We have the filters. Where did it come from?" Lena asked, looking up through the gaps in their woven roof at the violet clouds. Her voice was filled with a mixture of hope and profound dread. "Nothing just appears. Not like this. It doesn't matter," Alara said, her eyes fixed on the blue glow of the cube. "It's here, and it's the only way we're ever leaving this canyon. Malik, get the transport sleds. Calder, help him. We bring this inside the dome. We start the integration now." They began the arduous process of hauling the cube toward the ship, their small machines straining against the weight of the refined gift. They worked in a feverish silence, unaware that the real monsoon was about to begin, and that their emerald dome was about to be tested by an atmospheric event unlike anything their sensors had ever recorded, a deluge that would turn their garden sanctuary into a drowning pool. End of Part 1. Part 2. The Horizon Shift. The transition between the light cycles on PX-47 was not a gradual fading of the sun, but a mechanical shifting of the universe's foundations. Inside the woven dome of emerald stalks, the crew of the Vanguard labored in a humid, oxygen-rich gloom that felt more like a pressurized womb than a metallic fortress. The sap resin they had used to bind the grass ribs had hardened into a translucent amber, turning their structure into a ribbed, organic cathedral that smelled of sweet rot, ozone, and ancient minerals. Outside, the environment was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. The bruised violet of the sky had darkened into an abyssal indigo, and the seismic tremors had increased in frequency. A rhythmic thump-thump-thump vibrated through the ship's hull, a low-frequency pulse that suggested something was moving across the heavens with tectonic weight. Every instrument in the engineering bay spiked with static interference. "The resonance is shifting," Malik reported, his voice filtered through the heavy crackle of the internal comms. He was positioned at the base of the cube, his industrial welder throwing jagged sparks of blue light against the seamless metallic surface of the mysterious gift. Every time the ground shakes, the cube's internal frequency aligns with the tremors. "It's not just a fuel cell, Alara. It's a bridge. It's drawing energy from the planet's own movement and refining it into a plasma-ready state. If we can finish the conduit weave, we'll have enough power to jump-start the primary coils in less than an hour. But the surge is massive. I've never seen a battery this efficient." "Then move faster," Captain Alara Voss commanded, her eyes fixed on the external monitors. The viewports showed a world of nightmare proportions. The jagged silica boulders that surrounded their clearing were slick with a new, high-pressure moisture that seemed to ooze from the very air. "The atmospheric pressure is fluctuating again. Something is displacing the air on a massive scale. We need to be ready to purge the intakes the second that power is live. If we miss this window, the pressure differential will crush the hull like a tin can." The monsoon arrived without warning. It began with a sound like 1,000 steam pipes bursting simultaneously, a high-pressure hiss that quickly deepened into a roar. A wall of liquid glass, moving with the velocity of a tidal wave, slammed into the grass forest. To the crew, it was a planetary apocalypse. Massive spheres of water, each weighing thousands of tons from their perspective, plummeted from the sky and shattered against their woven dome. The grass pillars groaned, the silica-reinforced walls bending under the hydraulic weight of the descent. "The dome is buckling," Calder yelled, bracing himself against a structural rib as a bead of water the size of a shuttlecraft hammered the exterior. The impact sounded like a drum made of thunder. "The surface tension of the liquid is trying to crush us. If the sap doesn't hold, the weight of a single drop will pancake the hull." "Alara, the seals are weeping. Seal the airlock and equalize the internal pressure," Alara shouted over the din. "Malik, status on the cube. 80%. It's feeding off the kinetic energy of the rain. The harder it pours, the faster it charges." As the deluge hammered their fortress, a new anomaly occurred, one that defied their understanding of natural meteorology. A massive, translucent barrier suddenly descended from the heavens. It was a seamless, curved wall of clear, flexible material, hundreds of feet wide, that slammed into the silica earth around the clearing with a dull, echoing clack that vibrated the marrow of their bones. It sealed the vanguard, the dome, and the cube inside a dry, pressurized bubble. Outside the clear wall, the torrent of water continued to rage, but inside, the air became unnervingly, terrifyingly still. "We're in a vacuum pocket," Lena whispered, her face pressed to the viewport in disbelief. "The storm is still out there, but some kind of physical barrier has been lowered over us. It's perfectly circular, perfectly clear. It's as if the world has been put in a jar." Through the translucent barrier and the gaps in their grass roof, the white sun returned. But it wasn't a sun. It was a focused, artificial beam of light that moved with a terrifyingly precise intent. As the beam swept over the dome, the shadow of a monolithic, dark mass eclipsed the stars. It was a landscape of deep textures, ridges, and pores, a massive, featureless form that hovered over their bubble, blocking out the purple sky. "It's not a tectonic event," Alara whispered, her voice barely audible as she looked at the readout on the gravity sensors. The readings were spiking in impossible directions. "It's a witness. It's watching us. It's waiting for us to be ready. Captain, the cube is fully integrated." Malik's voice broke the silence, crackling with a new, frantic energy. "The coils are screaming. We have 200% power. The diagnostic handshake is green. We can break the surface tension of the entire atmosphere if we fire now, but we have to go immediately. The isotopes won't stay stable in this pressure for long. But we're trapped under the barrier," Calder noted, pointing at the sky. "We ignite those engines inside this bubble, and we'll turn this sanctuary into a kiln. We'll be vaporized before we even clear the clearing. We're in a cage." "Wait," Alara said, her eyes locked on the monitors. "Look at the horizon. The barriers, they're shifting." The clear barrier began to rise. Something unseen gripped the edges of the massive structure and lifted it back into the heavens with a silent, terrifying grace. The night air of PX-47 rushed back in, cool and smelling of wet earth and distant, burnt carbon. The pressure stabilized instantly. Then, a flat, warm expanse, a dark, ridged platform, was lowered beside the ship. It was a vast territory that looked like a continent of marble, descending with a precision that silenced the wind. "It's giving us a clearing," Alara realized, her perspective finally shattering. "It's not a predator. It's a launch pad. It's a hand. Board the ship. All stations to launch positions. Malik, initiate the purge sequence on my mark." The Vanguard rose from the silica mud on a cushion of blue plasma, its engines humming with a frequency that made the nearby grass stalks dance in a frantic, wind-swept ballet. It drifted onto the dark, ridged platform, a tiny silver needle against the vastness of the expanse. As the ship settled, the platform began to rise, lifting them out of the emerald abyss with a smooth, terrifying acceleration. The crew watched the viewport in stunned silence as the world shrank away. The grass stalks, once towering skyscrapers of waxy green, became a soft, manicured carpet. The house-sized silica boulders became mere pebbles, scattered across a dark, porous soil. The canyons they had feared were revealed to be simple cracks in the dirt of a pathway. High above, a monolithic fortress of brick and glass, a structure of impossible geometry, towered over the forest. The lightning they had seen was a buzzing grid of yellow light on a wooden pillar, a bug zapper on a porch. The monsoon had been a garden hose. The platform stopped, and for the first time, the crew saw the source of the seismic tremors and the white sun. They were level with a face, a young man, his features a landscape of skin and fine hair, his eyes like vast, amber suns filled with a quiet, knowing curiosity. He was the giant, the architect of their survival. He didn't speak. He simply looked at the tiny silver speck in his hand with a smile that spanned their entire horizon. He raised his other hand. It was a continent of flesh moving through the air with a grace that defied its mass. He didn't reach for them. He performed a slow, rhythmic wave of his fingers, a farewell greeting that spanned miles of their perspective. "He knows," Lena whispered, tears blurring her vision as she stared into an eye the size of a nebula. "He knew we were there the whole time. He wasn't hunting us. He was gardening. He was helping us find our way back." "Fire engines," Alara commanded, her voice thick with a mixture of terror and awe. The Vanguard shot upward, a silver streak of light that pierced the night sky of PX-47. As they accelerated, fueled by the isotopes of the cube, the planet revealed its true identity. It wasn't an alien world of violet trees and emerald canyons. It was a blue and green marble, Earth, receding into the darkness of the void. They weren't explorers of a new frontier. They were survivors of a suburban backyard, finally returning to the scale they belonged to. Alara sat back in her chair, watching the giant's world disappear into a tiny, flickering point of light among the stars. The sensors were finally recalibrating to the vacuum of space, the noise of the atmosphere replaced by the cold, beautiful silence of the cosmos. "Captain," Malik said, looking at the data chip that had been recovered from the internal sensors of the cube. "The materials he gave us, the cube, it's not just fuel. It's refined for interstellar travel. The isotopes are more advanced than anything in the Federation's database. He didn't just save us. He upgraded us. He gave us the stars." "No, Malik," Alara said, watching the empty space where the giant had been. "He was just a neighbor. And we were just passing through his lawn. We were a broken toy he decided to fix." The Vanguard turned its nose toward the deep black, leaving behind the forest of stalks and the man who had waved goodbye to the smallest explorers in the galaxy. They weren't just survivors. They were the only ones who knew that in the right light, a single backyard could be an entire universe, and a god could be found in the simple act of lifting a plastic tub to let the travelers go home. As the ship jumped into warp, fueled by the giant's gift, the last thing they saw on the long-range scanners was a massive, waving silhouette against a backdrop of porch lights and summer crickets, a guardian of the small, standing at the edge of the infinite.
"Run." Instructor Cale Varen's voice cut through the training hall like a command carved into stone. "If you value your life, you run now." Hundreds of cadets moved instantly. Across the massive simulation chamber, alien students from 12 different worlds turned and sprinted toward the reinforced exits as warning lights flashed above them. The ground beneath their boots shook. The air filled with the deep mechanical roar of something approaching. But 6 humans remained exactly where they stood. Michael Carter did not move. At 22 years old, he had already learned something most people never understood. Panic was just another enemy, and the first thing you lost in panic was the ability to think. Around him, the other human cadets held their positions without a word. Sarah Mitchell glanced toward the retreating crowd, then back at Michael. "Are we seriously not moving?" she whispered. Michael kept his eyes on the dark passage ahead. "Not yet." Sarah looked at him for a moment. "You heard the order, right?" "I did. Everyone else is running." Michael watched the empty space where the other cadets had disappeared. His expression did not change. "Everyone else is supposed to." That answer bothered Sarah more than she expected. She had trained beside Michael for almost a year, and she knew he was not reckless. That was the strange part. Reckless people rushed into danger because they wanted to prove something. Michael never needed to prove anything. He was the kind of person who checked the exits before sitting down in a restaurant. The kind of person who noticed when someone was walking too slowly because they were injured. The kind of person who looked calm because he had already considered everything that could go wrong. Instructor Cale Varen watched from the control platform above the chamber, his blue-gray armored skin reflecting the red emergency lights. For 30 years, he had trained warriors from across the galaxy. He had seen fearless soldiers, brilliant strategists, and arrogant recruits who believed they were invincible. Humans were different. They were smaller than most species in the Academy. They lacked the natural armor of the Dravik. They did not possess the enhanced senses of the Velori. They did not have centuries of recorded warfare behind them. Yet here they were, standing still while everyone else escaped. "Human cadets," Cale said through the communication system. "This is your final warning. Retreat immediately." Michael touched the receiver on his collar. "Instructor, request clarification." Cale narrowed his eyes. Even now, the human was asking questions. "Clarification? Are we ordered to leave the area, or are we ordered to abandon the assigned sector?" For a moment, Cale said nothing. Most cadets would have simply obeyed. That was the purpose of training. Discipline meant following commands. "The area is unsafe," Cale replied. "That is why everyone was ordered to run." Michael looked toward the passage again. The shaking was getting stronger. Something large was moving closer. Understood, he said. But the evacuation route is behind us. Kale stared at the display. He pulled up the tactical feed, expecting to see a group of stubborn human students refusing to accept danger. Instead, he saw something else. The humans were not frozen. They were watching, measuring, counting. Michael Carter was not waiting for the threat to arrive. He was waiting for the moment when someone else would need them. And for the first time in his career, Instructor Cale Varen wondered if the humans had misunderstood the exercise, or if everyone else had misunderstood humanity. The first thing you learn at the Galactic Defense Academy is simple. When the instructor tells you to move, you move. The words came from Michael Carter's first training manual, and every cadet knew them. Orders existed for a reason. Discipline kept people alive. But standing in the middle of the simulation chamber, with the warning alarms still echoing through the walls, Michael understood something the others did not. Sometimes the hardest part of following an order was knowing what the order was truly meant to accomplish. The other cadets had already reached the emergency corridors. Their voices faded behind the reinforced doors as the evacuation system sealed the exits. The chamber suddenly felt much larger, much quieter. Sarah Mitchell looked at the sealed doors and shook her head. You know, most people would call this the moment where we admit we made a terrible decision. Michael almost smiled. Most people are usually trying to survive the first 5 seconds. And what are we doing? She asked. Michael looked toward the passage ahead, making sure everyone else gets more than 5 seconds. Sarah followed his gaze. She still did not like the answer, but she understood something important about him. Michael was not brave because he ignored danger. He was brave because he noticed every single part of it. The academy instructors had spent months trying to break human habits out of their training. The humans checked corners. They counted supplies. They studied patterns. They asked questions when everyone else simply accepted instructions. To many alien instructors, those habits looked like unnecessary hesitation. To Michael, they were survival. Above the chamber, Instructor Cale Varen replayed the tactical feed. He had expected to see stubborn students refusing to accept reality. Instead, he watched 6 humans quietly organize themselves. Daniel Brooks moved toward the control panel near the wall, checking the damaged training equipment. Sarah positioned herself near the emergency beacon. The others watched the entrances. No panic, no shouting, no wasted movement. Cale folded his arms. They are preparing a defensive response. His assistant looked confused. Against a simulation target? Cale did not answer immediately. He had trained thousands of cadets, and he knew every species had a pattern. The Dravik relied on strength. The Valori relied on speed. The Karen relied on numbers. Humans seemed to rely on something harder to measure. Experience. The chamber lights flickered again. This time, the vibration was different. The simulation was supposed to create pressure. It was not supposed to make the entire floor shake. Cale quickly checked the system readings. His expression changed slightly. That is impossible. His assistant leaned closer. What happened? Cale studied the data. The simulation environment has changed. Can you shut it down? I am trying. Below, Michael noticed the change before anyone told him. The sound was wrong. The timing was wrong. Training systems followed patterns. This did not. Sarah looked at him. Michael. He finally turned toward the team. The exercise changed. Daniel looked up from the control panel. Meaning, Michael took a slow breath. He could feel the pressure building, but his voice stayed calm. Meaning we are no longer waiting for the test to begin. He looked at the sealed evacuation doors, then back toward the dark corridor ahead. We are already in it. Cale Varen had spent 30 years learning one simple truth about training. The moment a cadet stopped respecting danger was the moment they became a danger to everyone around them. That was why the humans confused him. They were not ignoring the threat. They were studying it. From the observation platform, Cale watched Michael Carter and his team move with a level of coordination he rarely saw from experienced soldiers, much less students. They were not trying to look impressive. They were not trying to challenge the instructor. They were simply doing what they believed needed to be done. Human behavior continues to be difficult to classify, Cale's assistant said quietly. Cale looked over. Explain. The assistant brought up the data from the simulation. Every other species followed the evacuation command immediately. The humans remained because they identified a potential problem with the evacuation route. Cale stared at the display. They questioned the command. Yes. That should be a failure. The assistant hesitated. Should it? Cale did not answer. Below, Michael crouched near the control panel while Daniel Brooks examined the damaged equipment. The young engineer ran his fingers across the interface, carefully checking the readings. "The system is giving false information," Daniel said. Sarah moved closer. "How bad? I do not know yet. The training environment is locked. Some systems are responding like the exercise is still active, but others are behaving like they are outside normal parameters." Michael looked at the emergency display. "Can we communicate with the control room?" Daniel shook his head. "The connection is delayed." Sarah crossed her arms. "So the famous Galactic Defense Academy has a training exercise that can trap students inside and cut communication?" Michael glanced at her. "That is not what concerns me." She looked at him. "Then what does?" Michael pointed toward the far end of the chamber. "The system sealed the doors after the evacuation order." Sarah followed his eyes. Meaning it expected everyone to leave. A quiet moment passed between them. The humans understood something the others had missed. The entire exercise was designed around one assumption. Everyone would run. But now the system was dealing with the one outcome it was never programmed for. People who stayed. Kale watched the same realization appear on his own screen. The simulation was not failing because the humans refused to leave. The simulation was struggling because the humans had changed the situation by making a different choice. "Interesting," Kale whispered. His assistant looked surprised. "Interesting. For years, we have measured intelligence by obedience," Kale said. "Perhaps we measured the wrong thing." In the chamber, another warning signal sounded. The lights shifted from red to amber. The training environment began adjusting itself. Michael noticed immediately. Everyone ready. Daniel looked at him. Ready for what? Michael kept his eyes forward. For the part where the system tries to convince us we made the wrong choice. Sarah gave a small smile. And if it does? Michael checked the positions of his teammates. Then we prove it wrong. For the first time since the exercise began, Instructor Cale Varen stopped watching the humans as students. He watched them as something else. A question. A possibility. A species that did not become calm because they lacked fear. A species that became calm because they had already learned how to live with it. The most dangerous mistake a commander can make is believing they already understand their enemy. Instructor Cale Varen had written that sentence into his personal training records years ago, but he never expected a group of human cadets to remind him of it. The chamber remained silent as Michael Carter and his team waited in position. The other cadets were gone. The evacuation corridors were closed. The simulation continued to change around them. On the observation platform, Cale watched the human team through narrowed eyes. "Run another analysis," he ordered. His assistant quickly pulled up the system data. "The humans are still within the active zone. I can see that. Their behavior is unusual." Cale looked at the display. Unusual is not the same as incorrect. His assistant paused. "You believe they made the right choice?" Cale did not answer immediately. For years, he had taught cadets that survival depended on recognizing when a situation was beyond their control. Retreat was not weakness. Retreat was intelligence. But the humans were not refusing to retreat because of pride. They had identified a different problem. They believed leaving would create a bigger risk. Below, Michael studied the chamber layout while Sarah monitored the changing signals on her device. "The system is still trying to reset the environment," Sarah said. "It keeps sending the same evacuation warning." Michael nodded. "Because it expects everyone to follow the same pattern." Daniel looked up from the control panel. "You think the Academy designed a test where the correct answer is not always obvious?" Michael glanced at him. "I think the Academy designed a test where everyone is supposed to learn something." Sarah raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly are we learning?" Michael looked toward the sealed exits. "That sometimes the first instruction you hear is not the only thing you need to understand." The answer was simple, but it stayed with them. Humans had always approached problems differently. They did not only ask what was happening, they asked why it was happening. That difference had confused other species since humanity joined the wider galaxy. Many civilizations valued perfect systems. Humans valued adapting when systems failed. Cale continued reviewing the simulation logs. Then he noticed something hidden inside the data. The humans had not only remained in the chamber, they had unknowingly corrected a weakness in the exercise design. Their presence was keeping the system from entering a complete shutdown cycle. "Assistant," Cale said quietly, "bring up the original test parameters." A few seconds passed. The information appeared on screen. Cale studied it carefully. The exercise was created to measure decision-making under pressure. Students were expected to identify threats, follow commands, and survive. But there was one variable the designers had not considered: a group that prioritized protecting others over personal safety. They changed the entire evaluation, Cale said. His assistant looked confused. The students changed the test? No, Cale replied. They revealed what the test was missing. Inside the chamber, Michael heard another alert. This one was different. The sound was lower, more controlled. The simulation was no longer pushing them to leave. It was beginning to observe them. Sarah noticed it too. It is watching us now. Michael nodded. Yes. Daniel looked between them. That is supposed to make me feel better? Michael finally allowed a small smile. No, but it means we are asking the right questions. Above them, Instructor Cale Varon leaned closer to the screen. For the first time in decades, he was not evaluating cadets. He was learning from them. And that was something the galaxy had rarely forced him to do. The moment a system stops following its own rules is the moment you discover what it was never prepared for. Instructor Cale Varon watched the simulation chamber with complete silence as the environment continued changing around the human cadets. The Academy had designed thousands of scenarios, each one carefully calculated to test judgment, teamwork, and survival instincts. But this was different. The system was no longer measuring the students. It was reacting to them. Inside the chamber, Michael Carter noticed the same thing. The warning signals had stopped repeating. The evacuation messages had disappeared. The simulation was no longer telling them what to do. It was waiting. That is new, Daniel Brooks said while looking at the control panel. The system has stopped giving instructions. Sarah Mitchell looked toward Michael. Usually that means the test is over. Michael shook his head. No, usually that means the test has changed. Sarah sighed quietly. You know, most people would hear that and immediately want to leave. Michael looked at her. Most people are not wrong. She gave him a confused look. Then why are we still here? Michael paused for a moment. It was not because he wanted to prove something. It was not because he believed humans were better than everyone else. The truth was much simpler. Because nobody else is. That answer stayed in the air for a few seconds. Daniel looked away, checking the equipment again. He understood. Humans had a habit that confused other species. They did not always choose the safest option for themselves. Sometimes they chose the option that gave everyone else a chance. On the observation platform, Cale heard the conversation through the communication feed. He expected arrogance. He expected some dramatic declaration about human courage. Instead, he heard something much more ordinary. Responsibility. They do not see themselves as heroes, Cale said quietly. His assistant looked over. Then how do you explain their behavior? Cale watched Michael move through the chamber. They see a problem, and they solve it. The simplicity of the answer bothered him. For years, the galaxy had categorized humanity based on physical measurements and historical records. Humans were not the strongest species. They were not the oldest civilization. They did not have the most advanced technology. Many instructors had assumed those limitations would define them. But watching Michael Carter and his team, Cale realized something important. A species was not defined only by what it had. It was also defined by what it refused to abandon. Suddenly, the chamber lights changed again. A new message appeared on every display. The system had generated an additional evaluation phase. Daniel read the information and frowned. It is creating a new scenario. Sarah looked at Michael. Did the Academy plan this? Michael studied the message carefully. I do not think so. Then why is it happening? Michael looked toward the observation window above them. For a brief moment, he and Cale Varon looked directly at each other. Neither of them spoke, but both understood the same thing. The humans were not just taking the test anymore. The test was learning from them. And for the first time in the history of the Academy, the instructors were not certain they were the ones in control. The hardest lessons are rarely the ones where you are told what to do. They are the ones where nobody tells you anything at all. The new message on the chamber screens remained visibly, studying every word. The Academy had removed the instructions. It had removed the obvious choices. Now it was testing something deeper. Decision-making without certainty. Sarah Mitchell stepped closer to the display. So what happens now? Michael looked around the chamber. We find out what the system thinks we should do. Daniel Brooks gave a small laugh. That sounds like a terrible plan. It is not a plan, Michael replied. It is an observation. Sarah looked at him. You always make things sound less stressful than they are. Michael glanced back at her. Stress does not help us solve problems. It was a simple answer, but that was what made it difficult to understand. Other species in the academy had been trained to control fear through confidence. Humans controlled fear by accepting that things could go wrong and preparing anyway. It was not a lack of emotion. It was experience. On the observation platform, instructor Cale Varen watched the human team carefully. The more he observed them, the more he noticed the same pattern. They were constantly adjusting, constantly learning. They were not trying to overpower the situation. They were trying to understand it. Bring up their previous evaluations, Cale ordered. His assistant searched through the records. Michael Carter. Leadership score is high. Combat score is average. Physical endurance is above average, but not exceptional. Cale looked at the data, and yet he continues to make the correct decisions. According to our measurements, several other species scored higher. Cale nodded slowly. Numbers are useful, but numbers do not always explain behavior. Inside the chamber, the humans continued checking the environment. Daniel moved toward a damaged section of the training equipment. I found something strange. Michael approached. What? The system is not trying to complete the scenario. Sarah looked confused. Then what is it doing? Daniel looked at the readings. It is collecting information. A quiet moment passed. The idea was uncomfortable. The academy had created the simulation to evaluate students, not the other way around. Michael looked toward the ceiling cameras. It is adapting. Sarah crossed her arms. You think the system is learning from us? Yes. Is that a good thing? Michael considered the question. Depends on what it learns. Above them, Cale heard the answer. He remained silent, because for the first time, he had the same question. The galaxy had always studied humanity from a distance. It had measured their technology, their biology, and their history, but very few had studied the reason behind their choices. The reason a human firefighter entered a dangerous building. The reason a rescue worker stayed behind after everyone else left. The reason 6 cadets stood in a training chamber when everyone else ran. The answer was not because humans believed they could never fail. The answer was because humans understood that failure was sometimes the cost of not trying. The chamber shifted again. The walls adjusted. The floor markings changed. The simulation prepared a new challenge. Daniel looked at Michael. Any idea what comes next? Michael watched the environment transform around them. No. Sarah raised an eyebrow. That is not very reassuring. Michael looked at his team and gave a calm nod. It does not need to be reassuring. It just needs us to be ready. And somewhere above them, Instructor Cale Varen realized the academy had created a test designed to measure courage. But the humans had revealed something much more difficult to measure. Commitment. The moment a team truly understands each other is the moment they stop needing to explain every decision. Michael Carter had always believed that. Not because humans were naturally better at teamwork, but because humans had spent centuries learning how to depend on one another when everything went wrong. Inside the academy chamber, the environment continued changing around the 6 human cadets. The walls shifted into a new configuration. The lights adjusted. The system created a completely different scenario from anything they had seen before. Sarah Mitchell watched the changes carefully. This is not a normal evaluation anymore. Michael nodded. No. It is trying to understand how we think. Daniel Brooks looked at the control panel. That is still a little unsettling. Probably, Michael replied. But we cannot control what the system does. We can only control how we respond. The answer sounded simple. Almost too simple. But Sarah had noticed something over the past year. Michael never wasted energy fighting things he could not change. He focused on what he could do next. That was what made him different from many of the other cadets. Some wanted recognition. Some wanted to prove they belonged. Michael just wanted everyone to make it home. On the observation platform, Instructor Cale Varen watched the humans prepare. He expected them to create a defensive strategy based on their own survival. Instead, he saw them checking the condition of the environment and making sure the remaining simulated rescue points were still active. They are protecting the objectives, Cale said. His assistant looked surprised. Even though they were never instructed to do so? Correct. Why? Cale looked at the display. Because they assumed someone might need those objectives later. The assistant was quiet. To many species, training meant completing assigned tasks. Humans seemed to understand something different. Training was preparation for situations where the instructions were no longer enough. Inside the chamber, Sarah noticed a signal appearing near the far side of the room. There is another group marker. Daniel checked the system. It is showing inactive cadets. Michael immediately looked toward the location. How far? About 120 feet. Sarah looked at him. The system could be creating another distraction. Michael nodded. It could. And if it is? Michael looked at the team. Then we learned that together. Sarah smiled slightly. You really do make everything sound easier than it is. No, Michael said. I just do not think making it harder helps. The team moved toward the marker. They did not rush. They did not panic. Every step was deliberate. Every decision had a purpose. Above them, Kale noticed something unexpected. The humans were not trying to beat the simulation. They were trying to understand what the simulation needed from them. That was a completely different approach. For the first time, Kale wondered if the Academy had spent too much time teaching students how to survive challenges and not enough time teaching them why challenges existed. The chamber reached its next phase. The system displayed a final message across the walls. Evaluation parameter updated. Daniel looked at the words. Updated by who? Nobody answered. Michael looked upward toward the observation platform. He knew Instructor Kale was watching. He also knew the instructor was asking the same question. The humans had entered the chamber expecting a test. But somewhere along the way, something had changed. They were no longer proving that they could survive a difficult situation. They were showing what kind of people they became when survival was not the only thing that mattered. For the first time in decades, Instructor Kale Varen found himself waiting for a student to teach him something. The realization was uncomfortable, but he could not ignore it. Inside the Academy chamber, Michael Carter and his team continued through the changing simulation with the same calm focus they had shown from the beginning. They were not searching for an easy answer. They were searching for the right one. The inactive cadet markers remained on the display ahead of them. The system had created a new objective, but it had not explained why. Most students would have waited for instructions. The humans moved because they understood that waiting was also a choice. Sarah Mitchell looked at the marker again. You really think this is what the Academy wants us to do? Michael adjusted the equipment on his wrist and nodded. I think the Academy wants to see what we do when it does not tell us what to do. Daniel Brooks smiled slightly. That sounds like something an instructor would say. Michael looked at him. Maybe that means they are starting to understand us. The three of them continued forward, carefully observing every change around them. They checked the environment, reviewed the information available, and made sure nobody was left behind. There was no dramatic speech. No moment where they declared themselves better than anyone else. They simply followed the same principle they had followed since entering the chamber. Nobody gets forgotten. On the observation platform, Kale watched silently. His assistant looked at the screen and spoke softly. They are moving slower than the other cadets would. Kale nodded. Yes. Most species would consider that inefficient. Kale continued watching. Most species measure efficiency by speed. He paused. Humans measure it by outcome. The statement surprised even him. He had spent years teaching students to calculate risks, but the humans approached risk differently. They did not pretend danger was not real. They accepted that every decision had consequences. The difference was what they were willing to risk for others. Inside the chamber, the inactive markers changed location. Daniel noticed first. The system is moving them. Sarah looked confused. Why would it do that? Michael studied the display. Because it is adjusting based on our choices. So it is testing our reaction? Sarah asked. Michael nodded. Maybe. She looked at him. And what does it learn if we fail? Michael looked toward the new marker location. That we are not ready. And if we succeed? Michael was quiet for a moment. Then it learned something too. Above them, Kale heard the exchange. He realized something important. The humans were not obsessed with winning. They were focused on becoming better than they were before. That was a concept many civilizations struggled to understand. They believed strength came from superiority. Humans often found strength in improvement. The chamber lights softened as the final stage approached. The system displayed one final message. Instructor evaluation required. Kale froze. The assistant looked at him. It is asking for your assessment. Kale stared at the words. For the first time, the Academy was not asking him to judge the students. It was asking him to judge the lesson. He looked down at Michael Carter and the other human cadets standing together in the center of the chamber. They were not the strongest students in the Academy. They were not the fastest. They were not the most advanced. But when everyone else had followed the safest path, they had chosen the path that protected the people around them. Kale slowly reached for the evaluation console. And for the first time in his career, He did not know what score to give. Because the humans had not simply passed a test. They had changed the meaning of one. The greatest lessons are not always the ones written in a manual. Sometimes they are the ones people remember long after the classroom is empty. The final evaluation screen remained active above the academy chamber, waiting for instructor Cale Varen to make his decision. For several seconds, nobody moved. The entire observation platform was silent. The galaxy's most respected training academy had prepared Cale for countless situations, but not this one. He had expected to evaluate students. He had not expected the students to change the way he viewed training itself. Inside the chamber, Michael Carter stood with his team as the simulation slowly returned to normal. The shifting walls stopped. The warning lights faded. The pressure that had filled the room disappeared. After hours of uncertainty, the chamber finally became quiet. Sarah Mitchell looked around and let out a slow breath. "So that is it?" Daniel Brooks asked. "We are done." Michael looked toward the observation window. "I think the important part was never the simulation." Sarah looked at him. "What do you mean?" Michael took a moment before answering. "The system was never trying to find out if we could survive." He looked at the empty space where the other cadets had once stood. It was trying to find out what we would do when survival was not just about ourselves. Those words stayed with everyone who heard them. On the observation platform, Cale finally entered his evaluation. His assistant watched carefully as he typed. "Are you recording the results?" the assistant asked. Cale nodded. "Yes." "What will you write?" Cale looked down at the humans below. That they were not the strongest cadets in the academy. The assistant waited. Not the fastest. Not the most advanced. Not the most experienced. Cale paused. But when uncertainty appeared, they did not search for someone else to blame. They searched for someone who needed help. The assistant was quiet. It was a simple observation, but it carried more meaning than any ranking score. When the chamber doors finally opened, the human cadets walked out without celebration. No cheering. No demands for recognition. No need to prove they had been right. Michael simply looked back at the training room one last time. Cale approached them. For the first time since they met, the instructor did not look at them like students. He looked at them like equals. "I owe you an apology," Cale said. Michael seemed surprised. "For what?" Cale looked at the group. "For believing that courage meant having no fear." He glanced toward the chamber. "I was wrong." Michael nodded slowly. "Most people are when they first see us." Cale almost smiled. "And what should they understand?" Michael thought about the question. He could have given a powerful answer. He could have talked about humanity's strength or history or achievements. Instead, he simply said that we are not the people who never feel afraid. He looked back at his teammates. We are the people who decide what matters more than fear. Years later, that training exercise would become one of the most discussed moments in the Academy's history. Not because the humans defeated a challenge. Not because they proved they were better than anyone else. It was remembered because they showed something every species could understand. Strength was not always about standing above others. Sometimes strength was choosing to stand beside them when walking away would have been easier. And across the galaxy, whenever new cadets entered the Academy for the first time, they were taught the same lesson. Not every warrior is remembered because they won. Some are remembered because when everyone else moved, they were the ones who stayed.
Chapter 1. The Red Dust and the Chrome Bumper. The colony of New Orizaba didn't just have a class divide, it had a chronological one. On the spires of the Upper Rim, the Ultra-Techs lived in the year 4000, surrounded by hard light furniture, life-extending nanites, and gravity-defying gardens. But down in the basement, where Lane lived, it was 1998 with better batteries. The air in the basement smelled of ozone and fried synth-leveled meat. The miners were coming off shift, their exoskeletons hissing as they depressurized. Lane sat on a rusted crate near the main mag-lev artery, his scuffed skateboard resting against his shins. He was stocky, built like a fire hydrant, with the kind of center of gravity that made him impossible to knock over, a trait that had won him 3 regional Concrete King trophies. He watched the traffic. Conventionals drove combustion hybrids that rattled the teeth, but every now and then, an ultra-tech float would glide down from the spires to collect exotic minerals. "Check the bumper on that sleek silver one," Lane muttered to himself. As a polished chrome aircar slowed for a congestion drone, Lane kicked off. He didn't just ride, he flowed. With a precision born of 1,000 scraped knees, he reached out and grabbed the magnetized rear bumper of the aircar. The sudden jerk nearly dislocated his shoulder, but he tucked into a crouch, his wheels screaming against the hyper-macadam. He was skitchin' at 80 miles per hour, weaving through the exhaust of the future on a plank of old-world maple. It was glorious. It was also illegal. A blue and red pulse flashed behind him. A peacemaker drone had spotted the tagger. Lane tried to kick out and slide into an alley, but a mag tether snared his board. He went down hard, tumbling into the red dust, the silver aircar disappearing into the clouds without ever knowing he was there. Chapter 2. The Judge's Twisted Mercy. The courtroom was cold. Judge Vane sat behind a desk made of real oak, a sign of terrifying wealth. Lane stood there in his bruised glory, holding his snapped skateboard. Vandalism, reckless endangerment, and skitching on a high-cast vehicle, the judge read, his voice bored. You're guilty, Lane. You know it. It was a clear road, Your Honor, Lane countered. I wasn't hurting the car. The law says you're a menace. But, the judge leaned forward, a predatory glint in his eye. The Colonial Military Academy has a quota for conventional integration. Every street rat I send there earns me a tax credit for my new yacht. Military school? Lane recoiled. I'm a skater, not a soldier. You're a convict, flubber, the judge sneered, misreading Lane's middle name on the digital docket. And, Flubber Lane, is going to learn to march. The transport ship was a melting pot of misery. Lane sat on a cold bench surrounded by kids from every corner of the galaxy. There were avian hybrids from the clouds of Venus, scaled laborers from the Titan mines, and a few high-born ultras who had been sent there for character building, usually after crashing a yacht into a moon. The reception was icy. The ultras looked at Lane's stocky frame and conventional clothes like he was a museum exhibit of a prehistoric peasant. Chapter 3. The Crucible of the Void. Academy life was a brutal mix of high science and low crawling. In Cross-Training 101, they were forced into link squads. Lane was paired with Celine, an ultra-tech girl who could calculate orbital mechanics in her head but didn't know how to tighten a physical bolt. Why are we learning to manually prime a torpedo? Celine asked, poking the massive iron casing with a gloved finger. The AI does that. The AI dies when the power goes out, Lane said, wrenching a valve shut with his bare hands. My grandpa said, if you can't fix it with a hammer, you don't own it. The exercises were grueling. Spacewalk maneuvers, phonetic coding for emergency comms, and zero-G combat. It was here Lane found his edge. While the ultras struggled with the lack of up and down, Lane treated the vacuum like a giant skate park. He used the walls as quarter pipes, his stocky body tucked into a ball, pulling 360 flips off the bulkhead to slam his training baton into the instructors. They learned to bridge the gap. Lane taught the ultras how to feel the vibrations in a failing engine. The ultras taught Lane how to interface his mind with the ship's survival fields. By graduation, Lane had earned a begrudging respect. He wasn't the smartest or the fastest, but he was the one who kept moving when the tech failed. Chapter 4. The Boredom and the Name. Graduation came with a choice: home to the red dust or the collegiate military. Lane chose the stars. The pay was enough to buy 10,000 skateboards. He was assigned to the heavy freight hauler, Bellows. On his third day, he stood before the commanding officer, a man whose face looked like a topographical map of a bad war. Name? The CO barked. Lane stood at attention, his chest out. Flubber Lane, sir. The bridge fell silent. Someone snickered. Flubber? The CO asked, raising an eyebrow. It's a family name, sir. From the old world. Right. Report to the torpedo bay, Flubber. You're a loader. For a week, the boredom was soul-crushing. Moving crates. Calibrating magnets. The ultras on board spent their time in virtual reality. Lane spent his time oiling his board and staring out the thick reinforced glass at the infinite black. Chapter 5. The Hole in the World. The alarms didn't sound like bells. They sounded like the ship was screaming. Pirates. They didn't want the ship. They wanted the refined fuel in the hold. A series of photon bursts rocked the Bellows. Lane was in the torpedo bay, hoisting a massive MARK-7 projectile into its cradle when the world turned inside out. A direct hit from a pirate boarding spike tore a 15-foot jagged maw in the side of the hull. The decompression was instantaneous. Whoosh! Atmospheric vents failed. Survival fields flickered on. Personal bubbles of air and force feedback, as Lane and a dozen other soldiers were sucked out into the void. It was the ultimate nightmare. Space-locked. You don't die instantly. You float in your little bubble, staring at the stars, for a week